Morning, everyone. How y'all doing today? Today is Championship Sunday, where we are now gonna see who's gonna be the champions, Major One, and hopefully, today's gonna be a bit exciting. See who will come out swinging, and hopefully you enjoy the watch party. And I did, and like I said, y'all. I may do a CDL Aftermath stream over on Twitch. Don't know when, but I will let y'all know that it'll be today, sometime in the evening. But yeah, hope we all enjoyed the watch party. Hi, Junior Cutie Bean. Hey, Jago. How you doing? Welcome. I'm with you. That's nice, Jago.
Welcome back to Boston, baby. We are coming at you live from Fenway down here at the MGM Music Hall, where fans have been outside since midnight, gearing up for the first battle of the day, where Optic Texas fights for their life and for a spot in the top 3 against Minnesota Rocker. But the day kicked off several hours before that, with our challenger scene finally concluding with an epic championship. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Puckett here alongside Studdy, Alley Cat, and Nameless. And Studdy, you had a good buddy from your 8th lobbies playing for some real cash.
That's insane, man. I've known the kid since he was 13. And, like, it makes me a little bit emotional, right? Because, like, he puts all his passion into the game, and obviously he doesn't walk away with the W, but he puts himself in that position to be who he wants to be in. I just gotta, like, just keep on supporting that young man, because this is only the start for him.
Being a dad makes you soft, and I love it.
I know, right? I'm a dad, right?
He's the man. You know, he had a great performance there, and then also FaZe Black. You know, you got some former pros in there performing, playing really, really well. And Asim, a community favorite, goes off in the final to get the W. Challengers just popping, man. If you aren't hip, make sure you start tuning into these guys.
Allie, real quick.
Yes.
Out of the FaZe Black players, we saw them all in the Pro League last year.
Yes.
Who's the first one to come back up?
Ooh, that's a really tough question. The first one to come back up.
Who gets poached first?
It might be Kremp, simply because he's a little bit newer, and so because he was in the league last year as like his rookie year, I feel like he would be the first one to be like, oh, he didn't get that much of a chance. Let's bring him on back up.
Well, if you've been here in Boston, you heard the rumors around the bar. Some teams are already considering some moves, so it could get crazy after today. But let's catch you up with everything that's gone down leading up to this moment. Yesterday, a big day. We were in the venue for 12 hours of action, and you got to give props to teams like Minnesota. They're still kicking here, Nameless.
Yeah, they've been unbelievable, right? The turnaround that they've had since the holiday break, everybody's been playing so well, and they get to land, and things just seem to click, especially in the search and destroy game mode. You winning 4 out of their last 5, and they had to get it done in search last night, and they answered the call. Man, I'm just so impressed by some of the individuals on this team, right? Like Linz, he's got to be the front runner right now for Rookie of the Year. He has been the guy getting them out of every tough situation, and they don't have a weak game mode. They've been working on their map pool literally while they're in this tournament, and they've had players who start off slow and then turned up like Vivid. So everything that you've needed to see, you have seen thus to this point.
And I think for me, the player that's really surprised me for this Minnesota Rocket squad, it has to be accuracy. Like, he turned out to be a totally different player. We're talking about multiple different years playing with that tactical input on your controller. So that means you don't have that slide cancel.
Yep.
He's moving on the map right now, and he's playing a lot quicker for his team, sneaking and hitting routes. He's doing everything he needs to make sure he made it to Championship Sunday.
Lamar on Championship Sunday, we saw this last year. He did it with the Surge, taking his team from 7th seed all the way to a grand final. Today, though, he runs in to Optic, Texas. And Fred, he is putting up some career numbers here in Boston. Alley Cat, walk me through the chaos of yesterday.
And this is what we've been waiting for, right? We've been waiting for Fred to have those dominant takeover maps. So we saw it yesterday on the sub-base hardpoint that, by the way, almost ended on the game clock. He dropped 40 kills, and not to overshadow, Kenny was right behind him with 39. Now this is the high-octane plays that we were waiting for from Optic, Texas. So their respawn is looking incredible. Search and destroy could use some help, though, Jay.
And the crazy thing is, when you talk about this Optic roster, is that they go 4-0 in HPs yesterday, right? But a lot of that was on the back of Kenny and Fred. They were going off of this roster yesterday. Now you're going into a championship Sunday. I need to see more out of Dashy and Shotzi. Those guys need to step up if you want to walk away with this championship.
I disagree. I don't think we need to see more out of Dash. He's been great. I mean, I love you know, the evolution of this Optic team, especially in Hardpoint. They've been unreal in that game mode, and it's just like there's only so many kills on the map. I know some people are pulling out his like 0.7 he had. Well, he won both the HPs, so it didn't really matter, and it's because of what you were hoping for as an Optic fan, seeing Fred take over and go off. He's being enabled to do that. They want him to do that, and Dashy has taken a back seat, and it's led to some great stats. I mean, they're number 3 in breaking, number 3 in holding. They've been unreal. This team's nasty.
Selfless play, the evolution of Optic Texas Hardpoint. Love to see it. Optic's not the only team in action, though. Today we got to highlight, of course, some of the big dogs. Atlanta will be facing off against Toronto. Unfortunately, though, Surge will not be a part of the action. They fell to Optic in that series, and now you see it's just the 4 teams on that screen remaining.
Yeah, unfortunately for Surge, it was the respawns that ended up hurting them in the end, but I will say I'm happy to see that they've kind of locked up those search and destroys here during the major, because that's the sneak peek we got at the beginning of the qualifiers if they were going to be a search and destroy team. But I don't think we could have asked for a better Sunday. We've got Atlanta FaZe and Toronto Ultra and Optic Texas all making it to Sunday with one underdog, a Minnesota Rocker.
The big surprise on the weekend, New York Subliners coming in with a top 3 seed. They went out in 9th. We saw Miami Heretics, a top 4 seed. They went out in 9 through 12. Here's how things have shaped up after 3 days. 4 teams remain. Your top 8 has been filled out as well, and all of these teams are earning points, Jay.
You need these points, especially if you're the teams on the lower echelon of the bracket. Those 9 through 12 teams, they're fighting. So that's why you see Vegas Legion. They walk away with at least 15. Same thing with Carolina. But I think the big thing for the Gorillas is taking that 30 points. They were almost really close. One map away from getting a top 4 placing, but they definitely came and turned some heads.
They're solid, man. Honestly, I think LAG, they had a pretty good performance after getting bopped, you know? Like, they regressed a lot. They had to figure it out here, get it out the mud, and they made it happen. Those points are going to be huge as well.
Yeah. What I love about this morning's matchup, not only are you playing for your spot remaining in the bracket, but you also double your money. You've already guaranteed yourself 30 grand. You make 60K if you win 3 games of this next match. So a little financial incentive. Let's talk about 2 teams who are already guaranteed that 60 grand, though. That's Toronto and Atlanta. Toronto, arguably the scariest team in Respawn right now.
Without question. I mean, after what we saw from Atlanta FaZe versus Optic in the hard points, I think we've seen the answer to the question you just asked. Toronto is the best Respawn team in the game right now. They look unstoppable. Everybody's so comfortable with each other on the map, and I know Allie's been loving watching Toronto this tournament.
I was going to say, I think they're the best hardpoint team right now. I don't think Atlanta's out of the Respawn run just yet, but Toronto Ultra, you're right. I mean, for me, the biggest thing has been the slaying for this team has taken an entirely new level from last year. So adding Envoy, Insight looks very comfortable on it. Toronto Ultra, at first heading into the weekend, I knew they were going to make it this Sunday, but I didn't know if they'd be able to contest for that championship. Well, now they're looking like a team that might be able to take home this win.
This is the showdown everyone's been talking about since the bracket was released. Atlanta, the favorite in the top, Toronto, the favorite in the bottom, and we see an epic showdown of some ARs in this gunfight.
Man, you know what it is, man. Scrap is the rookie of the year last year, 1.22 overall. He's been taking over ever since the team has been formed. It's like Envoy's an enabler for this guy. He's always going to put up those numbers. But you see Draza on the other side. Now, with that trio of FaZe, he's been everything for this roster, even though he has a .97 in hardpoint. That probably fell down yesterday by losing those close games. Everything else is stellar for this young man.
Draza's been fired up on stage. He's had some fantastic numbers here in Boston to go with it. Is he the missing link that FaZe needed to win back-to-back Boston events?
I mean, possibly. Usually by this point we see Atlanta fall to one of the big dogs, but they get that win over Optic Texas yesterday, and it was in a pretty close fashion. I will say it did go to a game number 5, but it was in those search and destroys that really set the pace. You know, S&D wins championships. Atlanta FaZe haven't missed a beat since last year. My biggest question right now is kind of when are we going to see a Draza takeover. I feel like obviously everybody's been performing well. It's been a lot off the back of Simp making these insane, unreal plays in Search, Destroy, and Control. So for Draza, I'm hoping with the incentive of having Scrap on the other side of the stage, we might hear some barking.
I will say, I feel like, you know, yesterday, that was a Simp legacy series. I mean, he's had a ton of great series, but he was going off.
Yep.
And, you know, when we talk about Atlanta FaZe, you know, that everybody loves to say the statistic, you know, they were 11-0 in clutch situations coming into this tournament. They had a lot of close hard points, Jay. There's like 6 hard points they won by 30 points or less, and we sort of saw the other side of that, right? Like they're top 6, like 6th, 7th in almost every hard point category, but what happened was it went towards Optic. They made the plays late game. That's what happens when you have such narrow HP games. Going up against Toronto, best hard point team in the game, it could be a reason to be stressed.
I wonder if this crowd wants to see another Atlanta FaZe Optic rematch potentially in that elimination finals or even a grand finals. Hear how everything shakes out as we kick things off with the battle for top 3, Texas versus Minnesota Rocker, coming up first when we return.
Tune in throughout Major 1 this weekend to earn awesome in-game content. You can rock the Frostbite Blueprint, charms, emblems, calling card, and get XP tokens.
I do hope that Optic wills. I will say I do hope Optic will recognize that their S&D is horrible, and hopefully they took their time to look at S&D and be like, yeah, we got to change it up, and like to see what we can do to fix it.
Shut up. You have 3 players off at spawn. Maybe a chance here. Accuracy. The back.
Linz is ripping Boston apart. Boston to close this lead. And Linz is going to just continue to push space for the Zawolva Bobs. Wow.
Maybe come straight through as well. Awakening versus the world, and he's coming up with a dub. And if you can transition this to New Hill, Awakening is trying to put in absolute work. Slashes up next. He gets full. The whole team, the Demon Jump.
This one's gonna be like, I'm just very nervous for Optic, because they put up really good hard point stats. They just gotta work on their S&D. And what happened with Control, I just also was like, I'm just hoping that hopefully they could veto the maps that they know that particular team is really good at. So let's see. I'm just gonna hope that they could fix that.
Right now, we start with 4 teams. We end the day with just 1 remaining on that stage as they hoist the trophy and take home the $150,000. Welcome back into the MGM Music Hall, where Optic and Minnesota are ready to go. So we're not going to talk about the players. We're not going to talk about the teams. We're getting our predictions locked in. I have to go first. I'm going Optic Texas to open this one up. I'm taking them 3-1 to lose the search and destroy. Study, though, if Minnesota's going to win this, they got to count on some French folks to be huge Titans once again, right?
Oh, yeah, what is it? Like the top 3 freshmen in the world. It's Napoleon, Hydra, and now Lynn. So if you're gonna try to win, Lynn's has got to play to a whole different level, but that don't change the pick for me. I think Shotzi has a day. I'm going with the green wall.
Green wall?
That average,
Optic.
That average height is not looking good for any of them. I'm going to go with Optic Texas.
Listen, life or death situation, and the Martians got the death beam pointed at Earth. You know what I want to save us? Gigawake. I got Minnesota, baby. They're winning this series. He's been too good.
Underdog. He's been hitting it all weekend long. The stage is ready. Guy Blaze, let's get this party started.
Chris, I am so ready to get this party started for Championship Sunday. But Boston, are you? We got an elimination match up here, and we got to send one more team home. But this squad coming to the stage first, don't plan on doing that. Green Wall, rise up, because here comes Optic Texas. We got Kenny, Shotzi, Fred, and Dashi. Optic Texas, ready to get it done.
Oh, man, it's been a while since we've seen the Championship Sunday whites, and man, do they look good. Greenwall's feeling strong, but they got to get through the underdog of the weekend and the Minnesota Rocker. It's time to stack it brick by brick, but they got to take out the opponents. Let's go, Blaze.
Let's get it. And if anybody can take him out, it's going to be these Vikings from the north ready to take down the Green Wall. Getting ready to rock the stage on Championship Sunday. It's the Minnesota Rocker. We got Lens, Accuracy, Big Wake, and Vivid. Minnesota Rocker, let's go.
The boys have been frying. Old Man Lamar's been taking over in Search and Destroys. Vivid, Big Wake, and Lens have also been going off in the respawns. They've had a hell of a run so far. Why stop now? They got the green wall in front of them. Let's get it done, Blaze.
Why stop now? It'd be the best underdog story that we've seen along if they can get it done. But now it's time to send one more team home. And to take us along this ride, Merc, Maven, let's roll.
Here we go, baby. Let's have some fun. This is going to be a blast. So this Optic team looking to make a run. This Rocker squad, how incredible a story has this been? You know, you look back before the break, they're like 0-3. You're thinking maybe this team has got to make a change. They're looking real lousy, and they have turned it around with the swiftness. It's like you have a great story like Carolina, like they make a change and improve. This Rocker team has grinded through it. They found some time. They've gotten better.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they just did not look on the same page at all, right? We casted some of their early games, but coming back from that break, I don't know, they worked out their system. Obviously, this is what Accuracy does. That's what he brings to the table. But I just think in general, Lens has been so good for them. And then you're looking at Awakening and Vivid, and as soon as they start to find some consistency, I mean, they've just been so good in clutch as well, but getting better in every single game mode. Where the other side of the stage for Optic, it's just a story around their respawns have been fantastic, especially those hard points. Can we find some success
Invasion,
today?
Clutchy, Invasion, Skidrow, Invasion.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, that's going to be
this is going to be interesting.
Upset if you are going to be the Rocker side. It's been hit or miss, obviously, for Optic. You take a look at our overall best of 5. Was there anything that jumps off the page that sets up for an upset for Rocker?
I mean, I don't think there's really too much here. I think it's a pretty solid map set for both of these squads. Again, Optic, one thing we talked about is their map set is really expanded. You saw Invasion Control come into play, but Invasion hardpoint for them, I mean, really all hardpoints. They've been 5-0 here at Major 1. On the other side, 1-0 on Invasion at the Major for Minnesota Rocker.
It's like you got back to like that early online success. You're outscoring your opponents by 60 or fine. They go on a bit of a skid leading into the Major, but they've regained that hardpoint beauty here at the Major as Kenny gets things going with the opener. We'll stick with Shotzi for now, but we're right back to where Kenny had one of the better plays on the year yesterday. It's truly terrific stuff with the triple he was able to find.
Yeah, I think if you are a Rocker trying to find some success, the player I'm looking at here, I feel like Vivid, because if Vivid is playing well, he can just be such a difference maker to match the pace of someone like Shotzi, someone like Fred.
It just seems like, you know, you sort of talked about Vivid and Awakening and the consistency, right? Like, if they are playing at their best, do you have a chance to maybe take a respawn?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
But, like, if they're not, I don't know if you have the firepower to do it.
No, 100%. Yeah, you need these guys to step on up, and can Linz keep consistent? But a nice 31-point start here for Minnesota.
Ooh.
Right, it snaps onto Vivid the second, but there with the rival able to find as you have this P2 set up here. Accuracy on the hill. Good time for Rocker. Vivid push on out. 5 start, trying to find number 6.
Oh, that's
cruise missile.
unfortunate.
This is what he can do.
I think this is something you really want to see if you're a Rocker fan early on, is some success for Vivid. He looks like, I swear to God, the best or the worst player in the league at times. I don't know what I'm going to give from him, but when he is dialed in, he is truly a special talent in this league with the pace that he can play at. And nice centering there, but it's not quite the gunny to take out Shotzi. He gets up to 7-2 though, Vivid. Throwing blows early.
Yeah, I mean, this is already fantastic. You get, what, early 25 seconds here if you are Rocker. You already have P3 rotation kind of locked in. So Optic, they're going to have to fight up the street, find the scrap time. Lynn's already set up here at the pillars trying to find the third. And you already see the top left. Kenny's shot today. Got to get going here. See, they're both starting slow here in map 1.
And I think if you're going to, like, get a win if you're Rocker, and maybe you don't get the best performance out of Awakening and Vivid, is you catch Optic Texas one of those slow starts that we've seen them have in a couple of series, right? Like, they come out real flat against a team like Vegas Legion. Can you come in and shock them into map 1? That might be where you got to find it.
Yeah, an early break here, opportunity here for Optic. They find a couple of kills through the middle of the map. First player going to be on it will be Shotzi, but it's big. Linz 8-4, and then Awakening finding 2 more. So there we go. They deal with that first push, all map control over to Rocker.
Yeah, I mean, if you told Rocker Shotzi was going to be 1-8 to start the game, they probably think they've got a bit of an edge, and they certainly do. 30 seconds remaining on this point. Chance to get up over the 100-point mark, take a significant advantage in this one. Vivid still flowing and finding kills. Him and Linz leading the way on their side, but now a flurry of kills for Optic Texas. You'll be able to chain together 3 in a row, but the accuracy that wins the fight inside the hard point, wins a one-on-one, still accruing time for Rocker.
Yeah, then look what happens here for Rocker. So, I mean, you kind of take this because you flip spawns out.
Yeah.
So you get close spawns at P4 for the next one for Optic, but, I mean, you're already thinking about Palace. Right?
Wow, how do you lose that?
You're going to have a major lead, but you already see Vivid 3 in a row starting to snap once again as he's able to find that double. But yeah, Optic here, you're going to see Shotzi maybe thinking about going on a long route. He's going to do just that so early on.
And I guess I'm just already thinking, if you're Rocker and you know you're where you've been getting your W's is through search and destroy. Like, you've got a lead like this in hardpoint. You Palace coming up. You're thinking already, like, this is one we've got to win. We need to take this map 1, come in and shock them.
Yeah, Shotzi able to find 1 on that rotation, but does get traded on out. And you might give up a full 60 here, but it will be for full Palace control. So a couple of more players going to try to get aggressive. Lynn's able to find 1, but Dashi locking it down, finding this time. So now, all eyes over to Palace.
Now, Optic obviously have been one of the best breaking teams, though. It's like, did they have a chance to get through? Maybe Shock to get into Palace. I mean, yeah, yesterday versus Phase, one of the scrappier Palace hardpoints I've ever seen. Do you have a chance to create some chaos like that?
You already do.
Who's there? Shotzi getting inside, turning some heads, trying to make some plays. What's he going to be able to do? Can he get a second one? Able to spot him, tries to slide in with a pistol. What do you see on the map, Joe?
I mean, accuracy spawns all the way out. You have numbers here if you are the green wall. Linz turns this into a 2-on-2, but some close spawns here for Optic. Linz with another one. What a hold by Linz, but you still have a couple of players here for Optic trying to find that break. Awakening finds the early time, but all eyes over to Big Wake.
You still got 35 or so seconds.
Nice.
Here, and Kenny,
Nice team wipe.
Get the wipe up to 4 in a row for Cannon. That's that moment that you can't let happen if you're Rocker. Yes, it's terrific for Optic Texas, but that is a blow. You're not looking at a tie game instead of pushing this out to an 80-90 point lead again for Rocker.
And then you also awaken that 5th player for Optic, the crowd getting behind them, that energy starting to flow here inside the venue. But yes, much needed, and I just think it starts with Shotzi finding that space early on. Usually, most of the time to break P5, you gotta pass the 50-yard line. That does not happen. But over towards P1, Rocker, they're going to settle things down, find 3 kills as we go to our next set.
There's been a couple times where I feel like Shotzi's like gotten loose in a Palace hardpoint, but he's been by himself. The teammates haven't been able to get there. Like, he's found some freedom in moments before, but this time the fact he's able to get a kill, stay alive until the reinforcements come.
Nice.
So impressive.
Oh, he's melting.
Yeah, he is just
Nice.
dancing as he finesses away with 13 HP. This is a guy that started out 1-8. I know the 10-14 scoreline doesn't look that great, but he has brought it back massively within this map 1.
But he just walks up and literally wins the first one-on-one, and it's on the hill, right? Just picking them apart. Some great shots out of Dashi. As Optic now with a 15-point lead, back in the driver's seat. Vivid get a spawn on up, starts to rotate over towards P2. The rest of the players pushing on towards P1, but Pred and Shotzi, SMG duo locking it down.
And now it's starting to feel like, you know, Rocker was shooting sure, but more than it was a slow start for Optic Texas, and now they are waking up and beginning to roar. Lead up to 30. Next hard point, getting ready to go. Some clean shots from Vivid, though, as he's still 18 and 12. He's not slowed down for this Rocker side. Can he get across? He's able to get to the tractor.
Now, this is a chance here if you are Rocker to take advantage of this. You have P3 spawns, but on the pinch, Pred was able to win a one-on-one. Accuracy, the last player here.
Lamar?
This guy has given Optics some nightmares in the past. We all know about that moment. Vivid did use the cruise to try to give them map control. It's going to connect onto one, but there's nobody on the hill, and you are flipped if you are Minnesota Rocker. This is not the position you want to be in.
Now, a great job here with some massive gunfight victories if you are Optic Texas.
Nice. Nice trades.
Still hitting just 7 left in the clip, but he's taking 2 to 3 down with what he has.
They're definitely waking up for sure. Let's hope they keep this momentum up.
Left to go. And with that flip, I mean, you get some successful time here. If you're Optic, you should be winning this match.
You have a chance here to win it with a full 60.
True.
Vivid going to be the first player pushed on up for Minnesota Rocker. 192 here for Optic Texas. What a turnaround since that Palace Hill. That break has given them all the momentum in this map. Here comes the break opportunity for Rocker. They have accuracy working up the street, but Shotzi's ready for it. All the one-on-ones going to Optic.
Just lying prone, lying in wait. Winning your ones.
Ooh, unfortunate.
Now up, 40 remaining. You can win it here. So this makes it very stressful if you're Rocker. You have a couple different seconds here, and like you have a chance to maybe make a play for the hard point. That's a frustrating one. Dinks it off his back, but you're still up and inside. Rocker have got to send it, otherwise they're losing the hard point here. You get a break, you get tested long enough.
Ooh!
Their hard point. So Pred does win it, but you cannot win it here anymore.
Yeah, you have one more player here, but rotation is all off. You have 3 players set on up. Vivid, he's able to take the gunfight accuracy with 1 on rotation. So 2 on 3 towards P4. Turns into a 2-on-2, and Dashy, this is just what he does. Gets to his spots and beams. Kenny looking over him. Shotzi in the hill. All of Rocker spawning out. They can close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, you do one part of the job. You can test long enough, you can't win it there, but he had so much more work to do. He had to win the rotation as well. You're not able to do that. Optics are able to get inside. Dashy and Kenny lighting the feed again. 10 to go here for the victory in map 1. This team has been flawless thus far in hard point as they shock up.
Nice shot.
And a bit like the Seattle series yesterday, like, the hard points are close until they're not.
Yeah, second rotation.
Point, yeah, the second set of rotations where Optic really hit another gear.
Yeah, but I just think for Rocker, I mean, you have a chance there to carry maybe a 60 or 70 point lead into the second.
It would have been like 80 or 90.
I mean, they brought it back with that P4. You know, Optic did, but it's just that flip. That's the moment there. I mean, I'm sure we'll see the game flow, the chart. But looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Kenny really turns around. Him and
backtrack.
So slow.
Need to grab something.
Fred and Dashy so consistent. On the opposite side, we talked about that hot start for Vivid. But I mean, this scoreboard probably looks a lot.
Also need to get more water as well, so I'll be.
You get some of those
give me a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just Shotzi doing what Shotzi does. Gets to his spot a bit unexpectedly, gets a freebie pick, and then, you know, as soon as one domino drops, the rest are trying to look around, like, where's he at? You find another opening to come through, and sometimes it just takes one. Creates a bit of chaos.
I mean, it's where accuracy spawned in that moment, too, right? You spawn all the way out because the old hill is still up.
Yeah.
So he just dies at the worst time possible. But going through the highlights of map 1, you will see early Rocker lead just turns into a one-sided Optic map.
Yeah, because you're up, what, 70 here about. You get a good amount of time if you were Optic Texas, but you're right. I mean, this Palace, like, this game looks so different. Now, could Optic have made a run somewhere else? Sure, but, like, if you get that if you're Rocker, you're going for the jugular early. You got a chance to really get it done and shock them in map 1.
Well, it's just with some of the money hills that we see in this game, you have an 80 to 90 point lead. You could just bank on that rotation, right? Yeah. Whether it's Skid Row, P2, here at Palace, you just basically say, let's just make sure we have the spawns for when that hill comes up, a chance to win the game. But instead, just such good plays. This is when Fred goes on the big pinch. They spawn them out here, get them stuck at Palace once again, a clean P3.
Hey, Nothing's guaranteed, though. You think about Carolina, they thought they could just rotate, too. I said they could.
Dude, you were just talking to Club, man. Jackson them up. That's crazy.
That's true.
So mean.
But it's just, yeah, no, you're right, though. It's a map where you can do that, but you can still get broken at the most inopportune time. As Texas pushed this the distance, the guns start to get high. I thought it was just one of those ones where they came out a bit flat, and I'm like, they might get stunned, but they're able to get back into it. I bet a land environment helps a lot for that. Like, when you do start slow, you have one big moment where I think you kind of nailed it. The crowd came alive after Palace. That, like, helps you start getting into a rhythm and flow, I'm sure, to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, just sort of, as you said, they've had a couple of slow series. And, you know, I think their eyes will be on the prize of, we got to beat FaZe. We have to beat Ultra if we want to play this. We do look at that game flow chart, and, yeah, you can kind of see just right around that P5 tie game, and they run away with it. You get 23 points across 4 hills.
Yeah, so what would have been if you get a full hold? An 80-point game was a tie game. Like, that's just, that is very, very, very different. When you're looking at that from the Rocker side and thinking you're going to find some success, but look at just the absolute clamps put on them at the end of that. As you nail, that line just flattens out. Not usually what you want to see, but it's a 100-point victory there for Optic in the map 1. We get ready now for Crouchy Search and Destroy. Now we go to a mode where Rocker has found a lot of their success. They've been so good here. They get it done with a 2 and a 5 yesterday. Optic still, the Search and Destroy, like, there's moments where you see it click a bit, but they have not looked like a good Search and Destroy team.
No, they haven't looked like, yeah, kind of maybe in the form you're trying to win a tournament. That is for sure. But they've had some close games, some close rounds. Plenty of time to work with some VOD with the coaches overnight to fix those mistakes. But you know, we're talking about it. Like Ken, some of these early teams, like LA Thieves, 100 Thieves that he's had, where you're just a little bit slow in Search and Destroy, but your respawns look fantastic.
Well, I think we think of him as kind of the leader, for this team when it comes to like gameplay and stuff. And yeah, he's had a lot of slow starts in Search and Destroy. But now let's talk about the Monster Energy pregame here for Optic Texas. Joe.
I mean, 6-0 here, right here at Major 1 in those hard points they're doing on different maps, and their attacking control has been fantastic. CDL high, 56% win rate, and we saw them do it yesterday on Invasion, which will be map 3.
So you're feeling confident there. It's just, can you come in here and maybe get a Search and Destroy when suddenly you're thinking about a 3-0 if you are Optic, and you're also thinking when you're going up against teams like Toronto look good at, I know they were kind of 60% or so in Search leading into the event, but it looks very good. FaZe who beat them in 2 searches. Like, as this tournament goes on, you got a couple maps here, you're really hoping to like improve the Search and improve it quickly.
Yeah, you're going to need it if you want to win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I'd be thinking about. Like, yes, our respawn's so good, but we're going to need a Search win somewhere.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the Monster Energy pregame here for Rocker. Great teamwork, needed a little bit slang. We saw that there in map number 1, but Linz has been fantastic here. All eyes on him in Search and Destroy. He's got a 1.4. He's got a couple of clutches as well.
Yeah, listen, he might be living in Hydra's shadow a bit, just coming over being a French player in this league, but he has been spectacular to watch. What an impact player he has been. It's been truly special stuff. Now, round 1 to the Search and Destroy, and Rocker looking to answer back after they get kind of choked out of the second half of that hard point.
Yeah, Linz with some early shots. You have a 2-on-2 over towards the site for right now, but everything just kind of slows down. Optic here at Major 1 have not played this map, where for Minnesota Rocker, you've played it once, you've won it once.
Big wing. Getting eyes on multiple, trying to comp to Linz. Through on the cross, it's Vivid that actually gets the opening kill. Dashy does get 1, but Vivid will get 2. You keep numbers right now if you are Rocker. Bomb will be down as well. Tough gunplay there for Dashy. He'll reposition for now.
Yeah, well, really, Awakening repositions. He just gets down, does not want to equal this out into a 2-on-2. So 35 seconds left with Bomb down in that spot. Could just come down to time here for Optic, but Fred, they know someone's in this area, able to turn it into a 2-on-2.
Now I got breakfast and I got me drink.
First Lens and Awakening. Time dwindling, got to go. Will the read be here?
Ooh.
He's able to sit there. You get the kill on the other side of it as well. The fist bumps out the 2v2 win. Texas strike first.
Well, and I think you saw from Pred's POV, he spots Awakening, right? So he just has an idea of where he repositioned. I don't think Awakening was able to see him. So he's just trying to watch across there for a moment towards middle alley to give some info.
For sure.
I just don't know if the timing was bad, but you give up 2 one-on-ones. Well, really 3 of them, and Optic just win them all.
Yeah, and this is both teams have really struggled kind of at your first blood conversions. Like, they've not been great when you look at the overall scope of the league. They get their first picks. They lose a lot of rounds when they have numbers. This time, it's going to be Rocker the receiving end of that. You're into that 3v2 quickly behind 2 from Vivid. And you have losing that round. Speaking of Vivid, he's exploding. And Lens this time, who got early damage in the last round, this time he's able to find the opener, Joe.
What the fuck's going on right here?
Yeah, able to find the opener. You still have 2 players here, though. And
That's so unfortunate.
Corner, so bomb going down over towards B.
What the fuck's going on right here?
A very tough situation for Kenny.
Already, like,
well, as I just said,
already internet issues.
Seem to struggle capitalizing on the first blood. Lens, though, putting it down to 1 in Dashy may be the dagger. Dashy's got eyes on him, but so much little bits of cover there for Lens to work with. He's able to swirl away. So your 3-0 start for Dashy.
He's got to be positioned.
What can you do with 20 seconds on the clock?
Well, he might. I mean, 3. I mean, do you just kind of play around the cruise potentially?
What the fuck?
Maybe you're just playing your life here, but let's say he's going to try to find some more. Maybe find 1 more kill, maybe 2. Able to spot Vivid. Playing his life. Can he get to number 5? No, the crossfire is there. But it all starts with Lens. We talked about how great he has been in search. So he opens up that round on attack.
Yeah, I mean, I've never saying Dashy's out of it in the search and destroy round. I mean, his kill onto what RC's yesterday on Terminal was the fastest kill I've ever seen in my life. Like, he'll turn some scenarios. Like, when he shouldn't be able to get a 1v1 fight, it'll become that because he gets the kill so quick. Sometimes he hits shots that defy logic.
Excuse me.
One now and a 4-1 start for Dashy.
Get a bit of a slow start here for Kenny and Shotzi, but they got things going through the second half of that first map. Shotzi up top, I think spots 1, and they take down Vivid. So accuracy, the only player here. He's gonna catch that stun, and this should be a freebie. Another stun comes in, and he's like, yeah, I got too much spot, guys, but no trophy for me.
Yeah, could not move. Awakening, though, able to rip 1 and Ken. That'll be bombed down on the site. 2 versus 3 now. You were able to pull off a 2 versus 3 if you're Optic Texas. You have a chance to now if you're Rocker.
Yeah, but Pred might just close this round out, right? Dashy's just trying to buy time for Pred on the pinch. Instead, this turns into a 2-on-2. So they catch the bomb planner, and now you are very separated right now if you're the Optic players. So Lynn's in Awakening trying to get together, but Shotzi opens the round. He's trying to close it.
Ooh, he slid away.
Oh, God. Awakening. Not quite able to get the angle or the trade.
He's read this, though. Oh, maybe they were going to rotate over to A, but he saw the 1 player towards B.
Oh, can't quite get him as he gets away. Then he gets tagged up and dropped. You hold on if you're Optic. You don't throw away that 3v2 advantage. You're able to get the round win. Those have been the rounds that have been some of the scary moments for them.
No, 100%. I mean, you were just kind of waiting for Pred, right? Dashy was trying to buy time. He's saying, I'm working through red. Both players are here. They should be some freebies, but he gets taken down. Then Awakening was able
like the
to read
burrito that
so
from the one place I do love getting it from. Seems like it kind of a little smaller, but you know, inflation, I guess.
You're talking overall about Ken's slow starts.
But it probably is
big picture. But
yeah, big picture.
Probably wanted this. Probably wanted to
get rolling into this one.
He wanted to make the portion a little smaller, but.
Let's see if maybe he can find.
Ooh, that's a nice pop-up spot. Didn't know that.
A couple shots towards Dash. He backs him down to reposition for now. As Rocker, we know how patient they can be offensively. Like, unless Vivid or Lens get free.
Yeah, I mean, this is really their default. I mean, I feel like we've seen this time and time again. 3 over towards B, Lynn's just on an island in red. Maybe he could find an opening, or you're just kind of really outpatient the defensive side. Is Shotzi going to get aggressive? Pred able to find 1 steps onto the second.
Ooh!
Absolutely does. Gets fired up. What a play from Pred.
Pred taking over in this round, and by time Lynn's, sort of that island man gets involved, well, Pred's killed the entire team as he takes over in round number 4, a 3-1 edge to Optic. And sometimes when you're a struggling search and destroy team, an individual moment of brilliance is all you need.
I mean, we saw last round, right, for Optic. I mean, they stunned out accuracy in that spot. That is such a power position. We're going to take a look at that replay. I mean, just one-by-one challenge on this heady. Good luck. And then I think get some info there to snap onto Vivid. Ooh. It's every single time he can make this roar, he does.
And like that from Vivid's POV, like, yeah, you're a little tagged up if you're Pred, but like he just gets cambered so hard as he comes jumping over the top. Beautiful. Beautiful there from Pred. 4 in a row. We'll see if he can keep this streak going. Shotzi. After he's stunned up, he just comes out of the stun animation right before the smoke is going to bloom, and he's able to get the kill. Vivid right on the other side of the door as well.
I thought he was going to get caught on the ladder, right? I feel like we've all been in that position, but now that door is open. Another one in the round for Shotzi.
Yeah, hey, what's going on? And welcome to Shotzi's Pleasure Palace.
Oh my.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I have no idea. Guy's hurt. Making plays. Fist bumps out.
What the fuck is Maven saying?
Well, he gets 3 in the round in his Pleasure Palace, as you were saying.
Yeah, no, he's taking over. It's his spot. No, but you, dude, the number of times where whether you're playing MP or Warzone or whatever, and you're just accidentally get on a ladder.
If you're near
one thing to be caught on a ladder, but like when you're like not even trying to interact with the ladder at all, you're like walking backwards, like
telling you there's like magnetism towards it.
Why am I on a goddamn ladder? I don't know.
I don't know. Doesn't happen to him though. Does not happen to him. It's Optic up 4-1.
No, like, all the little annoying things that happen to average players, like Shotzi is just the map's his wonderland. You know, doesn't care.
That teamwork that we have seen from Rocker throughout this tournament, not really showing here, just getting picked apart. But over towards A, Kenny's going to be the one player here for Optic. She's probably going to find some info. I imagine you're going to be into a retake situation. See, it's down to 6 HP, but yep, 4-on-4 bomb planted.
Lens to the 4-on-3. Kenny, some tag tries to back out of it.
Ooh, nice 2-2.
Can't do it, but now the rivals going off. Shotzi and Pred to a 2v2 we go. This would be a dagger to Rocker now in this search and destroy. You already have the 4-1 edge if you were Optic, and Shotzi cleaning house. 5 in a row for him. Lens still biding his time. Pred on it. Oh, sorry, sir. Pred sticks it. Smoke is out. They are all smiles right now. Yeah, I think Dashy was like, what the hell do you guys do?
Bro, can we talk about that smoke, by the way? He throws it from Junkyard. He just throws it over the top. It perfectly lands on the bomb.
Are you surprised?
Linz doesn't even check it. He's just kind of holding for it, and Pred the whole time was just sneaking up bust. But it's a 2-on-4, and when you see Kenny smiling, usually people are pissed off, but this time they're happy because he's on their team.
Now he's wearing green and white. 5-1. One more round now for Optic 2-0 edge, and where they've struggled in search and destroy, they have outclassed them here. You've got 5 in a row for Pred, 5 in a row for Shotzi. There is a rhythm, there is a rhyme to the gameplay right now, and they are making it look easy as Shotzi wants to get involved yet again. Well, Linz this time has the angle, has the kill. First blood for Rocker, but you've had a couple now. What, for your first bloods, you've got 4 if you are Minnesota Rocker. You've got 1 round win. And as we said, both teams have struggled in that first blood conversion rate, but right now it's Rocker that's really been on the struggling side of that. Hey, what's up? Knock, knock, Kenny's here. Hello. 13 HP. Tries to get through the window. Guy thinks he's Batman. Not quite able to get there as he gets dropped.
No, Batman is already on his team, so he's got to be a different superhero. But Dashy will turn this into 2-on-2.
Nice bait and
switch.
Another
round, another scenario where you have man advantage.
How athletic was Robin? Like semi?
Yeah, it depends, but yeah, very athletic.
Still on your streak now. If you are Pred, 30 seconds to go.
Guy was in the circus, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So very, very athletic.
20 seconds, bomb down.
Hey.
Pred able to find one with Linz with 3 in the round says, we're playing more search.
Sheesh. Movement clean there. It's Pred's just ADS. He's like, I got one, and that is... Yeah, he's got his head on a swivel.
I mean, it's also Linz with a rival. If that's an MCW, that's a kill for Pred.
Yeah.
But nice movement, as you said, and Linz keeping them alive. Finds the first blood and the trade. He's up to 8-4, but Nameless, you always hear him talking about Giga Wake, right? 1-7, need him to come alive.
Yeah, it's like King of Flake, Joe.
Yep.
I need him.
Ooh.
Yeah, roll that chair back further.
Hey, mistakes were made. Even the best players in the world can miss a grenade every now and
you
then.
just showed that movement, that finesse, that style. Then you come into the next round, you're like, all right, slow me down.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well, it's a 4v3.
Optic really stepped up in S&D.
Whether Rocker has
Well, we're gonna have to see if they ever do make it out.
Yeah, I think he finds the timing. He absolutely does. Accuracy, not gonna see him. Just gets through. Awakening. Vivid now in a 2-on-3.
And Vivid, the timing, the second he gets top of the step, Shotzi is already pre-in there, up to 9-4. Dashy on it. Awakening in trouble. We'll see you later.
That is so unfortunate for Minnesota. They literally had their teammate, their best SMG player, just get kamikaze.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, props to Shotzi as well. He just got going. He got loose. Just felt like he was winning so many one-on-ones with the rival. And I mean, we saw sort of that video, or maybe if you missed it, just asking players what their favorite map is. A bunch of them were just like, anything Karachi, so I can run around with an SMG. Run around with the rival. And yeah, you just saw right
What happened right here with Liz? I saw him get himself killed, but like,
even the best.
Did he? Oh, that's so unfortunate. It bounced off the wall and right back to him. That is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate right there.
Doesn't leave the lobby, my bad. I was thinking though, Dashy though, like in some of these searches and in some of the respawns, like even though like his engagements have been low, like the damage numbers have still been there. Like,
yeah, I mean, you're playing a lot of these long-range spots, right? Obviously with 150 health.
And we don't always see when you're watching a different POV and somebody kills somebody really quick, we don't realize that Dashy got 2 bullets into him over the course of that. So like, I think that is where damage numbers can be important. Is there some, meaningless damage at times? Sure, but I think a lot of times he's just helping out the squad.
No doubt about it. Was 3 losses or so in a row for Optic and S&D, but able to bounce back here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think where verse phase sometimes where Shotzi struggled to get loose, struggled to find these openings here. Shotzi, Fred, they're able to do exactly that. They get going. They get the upset there in the map too. They are up 2-0, a chance to close it out in the control. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this quick break.
The Painted Alabrije bundle is available now.
I need to see that again because where do you throw it?
Yep.
So he must have accidentally. So he must have threw it here and then unfortunately just bounced off.
Yeah, roll that chair back further. Yeah, roll that chair back further.
Hey, mistakes were made. Even the best players in the world can miss a grenade every now and then.
You just showed that movement, that finesse, that style. Then you come into the next round, you're like, all right,
I mean, honestly, when Linz got himself killed, when Linz kamikazed himself, but unfortunately, that was the end for Walker on that round. They could barely do anything.
Hello, welcome back to Boston. It has been all optics so far. You're up 2-0. You bottle them up in map 1 and map 2. Absolutely dominant so far, Joe.
Yeah, what is this, a little Minnesota Rocker watch party from yesterday, hanging out?
Oh, okay, from yesterday. I said, what are you clapping about now?
Well, I mean, gotta clap, dude, for anything.
That's true. That's true.
For anything.
Root on your team. Root on your team, Joe.
See if they can bring it back here. They have played a couple of invasion controls throughout this tournament. They've lost both of them in round 5, so maybe you learn from those moments where the other side for Optic, you're 1-0, trying to close out this series.
Yeah, no, ample opportunity to do it here. Shut it down, lock it down. Look forward to your next series. I'm already thinking positives for Optic just based on the search and destroy, where you really wanted to see some improvements. You look so strong there against a team that was, 3-1 in search coming into this. So they've been a solid search and destroy team this tournament. You shut them down, but it's all now about the control. You saw stats there briefly for Dashy as we get into this map 1, or map 3. Restart.
What do we see there? Early A hit for Minnesota Rocker, right? No trophies are down towards the asset. You get some nades in. Lynn's able to win on one-on-one with that rival. So in a great spot, and Vivid with Awakening looking over him. Gonna have 2 players on A, so already 1 tick done.
Trying to push across, big win there from Kenny, able to clear him out. Nice shots from Linz at range with that rival. Catching Dashy. He'll be stunned up. No trophy to work with, as you mentioned. Team kill comes in as Pred is going to drop to his nade. You get 2 bits of progress, and Vivid just able to cycle back into this. Pushing up all the way on the other side, it'll be Shotzi trying to get some kills on spawn, maybe stagger this a little bit as he's finessing on the other end. You just got to make sure if you're Optic, you don't let this get finished. You're able to do just that. And Shotzi has done a good job keeping them at bay over here. He's 4-0. He's just been dealing with the rest of this push.
Yeah, pretty much you had a couple of players work up the middle of the map for Rocker. That's why they went back over towards A. But yeah, Shotzi was in the defensive or attacking spawn. And we saw that yesterday, right? Where if you're going to go for this A, you could potentially be put into the Blender B streets. But Rocker able to get out of it. They find the next 3 kills on the map, make it 4. So Awakening finds that double.
Yeah, Awakening, he has got to step it up within this series, and he lovely double there. Hip fire just frying as he continues to move forward. 3 in a row, 4, snapping back for 5, not quite there, but an individual moment there from Awakening for sure. 2 bits of progress done now, done at either site. You're looking to get this minute-long extension, and considering all it's gone down, you're still going to have like 2 minutes to work with. Because you've been on the point basically at all times.
And Optic, they just kind of give this up, which I know, hey, we saw teams yesterday go for it maybe one last time, and instead they lose map control, they lose the round. As Shotzi with some insane shots onto Awakening in that position gets him up a street, and now they have to deal with him off a spawn as accuracy and Pred. A nice little trade.
Yeah. You don't see it too often, but the trade comes through there. Pushed up bridge side, keep an eye on that number 2 in Shotzi. Just gonna be able to get damage in, reload information, get kills as well. His accuracy gets sent back to it. Now your lives are really starting to dwindle if you're a rocker. You've got 8 remaining. Not a ton of respawns to go.
Yeah, Awakening's gonna get picked. He did find one on the Kenny middle of the map. Shotzi just hanging out with these sandbags. Great positioning, but nice shots from Linz to take him down. And as you said, 6 lives, 1 minute, and this is pretty much it. You're gonna have one more 4-man push. Is Linz with the jumping shots, able to take down 1.
No respawns remaining now, and they're getting cut down. Kenny with 2, Dashy in the mix as well. Accuracy, Awakening, Vivid, the 3 up in trying to get it done. You only need 1 bit of progress. Maybe 1 push gets it done, but Shotzi has had accuracy's number. I swear, like of his 8 kills, I swear 4 or 5 are accuracy.
That's kind of what we talk about, right? Even with 2 takes done over at A, just get set up into your defense. Don't allow them an easy transition over towards that A point.
Good job.
Able to control that A street. The rest of the team locked down the middle of the map. And I mean, 2 minutes, yeah, it's a long time. But when you spawn out Palace, it takes 30 seconds to get over there. It's really 3-4 pushes and the round is over.
And those are the situations usually where lives come into play as well. I mean, not as often as you're going to see it happen on maybe a High Rise or a Karachi, but when you find the success at A and B, you're on it for the most part throughout both. You have 2 takes done on both, and you still have the 2 minutes. Like, it's usually going to come down to lives in that type of scenario. And Optic do a good job just winning kind of that TDM battle in the mid game, and Shotzi a great job with that 4-0 start. But Optic, you get 1 round up, 2 more rounds is all you need to put the icing on the cake and move on within this tournament. I want to hear the comments from the Optic boys. Let's go to a listen in.
I can't see P4. Watch your gas. Can we get on point now? Yeah. Oh, front DVD, wait. I have the cross patio. Watch out, I have your cross net. Just stay down. Wait, yeah, he's front gas back. I'll get back again. You can go a bit up, I think. Watch out, back gas. Push him on your gas. Watch out, back gas. Beat on, we can 3 at 8. Beat on, one shot. Awakening. The one's back FA. Alright, go A, go B. I'm A and D Lamar. Let's just try to catch this B. Yeah, we should get Lamar's gonna be cut. I stun Mika. Hard stun Mika. I'm restunning it. I'm a challenge right now. I'm holding out D pinch, bro. Watch your DVD. Watch your DVD. I have D pinch. Watch your DVD. Look for Lamar to bro.
Nice.
Yeah, he hit through. I'm running it. I have Mika. I have it. D pinch. Lamar's in Palace or some shit. Good. I'm fucking at the gas. Yeah, Lamar's gonna be. Go ahead. No one pitch. Just gas, by the way. I'm going to do left. Lamar's gonna be Lamar Street. I'll see that point. 2 fucking guys. 1 right back, I think. 1 back right. I think 1 with Manny. What's front cap door? I see nothing in blue. One back blue. Back gas. Wait. Back gas. Like left? Yeah. To your right. To your right. Okay. What's front cap? What's like Lamar Street? Top gas Awakening. Top gas. On top of it. He jumped off. Back mannequin. I'm in cafe now. I see no one. Back mannequin. We should try to just kill that Lamar Street. Yeah. I'm looking for this cafe. Take your time, man. He's top American. Where is he? Top American. I'll come right back and help. I'm looking. Wait, what? ACD, shit on. Top American, Turby. Top American, Lamar. One more back Manny. Lamar, that's the crossbar off the top side.
The main thing I took away from that listening was just Pred calling out everything accuracy was doing. That had me dying. They're finally able to clear him out, but it's like, is he pushing through? Is he not? He's Lamar Street. That was great. I mean, that's a big part of control, though. Keeping track of where players are, not losing somebody.
Yeah, I mean, just calling out those names. And I mean, I wish I just had a street named after me, right? I mean,
right, yeah.
Obviously, Lamar's play style. They've teamed with each other. Pred in accuracy, Kenny in accuracy. Some great history there. But Optic able to get B. Trying to find a couple of takes over towards A. Well, you got 5 in round number 1 for Minnesota. So always that round 5 defense in the back of your head. But had a couple of opportunities.
Ooh, nice kill.
Really, they've controlled a lot of the mid-map control. It's just really that next push that Minnesota have been winning.
Just over 20 seconds left to go. Still 10 lives if you're Optic, but not sure you have enough time to actually use them. This is your next wave. Any opening kills will be massive. You've been yet to be able to find one. a kill onto that A Street. Maybe a chance for an opening, but just now 8 seconds to go. You've got to fly. There's multiple people through on the cross. You need some world stars here if you're going to go through and get this done. Kenny is able to get one. Kenny's able to get two, but you can't get to the point quite in time. So you hold on if you're Rocker. But yeah, when Kenny got two, you had a chance. Who knows what happens once you get to the point you stop that clock.
And you see, I mean, Awakening, he's kind of switching. Where does he want to aim there for a little bit? Looking towards Cafe, back towards the Humvee. Just locks down that cross to the point, finds one kill. It's the only kill they needed.
And I think that's a lot of times why you see like the last-ditch efforts work out sometimes in controls because of that. Like you see from Awakening's POV, like you don't often just like everyone just throws it to the wind and flies out. It's like you miss tracking once, you stack to the wrong guy, you get dropped, suddenly your first domino, things fall apart, they're on the point, and all chaos ensues. But there you're at least able to make sure they don't get to the point. I think that was a good view from Awakening, just how chaotic it can be when everyone starts flying.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh,
actually, no, that's actually good. That's actually good.
Round 3.
Yeah, no, I like that from Roger. A little bit different. Not much through
They're
A,
defending
but
him.
actually towards
They're
B
defending.
Dom. Try to flank through DVD, but it turns into
Optic
nothing.
is
So nice
defending.
reads there for Optic.
Oh,
They're on 5
tacky.
in a row as a squad. Maybe just try to get pushed up B Street. Put them in that early blender. Again.
Nice kill, nice kill.
Ticks is Optic based on the first offense for Minnesota Rocker.
Oh, good point, good point. Such a great job in the early going from Rocker from that round 1. Can you find offensive success here when you get back to a little bit more of a default setup around B? Not a ton of progress yet, but Awakening, when they got done last time, it was what Wake got 2 or 3 big ones. He was the multi-kill kind of generator for this squad to get going onto the objective. Looks like that's the case here again.
Yeah, you're trying to get Vivid pushed up towards B4, but he's going to drop on out. Now the nades are going to connect. So now where he would be watching this cross, he's going to have to reposition. Here come the gunfights. Able to find one, but the trade's on point here for Optic. So they continue to put pressure on. Only 30 seconds on the clock right now for Minnesota. Not one tick in. There's always one more player here from Optic just disrupting this setup. Where they're pushing through alley or just pushing right up the street. That's going to be 3 dead. Accuracy, the last player left, is able to take down his teammates, his former teammates.
How's Optic on control?
That last one got a little windy.
Depends on the situation.
Look, Shotzi finds 2 as he works up A Street. 10 seconds. This might be a perfect round here for Optic. And look at the white arrows. They have to go. They have to get onto an objective. They're headed towards A.
They're going to get on it with 2.4 remaining.
Ooh.
On the cross, but the nade's going to hit. The shots then through on the clip, and they drop them. I thought maybe it gets a little more interesting, but Optic, nah. Let's just shut it down now. Nice shots.
Nice shots from Pred, but 0 ticks allowed. So now you are in the driver's seat if you are Optic Texas.
You don't see that all that often. Those perfect holds. That's beautiful. I think you nailed it. Like, Shotzi getting pushed up, some kills to stagger at that point in the round. You just didn't give him another chance.
And really just the trading, just how effective they were on B Street. I mean, sometimes it feels like the offensive teams are going to come out on top of that sooner or later. Trophies will be down, nades won't connect, and you just lose B. Yeah. You have to flood through Dark Alley. Instead, they found all the kills that they needed.
It just felt like they had extra man at times. You're watching a Rocker POV and 3 people are swinging on you. Like, it just looked so tough to deal with. Now you're up 2-1. You've taken advantage for a round 5 defense, or it's looking that way based on how the last round was. You still have to get some success here, obviously.
Accuracy going on a big pinch all the way through. Kind of what we saw from Shotzi last round, but Pred is there for the trade.
I think Pred's got accuracy's tendencies down fine.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing so well for this team here today. Throughout this series, there's going to be number 20. He's able to get that second tick done.
Ooh, unfortunate.
But he does get traded out from Vivid, so the pressure is still here. But on the other side of the map, again, it is Shotzi who's starting to transition over to A. And now you're going to have 2 players able to watch his cross. But the stuns and the nades connect. Is Rocker able to rebound?
He's got to start getting some kills, too. I mean, you're just getting outslayed pretty large here. If you're Minnesota Rocker, just struggling to find success. And there you go. Now you get a wave of kills. You get a little more breathing room, as you were talking about. Because Vivid and Lens were both like double negative throughout the course of this game. You'd love to unlock them a bit. Can you get a big hold here defensively? You've got the 2 bits done. Just one more tick needed. Awakening and accuracy, though, they've got the crossfire, and accuracy's chowing out. Pred's still laying here, just waiting for the reinforcements to come. But it's been a bit staggered now for Optic. You got 30 seconds to go. This has been good from Rocker.
But as you do get the 2 ticks, so I'm pretty sure we're tied in ticks for now. Vivid getting a snap top broken. He's on 4 in a row. Still dealing with players off a spawn. 1 player gets through under him. Accuracy there for the trade.
Wow.
Kind of what we saw last round for Optic.
Nice. You have a chance.
Great job, but I think with that being, that should be it. If you get trophies down, you have a trophy. B is done, and that should give them round 5 defense.
This is where I'm sometimes like, get set up if you're Rocker. Like, for a second, I thought they were going to send it that with like nothing left on the point. Like, get set up. They do get aggressive on both sides of it to the point. Just trying to stagger, make sure they can't work towards A for free. And Linz has done a magnificent job. He's able to take down 2, make it 3. They'll trade out that 3rd. Shotzi's getting no aim assist now. He's like, I'm out. I'll reposition for another gunfight. 50 seconds, though, left to go.
Yeah, 9 live, hit 8 lives remaining here for Optic. You already have accuracy all the way pushed up. You see Pred kind of looking for him.
Yeah.
That one-on-one. Is he gonna spot him? He does. So Pred's able to take him down so they can start pushing River Street. That's gonna be 2 dead. Here's gonna start the push for Optic.
You got an opportunity now. Kenny, mid opener, accuracy. Some wall bangs through, but Pred has got to the corner. He is being stunned out of his mind. But Shotzi is on to the point. You got 2 players here trying to back up. Another wave of kills.
Ooh, push. Come on.
You don't have
You got time.
You're trying to survive all the utility that's coming in, but I don't know if you're going to get there in time. It's flying. You got so many stacked on the point, and that's just enough to get it done.
Ooh, no.
It's a centimeter away.
How the fuck did that happen?
Quite done yet, and now 15 seconds to go. It's looking like a round 5. My God.
That was
you don't see it much closer than that.
Yeah, I thought with 3 players on it, it was done. But I think Linz was able to find 1 player on the point. So then it was just 2. It goes a little bit slower, gives them enough time. And as you said, everybody was ready for it. They get 5 ticks.
The bar looked full. Like, it looked so full. Close. Woo-hoo-hoo. 1 more round.
Let's see what Rocker can do. They have not found much success here on attack.
How many times have we said that? And then the round 5 goes a little bit differently. We just saw it yesterday. We were casting. Sometimes it gets flipped on its head. And while they did find some success in that first round, though, like, they were real close to getting A off the rip. They had 2 bits of progress at both. Nearly pushed to the distance. They need some success like that. Do you expect this to be more of a standard B push, or
I think you have to go
take a risk for A, right?
Yeah, I'm taking a risk for A 100% of the time. Yeah, but we'll see what they opt to do. I think really the key throughout these rounds, throughout this map, has been a lot of the time Shotzi, just finding openings, whether on attack or defense, kind of putting them into the blender, but they're just going to opt to play for the extra time. Vivid's nade's going to connect onto Pred, put 1 player on it, and Lynch just go for the cutoffs.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, you know, Optic's going to expect them to go for A. They have 2 players over there, so you're thinking, let's just take the freebie. Get the opener here, maybe take a nice little lives advantage, and they're doing just that, as Linz doing such a great job. He took an early 4 life advantage. Now lurking up is Lamar at number 6, trying to get across through on the angle to help them, and then maybe just get into A, maybe turn some heads. Need to bring some people that way.
He's on it as well. I don't know when they'll notice either, right? I mean, sometimes when you're capturing both points, you don't really get that noti. Now Awakening gonna find 2, so this is gonna get messy here for Optic. And there comes the B on point. 3 dead. You see the spawn so far away from that 8 points. And now they're on their horse, but they're getting cut down. They are down 7 lives. Vivid trying to transition to help out accuracy. I think the key here, you've only had 1 player on this 4 rocker. He's able to find another gunfight. Does he get this?
No!
He's on 5 in a row.
How the fuck does that happen?
Yeah, Lamar doing it by himself. Oh, the help's here. All right, thanks, boys. Don't worry. I got it unlocked.
How the fuck does that happen?
Rocker is lightning strikes in that round 5. How many times have we seen it? The round 5 just doesn't make sense.
And that is just props to Rocker. First of all, that break off, but the way that accuracy starts that round, what I talked about with Shotzi, the openings he was finding on A Street, he sat there the entire round. While the attack was going down at B, he never left Palace Wall. And then as his team found more and more kills, he's like, I'm gonna start creeping over here.
Yeah, he took the angle to maybe help for a second. He's like, I'm just gonna hop.
I'm gonna just get on this. And sometimes in control, when you're on both points, it takes a second
to really figure out. They were still in the mix.
They're on A. Like, we need to go.
Yeah, it's not like they were sitting there chatting. Like, they're in the midst of fights. Like, they're battling for B. You got a 3v3 on the other side. And I mean,
I don't know how they fucked it up so hard. They were just getting outslayed. How do you get outslayed like that? What the fuck?
Then it helps with accuracy kills. What was it, 4 or 5 straight that he's able to get there? Keeps winning his one-on-ones. Accuracy, a history of being a thorn in the side of Optic Gaming. Another moment there where he goes big. You still got a lot of work to do. You still got to win.
Oh, how the fuck does that bullshit happen?
Saw Awakening going huge. He had 25 non-traded kills, and that's what we talked about. Needed him to step on up for this team throughout this series. He has been quiet, but some highlights throughout this map. Pretty standard. Optic looking in control. They were able to win an offense. Almost 2. I will forget about that in round 4, how close that round was from being done.
Why has it always just been like this for control? Like round 5, something like
round 11.
Why just want to be like, yeah, why do you play like that the rest of the time? Like, it's just, dude, it's always like it makes no sense to me.
It's just adjustments, right, that teams are making.
Yeah.
Starting to figure it out how they're playing those rounds.
But it's just offense looks so impossible, and it's like,
how did they lose that?
I mean, this was really it, right? That first pick from Linz on the Pred on the point.
Yeah.
That only gives them 2, and then you get that contest from Vivid. He's able to win the one-on-one. And over to accuracy. He was just hanging out A3, waiting for Shotzi on the flank. It never came through. His team did such a good job over towards B. He's like, I'm going to go to A, guys. I'll do it myself.
And you shock him a bit there. You shock the crowd. I mean, like half the place, I swear, is like on their feet thinking this one's over. Then you come out and stun them. You get the round victory.
Calling it was over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as I saw the bar like nearly full, I'm like, all right, let's call it. Start ramping up this crowd. And then suddenly silence as Rocker are able to get the dub. Yeah, be quiet. That's exactly what that moment did. Now you breathe some life into this Rocker team. We get ready for Skid Row hard point, but you're still looking at the end of the day. The hard point for Optic is a whole hell of a lot better.
I mean, this has been their go-to since the start of this game, right?
Yeah, it's like a Sunday surprise. It's a Skid Row, we're hitting you in your face.
Yeah, we're starting on the side that we want to control P2 if that's open. And yeah, I mean, right, you force Rocker to pick this. But yeah, 6-0 here at Major 1 with this hard point. I think for Optic, just gotta refocus here. Just one of those games you had, and sometimes it's just one play. Let it slip away.
Yeah. And you've got some obvious veterans here and some leaders to deal with this. We're going to take a look at some Skid Row stats as we get ready to go for the map 4, but it's just, yeah, I mean, that's one of those shocking ones where you're just like, whew, what the hell just happened? You blink and you lost. But take me through some of the Skid Row stats here, Joe.
I mean, Rocker, they've played this often. The margin's pretty close, but they do have 2 close losses. But again, just how clutch Minnesota have been. There's another one in that game 3, but the hold percentage for both of these teams, I mean, honestly, pretty even across the board.
Before we saw that stat, I would have guessed it'd be a little further towards Optic, honestly, with the success they've had. But this Rocker team has turned things around so big since the first, 4 or 5 matches that we had in the league. The improvements have been astounding. I don't think anyone saw them fighting here into a top 4 position, playing on Championship Sunday, but they are able to do it. Now, can they get to a map 5 maybe and battle Optic the distance, or Optic close it out now? Map 4 versus Seattle yesterday. Shotzi putting on a 23-13 performance, 1.77 KD. And Shotzi he's been shooting. He's been making plays throughout the course of this best of 5.
Yeah, especially in that search and destroy. But on the other side for Rocker, again, you got Awakening. Well, he's awake here, right? He really stepped up in that map 3.
Some big multi-kills for them to just, like, those multi-kills end up being so huge, just the time difference in the openings they found and kind of that connection to the objective. But we get ripping and roaring right into this map 4. Is Optic so far holding the point?
Yeah, skirmish is going down on both ends. Awakening already rotating towards P2, but that's going to be 3 dead.
Okay.
You're going to have Dashy probably push through tunnel, and Dashy's actually going to find that kill. This is best case scenario. Awakening not ready for that spawn. Accuracy does fly in, but you take the early time, you're going to have the rotation of P2.
You know, we just see it on the minimap, obviously, but I'm thinking Awakening's just going to give up that fight and sort of rotate, get to a strong position, but he just gets dropped. Dashy's able to get that kill, and now, yes, you'll give up some time here at P1, but whatever, you should be set up nicely. But kind of all over the map right now. If you're Optic Texas, trying to regroup, get back here and get a bit of help in. Kenny's going to drop, can't get through on the cross. Suddenly it's going to be Dashy by himself.
Ooh.
To get here, you're doing the work to hold it. Dashy is popping up. Can he get one more? The answer is
nice.
4 in a row for Big Brucey as he makes a magnificent play early in this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, just locks this down with some laser beams. I mean, just ready for that second gunfight. Rocker had a chance there.
Yeah, he's like, guys, I gotta rotate. I gotta kill everyone.
Yeah, I gotta. What's going on here? But obviously, no trophies, right? So early on in those pushes, it can be a little bit tough. But Dashy now on 5 in a row. We're gonna find a ton of time. His stats are gonna be looking marvelous.
Yeah, looking real good so far. While he's just soaking up time, everyone's dying in front of him. He'll just continue to eat. Get Dashy to a power position. This guy's not going to miss. You'll be looking at about a minute advantage once this is done. And this, for me, whenever I watch Skid Row, either the P2 to the P3 or the P3 to the P4. P3 is involved usually in chaining something together and really starting to make a run, come back in a game, or put somebody away.
Yeah, and I mean, Shotzi here is on a big pinch. There's nobody here right now for Minnesota. They're kind of just playing around top fire. One player is going to re-pinch this, and Accuracy not going to be ready for that, so that will be 2 dead. 3-on-2 on the hill. Optic are flying on through, but it is Vivid and Linz to fight on back. But at least you have Dashy here trying to find number 6 in the cruise. Not going to happen, so even with the first couple of picks there for Optic, Minnesota hold on.
It's just one of these like hills where there's just 2 very clear entrances, right? And like you just heads on a swivel, comms have got to be on point. It can get real messy once the first point of defense drops. But you've done such a good job here, if you are Rocker, holding both sides of this. And Awakening, who maybe starts a bit slow at 3 and 6, he gets 2 to keep the control of the point. But now everybody here from Rocker or Optic, only 20 seconds left, but they'll get in for a little bit of this scrap time now.
Yeah, and already on rotation is Shotzi, so he's kind of set up over on that side of the map with Pred, but back apartments is Linz. He's able to cut one off. Is he be ready for this re-pinch? He is, but not ready for the gunfight. He had the read, throws a little YY in there, and yeah, he can get caught.
Yeah, it felt like I was watching Kenny on the other side. Just one too many YYs sometimes ends up costing you, but the hold this lead for now is we'll see a big weight can get in and win.
Ooh, nice
one.
kill.
Not gonna be able to do it. Guns too hot for Optic Texas. Vivid tries to get involved, not happening.
Nice 3-piece.
Dying on the Rocker side. Finally, a bit of success if it's Awakening that's able to get one.
He's Optic is strong on hardpoint. Oh yeah, for sure.
The lead continues to grow for Texas.
Like Optic's control is like 50-50 at its best. So I'm like, okay, they dominated Seattle. Let's see what happens today on their control. And unfortunate turn of events, they just get absolutely fucked so hard. But that's fine though. At least they're strong on hardpoint. But let's see how well they can do against Minnesota, since they have a lot more reps than Optic, but they do have like really good. But they do have some really good strats that Optic's doing at the moment. So.
For Rocker is they're going to be leaving from old. You got Shotzi watching the tunnel push. The rest of Optic Texas will be set up around the point. It's ticket side.
What the fuck is going?
That this will develop from
how the fuck did he get up?
There so far for your Optic,
Oh, there's a hop up.
I mean, even that nade from Dashy is just going to slow them down. We saw it from his point of view. Throw it. You spawned out. If you were a Rocker, you haven't even gotten past this dumpster. 25 seconds into the hill, all the pushes have been dealt with so far. The holds so good for Optic, as you said. Pred all ready for those gunfights. But Linz and Accuracy able to find 2, make that 3, maybe to find some scrap time and a little bit of life here.
Because you haven't had much. You've been doubled up throughout most of this game. The success here in the you snap if you're Pred, you get some help there from Shotzi. Multi-kill from Awakening through that. Next hardpoint getting ready to rock and roll, and you're there if you're Rocker. You need a nice hold here. You have got to get P2, and then P3, we'll see what happens. But like these next couple of hardpoints is everything. You find a break, you find some great time, you have P2 hold if your Optic Texas map's done.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is kind of the last opportunity here for Rocker. We'll see how Optic wants to play this. Spawning up towards the stairs. Starting their gunfights, starting their fights, but you already see Pred on the rotation. Rocker down 70. Let's see if they get us to a map 5. Let's go to a listen here for Rocker.
Tunnel. Opper's holding cross. Oh, he's already crossed. Pred, he spawned there. There's 3 enemies. The other 3 are all new. They're all new. I'm gonna send the valley.
What the ticket?
Watch out. I sent the valley. Crates again. That's my guy. You wanna try to pinch now? Come. Someone come again. I don't know with him.
Yeah.
Waiting for you guys. I don't see this guy blue crate. He's just sitting there. No one's got stairs.
Side of the car? Yeah. guys.
He's on the dump, Kenny.
Okay.
On the tunnel.
What do you think?
Dump the tunnel.
There's one up high, I think.
Checkers spread.
There's two checkers.
All right, where they at?
Rocker once again on a P2 do such a good job getting it too dashy. Like they get the fight too dashy. He's just able to win the fight again. He's the man standing in the hard point, and they're starting to close this game out. You're now going to be around the 2:30 mark. Not many more points needed. It's P3 ready to go.
I mean, 2 minutes and 30 seconds here for
rotation.
shots. He's able to win a double. He's on 5 in a row, trying to close the door here for Rocker. Vivid and Lins do bring it back, but as you said, 24 seconds. I think it's just so difficult to win Skid Row when you are losing both P2s.
Dashy, the Hill Kitten, what a map it is. Those 2.5, as you mentioned, but Rocker, you're still fighting in this one. What did I say earlier? Like, you get a great P3 into a P4, that is where you can rally and get a dub. You've got a chance to do it here, or the opposite. You get the P3 break if your optic and the map is over. Shotzi still here in fighting, back off spawn, able to contest, trying to push this one out, but you got the trade through on the other side. One-on-one towards the point, Lamar goes big to keep them in and fighting.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Shotzi just, well, he stays alive long enough to allow this. They can fight for the scrap time. He kept it so messy. As Kenny, he's gonna be focused on the rotation. 3 dead behind the rivals of Rocker. Still around a 50-point lead here for Optic. Only need 20 seconds. Pred with the first kill on rotation. Lynn's trying to find an angle through playground, but he gets shut down by nobody else but Shotzi.
Used to do a good job making that messy at the end, so you can't rotate early if you're Rocker. Optic, such a terrific job. Now, just 7 points need to get the dub in this one. Is there a miracle left for Rocker, or did the door close here? Lins, the Phenom, can he be the one to do it? Not gonna happen as he's traded out. Final tick is in, and Optic, Texas.
Nice.
Remains perfect.
Let's fucking go.
And I just think with Optic at their hard point, I mean, as you said, again, a close game, but when there are moments, they are making the right decisions. They are finding the kills, even just early on. Shotzi winning basically a 1-on-2 at P2. It's just where at times in the past they've made these mistakes as a squad, it's not happening. And then if there's an opening, their individual skill is closing that door.
Yeah, I think this one they did a good job of just kind of controlling the pace from the get-go. Like where some of the ones I mentioned earlier, like, you know, it's a close game to the halfway point, second set of rotations they take over, they kind of took over from the get-go. They had a little breathing room throughout. I know it doesn't look like it's a blowout, but it was always comfortable. There weren't a lot of lead changes. There weren't those 2 hard points in a row you locked down if you're Rocker. They were always in control. And like for Rocker, if one of those P2 breaks comes in, like the early one or the second, I mean, maybe. But Dashy, the first time, has to put on a clinic. He has to kill everybody. The second time, it's one gunfight, but sometimes that's all you need. Just win that one.
Yeah, you can see sort of the game flow, and yeah, just always that green.
It's not a big lead, but it's a lead.
Yeah, it's a lead the entire time. Here is just a recap of the series. I think for Optic fans, you were happy about that map number 2. Trying to find something in that map pool to win, search, or destroy. Testing out things. You haven't played Karachi here until today. And now they are in top 3, but I will say before we go, I mean, props to Minnesota Rocker with what they have done, the turnaround to finish top 4, but Optic, they're in the losers final.
Yeah, no, amazing job considering how you started, but Optic, the storyline now is they continue on, and Joe DeLuca's favorite player, Kenny, he's on stage.
True.
A lot. Thank you so much, Merck and Maven. Boston, give it up for Optic Texas. They're going to move on to the elimination finals. Kenny, the job's not done yet.
Nope.
But talk to me about this series. How you guys feeling, you know, being the first match of the day?
I mean, Optic doesn't really play first ever. I've learned that since I've been on the team, but overall, I mean, we've been confident ever since this event started. So overall, it's kind of just, I mean, everybody's seen it yesterday, just fix up on our S&D, which we came in 1 today. Kind of scammed the control. We're going to go back and look at that. But overall, feeling super, super confident. Top 3 right now, so looking for our next match.
All right, there you go. Top 3 looking for your next match. Now, in the off-season, you know, you're not with the Thieves no more, but with the quest to win again and standing in front of your 2 old teammates, how's it going to feel playing against these guys? And, you know, you ready to come out here and get this dub?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be playing against 2 of my good friends. I already played against Draws. He's 2-0 versus me so far. Definitely looking for some revenge on that. But haven't got to play Dill yet, so looking forward to whoever we get to compete against.
All right, all right. Now, you got the entire, you got everybody out here in Boston standing up for you. What do you want to say to them? They've been making so much noise, Optic, and everyone at home.
I mean, I'm usually against you guys, but this year I'm for you guys, so I appreciate all the love and support. Gonna keep moving.
All right, gotta keep moving. One more time, Boston. Make some noise for Optic, Texas. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And it's so smart to see Optic bringing the kryptonite and putting it into their starting lineup. Kenny and the crew get the job done as expected. They do it in 4 games. But Optic didn't drop the search this time around. They dropped the control. A little bit of a fluke there potentially in game 3, Allie.
Yeah, just a little hiccup. Honestly, that search and destroy, it just showed a testament of VOD review. They knew exactly where Minnesota Rocker was the entire time. But what I want to focus on is Dashy's new role for Optic Texas.
Bruce.
The Hill Kitten era for Dashy has been my favorite era. Yesterday, he had 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the map number 1. Today, he had 1 minute and 42, and then 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the skid row. I love it because Dashy, you know he can get those clutch kills when you need to, when the players around the hill are losing those gunfights and getting them weak.
It's just when you put that guy in the most unbreakable hood ever created. Like, the guy's got one of the best shots ever created. He's not going to lose those close up and personal gunfights, and he at least gets it done there. That's where the game changed. Like, they blew it open every single time at P2. 2 full 60s, there's no way in hell you find a W.
Dashy seems to be evolving. Optic seems to be evolving. Already guaranteed top 3, $60,000 and 60 points. Minnesota now out with 4th place. They earned 45 points, so that will help them jump up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and they got something to build upon as well. Minnesota, they definitely had a fantastic tournament. They ran into the hot hand in Optic Texas. And honestly, like, Optic Texas played that almost flawless in both of the hard points, right? Like, typically with these Optic Texas teams, you heard Clint Joe talking about it. It's mixy, second rotation, things get out of hand. No, thus far, the last couple of days, I mean, they're 6-0 in their HPs, and Optic Texas, when they're getting their opportunity, Chris, they are running away with it. Think back to map 1. It was a close game. What happens? They forced them out Palace spawn, and the game is over with, right? You give them an inch, they're taking a mile. Same thing with this one, setting up on P2. They do just enough. Dashy stays alive. They get all that time, and then, all right, you know what? Screw it. We've done enough. We'll give you P3. Have it. We're just going to apply enough pressure to withhold that spawn for the next hill. We close it out there, and they're not letting it come down to these crazy gunfights like it usually does. A disciplined effort from Optic is very impressive.
Allie, everyone in the chat is talking about Optic FaZe, Optic Toronto, whoever falls down to play against Optic next. Can Optic afford to start off as slow as they did against Minnesota?
They cannot. Honestly, with that map number 1, obviously Optic Texas won it about 100 points, 250, 149. But I will say, to that testament, Minnesota Rocker made a lot of mistakes as well. They allowed Optic some rotations that they should not have given them with the old time at like 20 seconds. But we are looking at the play game. This is Pred's 4-piece. I mean, he has been on a heater since yesterday.
That was so dirty. He knew exactly where any of the threats were coming from, executed not one, but all 3. Pred is having an MVP-like tournament.
And that is their situation in Search and Destroy that they need to make sure they keep up. You get those aggressive plays out of your SMGs. What was it, 9 kills for Pred, 9 kills for Shotzi, but then when you see when he's playing with that confidence, he's aggressively pushing it up towards B. Minnesota caught off guard. They're thinking no one crosses towards the site. We're all good to throw the smoke down. Let's get the bomb down. But Pred, in those situations, he thrives, man. He knows that the pressure's going to be on him. I got to make the play happen, and he usually always comes out on top.
It's Championship Sunday. Boston, are you enjoying yourselves? I think they can hear us today. There we go. The Boston fans are filing in, and everyone's getting fired up for that next winner's bracket matchup. Remember, you can sink and earn. All you got to do, pop out your cell phone, scan that QR code, and it doesn't matter what calendar you're on, we will put your favorite team on it. Sink and earn. Get your calling card today. When we come back, it's your winner's bracket finals. Who's locking up the first spot in the grand finals? They'll either be wearing red or purple. Stay tuned to find out.
Oops, Toronto versus Atlanta. The whose SMGs and such will pop out.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Captain, never been afraid. Deadly with the aim. I ain't wanna take light. Look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson. You think this ain't a stop it? Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets. If you want the heat, yeah.
Welcome back into the MGM Music Hall. It is time for your winners bracket as we find out who will be the first team to advance to our grand finals this evening. Atlanta, perfect up to this point. 9-0 in match count. They've gone to a few game 5s, but they've never lost them. On the other side, if you're looking at stats, Toronto may be the scariest team in the tournament left.
I mean, I don't even know if they feel like they're at a tournament right now. I mean, they are 6-0 in map count. The 2 matches that they have played, they have wiped the floor with them. They're just ready to lock in today. Obviously, a big match here, but it's one of those things where you're like, how good is this team?
Let's start with the Canadians here representing the Ultra. We have Envoy, Scrap, Insight, and of course Tobias, aka Kleenex.
I mean, they've just looked incredible. I mean, they're 11-1 in hard points right now. They're on an 8-win spree. 8 hard points in a row that they have won. They're maybe looking to break the record here against Atlanta FaZe. And then on the flip side, they've had some really high kill search and destroys. And when it comes to monster pregame, Toronto Ultra, Scrap and Kleenex are laying monsters. Again, I talked about that high octane S&D. Scrap has a 2.0 in search and
Oh,
destroy.
it's like chat.
Following with a 1.4. And that's not all. Insight also has a 1.4. So this whole team is putting up the slaying.
Nameless, the only knock on Toronto has been they haven't run into anyone good yet. Do you agree with that?
I mean, no. They've been wiped the floor with New York in the online portion where New York was dominant. And honestly, it's whatever. You might be playing some of the bottom teams in the league. The way that they are winning, they are steamrolling teams. They don't have a weakness. They've been top 3 in almost every metric in the league. They've improved their search and destroy. And in these maps and modes, there's opportunities for both teams here. Immediately, I look at that map 4 subbase where Atlanta has had struggles. That is an opportunity for Toronto, but I do think it comes down to the control. That round 5, we know how it goes.
I'm told the players are ready, so let's skip the Atlanta talk and go straight into predictions and see if we can stay perfect here on the desk. The smart move is to go with Atlanta, but my heart is telling me it's Toronto today. I'm locking in the Ultra.
So you're not smart?
No.
I got Ultra in the winner's fun.
It's all about passion, Allie. How passionate are you?
I'm pretty passionate. Honestly, this is 2 Titans going at it, especially with these map sets. They're all going at it on the best one. So, phase up. Atlanta FaZe.
Game 5 or game 4?
Ooh, game 4.
Game 4. Nameless, what do you got?
I'm going with Ultra. They've only lost 2 maps in 2024. They've been unreal.
3 Ultras and a FaZe. Fans, let us know whose allegiance you lie with today as we send it to the main stage. Guy Blaze, take it away.
All right, Boston, it is time for the winners finals. Only 2 teams remaining that are undefeated. But one is going to have to take an L. Coming to the stage first, I know they're ready because I can feel the chills. Here comes the Kings of the North, Toronto Ultra. Scrap, Envoy, Insight, and Kleenex. Ready to get it done. Toronto Ultra.
You could tell this season was different. They went and packed a punch, and they bring in Envoy, and everybody has reaped the benefits. The stats are through the roof, but they have to go through the top dog. Atlanta FaZe has not lost. Let's see if they can get it done. Bring out Atlanta.
All right. It's time to bring out the team that has had a perfect villain arc thus far. But let's see if they can keep that hot streak alive. The boys from the South, Atlanta FaZe. Draza, Sim, Abizi, and Salium. FaZe up for Atlanta FaZe.
Death taxes in Atlanta in the top 4 and trying to make it into the grand finals. It is time to see if Draza can break the curse for Atlanta FaZe and they can take home a W. But first, they got to go against an all-time rival in Toronto Ultra. Blaze, this is going to be a spicy second match on the day.
Oh, it's going to be so spicy. Some may even say it's the grand finals, but I know it's going to be an epic matchup. And I can't think of 2 better people to cast this one. Alan, J Stud, let's do this.
Let's do this. It's just so weird to see our 2 Titans have yet to cross paths until today. It's been flawless to this point for Toronto. Atlanta may be tested by better caliber of opponents, but like the desk mentioned, they've been icy.
They've been icy, and it's all been through the search and destroys. They get to a game 5, it's basically locked up for Atlanta FaZe. But on the opposite side for Toronto Ultra, I think Joe and the Death touched on it perfectly. How good is this roster? Because the only real tough task that they had in the online qualifiers was New York. They 3-0'd them. And then you see the results of New York at this event. So I don't really know where to put them. Obviously, their stats in HP, they're beating teams by 80, sometimes by 120. Everybody is above a 1.2. They can do no wrong. But now you're going up against the Titan on the other side in Atlanta FaZe, so it has to be the same exact effect for them.
And the funny thing about how this series layout has happened, this Karachi opening hardpoint is where New York got slaughtered, 100-point club by Toronto. And on average, Toronto's beating teams by 144 points. But the Search and Destroy map 2 has been the bread and butter of what Atlanta FaZe have done in Search and Destroy. So major opportunities for both these two teams to showcase their strengths right off the get-go.
And I just think right into this map, number one, if you're Atlanta FaZe, we know that you guys have some of the best talent to ever play Call of Duty. But it has to be the fundamentals if you want to take down a team like Toronto Ultra, because they are great in the rotations. They're also great in holds, which is number one and number one. You have to come out swinging early on with those fundies.
This should be the pinnacle of Modern Warfare 3 to this point, based on how both these teams have looked. Toronto and FaZe winner finals, and it's Atlanta in the hard point to start things off.
Yeah, Atlanta already the first one's in. Trades are abound. That's now 3 dead. Toronto Ultra have to slow it down now. Have to start to play around that rotation as well. You see Scrap taking his time towards top AC, but Atlanta FaZe, they're more focused on soaking up as much P1 time as they possibly can with only 30 seconds left.
Good elimination from Draza to kick things off, but Ultra on their rebreak attempt do clear the hard point. A couple of pinstripe kills start to come through. Celium not in a position to challenge anyone onto the hard point. He's trusting Draza to do that, and he's very successful in his endeavor. Sip just there to save a life, and once more, Atlanta soaking more time now, looking to get towards B2.
And now you're forced to get a break if you are Atlanta FaZe. Everybody from Toronto Ultra rotate nice and early. Kleenex finds 2 through the middle alley, so you have to slow down. Draws is walking away with the final 10, but that's going to put you at 40-2 to start this game off. Now you have to slowly work your way up the red. No players from Atlanta are going to go for deep pinches. They're all going to use their guns to try to attack from the front.
Now, FaZe has played this map a lot, but they're only breaking hard points on this map 16% of the time. So rotations are going to be key for Atlanta, or just changing the mold. Abizi able to open up some space from the front side of the hard point. Insight right there to shut the door right back in their face. Atlanta not able to find an entry through Hotel.
They can't get in. They can't get in, but they
Let's see how the Ultra does. Yep, that's going to depend. Like in terms of respawn, because if Ultra can do a better job at respawns than Atlanta, then they are up far better. But if they are really good at their S&D, which Ultra has been proven, they are really good at S&D against Atlanta, then they will have a better chance beating Atlanta. But that's going to really depend.
Not scamming inside the hard point. Scrap putting on a masterclass. Over towards P3 we go. When we had seen Atlanta play this map previously back in December, this hard point was a Jekyll and Hyde for them. Sometimes good, sometimes not so much. So far, owning rotation, looking good in their setup.
Yeah, they thought that P3 was a hill that was easily being able to be broken, but they figured that out quickly. We have to be the team there early. Convoy with the snap and the pistol. We know what the young Prince is able to get done, but that's 3 dead. Now he's the only player through the middle of the map. He's waiting for his teammates who are spawning over towards the bus side to win a gunfight onto Draza. They can't take him down, but Selling with that teammate, an opening is now here.
And Scrap finds long-range shots onto Selling from inside the hill, so Atlanta surprisingly actually do spawn out. Ultra not expecting it initially. Now, of course, they're reclaiming the ground that they have just gained. 30 seconds till the fight for, and finally, Toronto will step foot into the hill. Atlanta quickly, though, through market, a chance to wrap around the back, hit this from multiple points, and as Abizi opens things up, it's just Kleenex left alive, and he cannot fend off the Atlanta push.
That's a big break coming in from Atlanta, but it's only for 20 seconds. And now that rotation is gifted over to Toronto. Let's sit past something to say. He only takes down 1. The trade is going to be there. So Toronto Ultra able to stop the bleeding, able to now put themselves in the setup in towards the new hill, but we do have 1 player in Scrap watching over extensions. There's only 2 players from Ultra in towards the fountain.
I mean, Scrap is anchoring anchors on this backside of P2, not moving at all from that bus stop. Actually, BZ long range takes care of them, so Atlanta now will deal with that threat, take their focus over towards the front. Celium from the high ground clears off the hard point, and BZ right back into the mix, fighting himself clearance, and there's a break for Atlanta FaZe.
That's a big break. They eliminate every single player from Ultra in through the fountain side, and now you have to force your way in through their front door, trying to tunnel their way out of red side. Atlanta FaZe, they were able to flip the switch and take the lead right on back. Only 30 seconds left. Ultra, they still don't want to give up all this time. Use your tags, hit a couple wall bangs, make sure the door is open so you get some better line of sight, but it's still Ultra Off the rotation, should be able to set up for next. Unless Draza and Simp combine for 2. They're already flipping the spawn. This is a bad case scenario for Ultra.
Yeah, really, really tricky spot. Although FaZe don't really fully spawn over towards New. There's still going to be a fight over to the top of the street. Salim already in a little bit of trouble. Backside sandbags. Toronto not really worried about it all that much, and maybe you should be. Cell still alive, finally dealt with by Scrap, and the push for Ultra has to go through the old time as Atlanta now has themselves rooted around the new hill.
We're basically tied up in this game. 1A, 1B before this tournament started. It's where they had these teams ranked, so you best believe this is how the game is going to look. But it's a BZ starting off with 2. Toronto Ultra now just trying to find an opening kill, but the BZ is not slowing down. He eventually does get traded by Kleenex, but that's already job well done. 30 seconds wiped off of that game clock already.
Cell and Simp seeing each other from afar, know that they've got each other's cross angles already covered. Draza, the one inside the hard point. Pre-fire coming through, and Ultra just essentially trying to bait out position. But it doesn't matter. Oh, it's flawless on the hold attempt. 20 seconds going to be guaranteed for FaZe.
And look how quick Atlanta FaZe are moving. A clean forward that they know. Now we have to take some ground. We got to put ourselves in a position to play around that P1. You already have players towards top AC. One player trying to make his way up towards top 3, but it's all on Envoy, who finds himself behind enemy lines. He's just waiting for his teammates to gain the information before he attacks. Even though a BZ gets ones, the trade is there for Ultra. A clean 3 dead. They should be the team with the initial time here.
And it's really interesting to see how FaZe's tempo has come by way of not just a BZ, but also Simp at times, both pulling out rivals and finding some unbelievable gunfight wins. But all that told, we're looking at a 50-point game. Ultra digging into the deficit with a lot of early time here on 1.
Yeah, this is good too, because the setup right now, you're making it super difficult. They already found 3 kills around the map. Draza trying to find an opening through Fountain, cannot finish the kill onto Kleenex, but now position known. An unfortunate team nade comes in from Sid. So it's still Ultra holding on, basically to a full 60 so far with only 30 seconds left. Atlanta are now forced to make a decision. Do we rotate? Do we attack with this pressure? We're finding the kills.
And they're able to actually finesse some of the Scrap time as well. Clean eliminations for FaZe. And you saw Scrap coming off spawn was trying to get through Dumpster Alley to get to P2 first, but he was shut down immediately by a BZ. So 150 plays 124. FaZe already in position over towards New. It just comes down to, do these players on the old time find a quick transition? This time, not so much. Toronto trying to contest early.
Yeah, Toronto trying to contest early right through red, though. No one's going to go over the backside Dumpster hop up. They want to win these gunfights on the opposite side, and they start off with the initial 2. Now a BZ has to try to finesse. You got to dance around the cafe. Doesn't dance for long. Inside is able to take him down. An instant break coming in from Ultra.
Big moment in this first map right here, right now. Ultra trying to get themselves in their preferred setup. Inside able to assist, but Draza Simp following up. FaZe could still absolutely fly forward and hit this, but it's Scrap for the double. A quick hold.
Nice, Ultra. I really want Ultra to win just so I could see the fucking... I just want to see them fucking FaZe fucking fail.
I'm holding right. Could be mid alley. Could be third. I'm only holding right.
Yeah, I'm holding left. One sap. Spawn next to me. It's gonna spawn next to you. Mid alley, mid alley.
Okay, pinch map, pinch map.
They're gonna run at me here.
Mid, that's time. Another time.
I'm hitting the back door, Ruffy.
He's gonna be close.
Look for 2, bro. Only one up.
Back door. Dead. Could be right, Toby.
Yeah, already right, I think. Yeah,
already
right. Huts.
You get out. I have time.
Huts is weak, dead.
I'm mid alley.
One more bike pinch right now.
I'm mid, by the way. Okay.
I hear you.
Could be dirt, could be dirt.
Yeah, we're looking for one.
I'm looking dirt. If Draws is dirt, Draws weak.
I have a low bike, so you go top third.
They're gonna hit me in the right.
I'm shoulder right.
I'm naded. Double step.
Mid alley.
I can't hold mid alley.
Mid alley's dead.
Okay.
I have all mid. You're already on close him.
Good help.
Watch out.
Let's go back there.
Nice.
Split the back. Third.
Nice, boys. One more.
Let's get dirt fight.
Close to me, I think. He's in the back door.
I push. He's in the back door.
Just hold
I'm also here.
Sit on hill. Sit inside hill now. We on the wall. Safe spot. Nice. Look what?
New already.
Nothing mid lane.
Probably new.
Yeah, it's definitely new, probably. I'm coming up, be alright? They're gonna spawn dirt.
Watch out.
Two inside now. I'm climbing
Take your ass time. Take your ass time.
Yeah, I'm going south.
Yo, top church already. Top church shot on mid. And then fucking 2 times.
With Thunder.
No, wait.
Nah, I think he's shot up there.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna pinch dirt off hold, okay?
New, weak.
Stop
Really
top.
weak, I shoot it.
Top one shot.
I think he's just really weak.
Stop church.
Listen, every kill you get, they're gonna spawn out behind you guys.
Yeah, spawn sap.
Top channel up. He's top long. In bedroom
Give me
now.
a sec. Might be able to pinch.
Yeah.
2 top church.
Take
2
pinches
top
out,
church. I
take
got
pinches
one.
out, nice.
One behind me.
E9.
Top church. Weak.
Oh,
Weak top church.
One time, one time.
Set the time.
I'll see you.
All funny good.
It's child. Nice. Bottom two.
Top
Nice.
church in the right
Top
corner.
I'm absolute.
Right corner up top. Like close.
That's come close. They could be pinch.
Set on me on. One more outside.
Nice. 3.
Nice break.
Break coming through for Toronto. A key moment. moment as the third hard point was near flawless, and now a chance to really get close to that 250 mark.
And Ultra, they are making the right plays. As soon as we jump into the listening, they gain the remaining junk time off the cafe, but they hit that rotation over towards P3, and that's what blows it wide open. And then when you find a break in towards Fountain, which is very difficult to do, you're just getting closer and closer to the finish line. It's just one more play. One more set of kills can close it out this next hill.
Oh, big double from Sif. Keeps Hotel, at least in the name for Atlanta for now, but Envoy in the new hill opens up and creates a bit of a problem here that FaZe have to deal with.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Fun with doors featuring Envoy there for a moment, but Atlanta pick up the elimination, and now they've got all 4 members ready to go for the hard point.
Now, if you are Ultra, just take your time. Use your tax, blow up a couple of trophies. Great vision right there from Scraps to set it up. Finds the first kill, does get taken down, so no cruise missile gonna be earned. But right now, the tac usage from Atlanta FaZe is just slowing down Ultra, but the guns aren't. Envoy with the big kill onto Abizi. He's trying to find the second cannot onto Draza, but they are in, and they can still close it out here.
Atlanta still reinforcing from the front side. Scrap trying to keep everyone at arm's reach, but their trades will be through. Atlanta have to find a way to cut through this hard point. The stuns again continue to land. Envoy now last one remaining, trying to value his life, but not going to be able to do it. 200 to 240. Scrap time going to Atlanta. We're going back to rubble.
And it's all about the rotation. And Ultra put themselves in a great position. You have top 3, you had Fountain control. You just have to put someone in towards the point. Kleenex is there for the trade, but right now it's Atlanta FaZe coming out on top of these engagements. That's now 3 dead. Scrap has to make something happen.
Waiting for help. Taking a tally of what's in the hard point. Simp down low, only able to survive for so long, and the first 3 kills go the way of Toronto. It has to be a break from Draza. 243 to 214. Abizi's nade gets there, but can he actually follow up on it? Last couple of seconds are in, and Ultra will find a way to masterclass the second set to take map 1.
Best hardpoint team that we have in the game, and they show it there. It was such a nail-biting hardpoint until we got to the second half of this game. Even though you give up a lot of time to Atlanta FaZe around that P1, Ultra are more focused on being the first team to complete a chain of 2 hardpoints in this game. And it was the cafe to the P3 hill. You put yourself up by at least 30 to 40 points, and then when you find that break in towards Fountain, you just keep the game scrappy. And usually in these final moments, Atlanta FaZe got a different gene to them. But yesterday, in both the hardpoints that they played versus Optic, in those final moments, they did not clutch up. And when you're playing against the best hardpoint team in the game, they have that inside of them, and they take map number 1.
It's a really interesting scoreboard as well, because all weekend long we've been shouting from the highest of rooftops Kleenex and what he's been able to do in respawn. He was held at bay here, only getting 15 and of course just the 3,200 damage. So for Atlanta, if you're putting that into your game plan, mission accomplished. But I really do believe we have to go back to that second rotation at that diner hard point, because there was the late decision for FaZe to try to break through the final 15 seconds, and then they completely miss out on third. That felt like where the game really changed.
That's where the fundamentals needed to be in play, because that was the game changer. You're talking about 20 to 25 seconds left in towards Cafe. You send 3 players towards the old hill. I know it's good to get that time, but a full 60 is way better on the opposite end. And unfortunately, that decision comes back to bite them. And now you're going into a search and destroy where they can rely on it. It's been their bread and butter. That's what's been getting them through a lot of series. We saw it yesterday. But Toronto Ultra are not no slouches in that no. I know that's currently their worst game mode, but they're on a 4-game search and destroy win streak. And it's versus some of the best S&D teams that we currently have in the game other than Atlanta FaZe. We're talking about Seattle. We're talking about New York. And the way Seattle were playing search and destroy, it got them all the way into a top 6. So you best believe Toronto Ultra have been putting in the work.
100%. And I think it's on top of that, of course, the desk have been talking about it. We've been talking about it a lot in the green room. You know, is Toronto actually going to be the most elite hardpoint team maybe we've ever seen in the CDL? Because like you mentioned, they were sweeping everyone completely out of the water. But here, Atlanta putting together a good fight, yet still, it just feels like Ultra's decision-making is going to be a staple for them no matter how long this series goes. And that's not just going to exist in Respawn. We expect that to also show up in the search.
Yeah, it has to show up in the search because the map that they're going into next is an invasion. They've only played it one time, and they lost it in the beginning of the year to LAT all the way in a 6-5 fashion. But as you take a look at the gameplay, you can tell just back and forth. When you have 2 Titans going at it, this is what it's going to look like. But when it started to pull away was that P2 to P3. You find a break at P4, you keep it scrappy at P5, you set up properly and get the right kills at the right time to close the game out at that P1 HP. they don't make mistakes when you talk about that hard point game.
Yeah, I mean, what, 18 points for Atlanta compared to the 80 points that Toronto were able to get in that stretch? Yeah, huge moment right there. Okay, so now let's really take the conversation deep dive in towards this invasion, search, and destroy. Again, statistically speaking, even though Toronto have a couple of search and destroy map losses, those losses have come in round 9 or beyond. Yeah. Where on the other side, Atlanta is going to be looking at this with their mouths watering. 5-0 on invasion search, and they have been unbelievable playing around the objective on both sides of the bomb.
And the crazy thing is, we saw it on full display yesterday. It's just the way that they are able to read the map, read the setups of the opposing teams, and when they do that, that's when they slowly start to work different routes, different plays come into play. You've seen Simp dropping bombs just so he can hit a certain route yesterday. So Atlanta FaZe just got to keep that bread and butter underneath them SD.
And on top of that, seeing the invasion also show up for the control. Both teams, again, have been good across just about every single map. But in particular, look at some of the numbers that this Atlanta FaZe team is able to put into control. Hey, they're not just really great at defense, 14-5 overall, but their offense has also been super successful, and that has also been spotlighted throughout this weekend.
Yeah, that's good, man. The fact that you're able to win a couple offenses, we saw it yesterday on High Rise. They had some of the quickest attacking rounds. They got one dug in segments, and they also got them done in kills. So it's an all-out square up when you talk about that control, but we'll get to that later as we look at the matchup on this invasion more specifically. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe are sitting at 5-0, but there's a lot of odds that you can go back and watch, a lot of plays that you can read, and I feel like the players that need to be able to shut down the aggressive players on the opposite side for Atlanta, I'm really looking at Kleenex to shine here.
I like that, and you see that 1-5 attack win-loss record. The other factor of this is that Toronto has not yet planted the bomb at all. Okay, so that is going to have to be, I think, focus number one here for Ultra when we see them on the offensive side, where for Atlanta, the numbers, you can find them in any form on any side. So let's see, can we see Atlanta bounce back, use their best map mode combination as a way to tie up this series? Again, winners finals here in Boston, and we're loading on in for the invasion, search, and destroy. A lot of focus here towards if Atlanta could just come out swinging and put Toronto down early.
And I think if you're Atlanta, this is a must-win search and destroy. It's a square when you talk about the control, but this has been your game mode all season. You need to be able to respond. They're going to be the team on defense early on, but you know there's no trophy systems into play, so Ultra can take advantage. They want to use their attacks to try to take him off of this tank, but you already see the positioning ground. Simp has found his way into Broken.
Envoy checks it. Oh, that's great information. Takes the battle with the pistol, backs off. Not a lot of help here initially from Kleenex, but they do have Simp trapped. There's the gunfight. Oh my goodness. The fact that he chooses to step into the smoke for the battle, unreal. Envoy does confirm the trade. 3v3.
3v3 now. Abizi on the opposite side of the map, though, is able to take down Scrap. So now it's a 3v2. Envoy and Kleenex, the SMGs for the Ultra. 45 seconds left. They have some information on where Draza is playing. You know that Abizi just got a kill by that A site, but you don't know yet where Celium is, and he's going to be the assist man over towards that B-bomb.
That nade actually confirms that Cell should still stay on this side of the map. Little tag over towards what looked to be Envoy, the bomb carrier. 25 seconds remaining. How do Ultra make a decision? It looks like they're going to try to re-wrap and really just isolate Abizi. Good kill comes through. Cell on the wrap, making to the cross is at least somewhat contested. Sees Kleenex towards the bomb, but doesn't see Envoy on the cross. So this bomb's going to get planted.
That timing right there from Celium is not the best, but it's now going to be a 2v2. You had Draza going to deep pinch, but look at the spot right now from Kleenex. I don't know if Celium's going to be able to spot him.
This has got to be good contact here for Cell. Kleenex laying prone. He pops up, finds the first contact, but similarly so, Draza able to turn this into a 1v1. Kleenex, the re-wrap back. 27 seconds on the clock. Draza holding firmly over the top shots. Oh, evenly exchanged. Both players down low. Draza tries to force the gunfight, and it's Ultra who win the elimination and the first round.
Oh, that's a big 2v3 as well. Talking about Envoy starting it off by taking down Abizi onto the site, but just multiple times right there, Celium was getting bad timing. He was able to spot Envoy cross with that bomb. He probably plays it a little bit different, more aggressive. But once it turns into a 1v1, Kleenex throws a shoulder. He's able to get out with his life, but reads Draza like a book. And that leads to Toronto taking the first.
Huge. Already talking about their lack of success offensively. Yeah. They get the bomb down and they hold. So job well done here for Toronto to start things off. Atlanta's now first opening attempt on their offense, and the biggest thing about them, offensively speaking, is that they have been unbelievable. They hold 90% of their post plants when they get the bomb down. That has to be a focus.
Yeah, if you're on Toronto Ultra, just don't let that bomb go down. We know how difficult it is to retake.
Yeah.
But only a minute left in this round. 2-2 split right now from Atlanta FaZe. Draza and Simp slowly trying to work their way up through Boken, but You see Toronto Ultra, they only have one player calling out information on that side of the map. They're trying to set up those aggressive SMGs to time these flanks.
And what timing does Envoy have to get activated? You've got Kleenex kind of establishing a threat over towards Dark, but there's Envoy through DVD. They just completely miss him on the setup, and now all of a sudden Simp is trapped. He needs help. Cell is stuck on the other side of the map. This is essentially a 2v3 on the B side.
Scrap knows that Cell loves to go for that deep flank, so he's going to continuously hold down to this right street, but there's only 35 seconds left. Atlanta have to get a move on it. They just can't take down the King Prince. It's now 2 on the round, 4v2 left up to Simp and Cell.
And Simp is still stuck. Cell just cannot get back across the map. Simp would have to do it all himself, and he's just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere to go. Sheer perfection from Ultra's first defensive setup.
And you could just tell that they watched that VOD yesterday. They know that Selim always likes to be the island player. Whenever they're attacking B, he's slowly working up alongside Street so you can go for that deep flank and catch a couple players on the back end. But Scrap was not budging. He knew that he was on that side of the map, but it all falls into the hands of Envoy. The fact that he puts himself in that position in towards DVD, finds the first, and then eventually finds the second onto a BZ, already job well done from Ultra.
A lesson in discipline as well, because he doesn't even make first nor second contact. It's his teammates from the front that enable him to make the play. So Envoy at 5-1 through 2 rounds. Mercy. FaZe setting up their next defense. Bit of aggression here from a BZ, playing just a little bit cheeky on the A side of the map. Help from Celium beyond, as Ultra have barely left spawn and somehow still find first blood.
It's a big first blood onto Draza. Now you know that that's the guy who watches over B. You just have to clear out Broken, because that's where Simp likes to play, but they're not even going to contest that side of the map. Going to force a couple players from Atlanta FaZe to hit that early rotation over towards B as you see Cell give up that right street, and that's the opening for Ultra to hit the go button.
Big 1v1 for a BZ. Follow-up good, though. Quick from Toronto to capitalize on the trade, and they're immediately turning that into a bomb plant. You still have Insight floating over towards the B side of the map. He's missed this defensive rotation, though, so Simp gets us back to a 2v2. Kleenex looking for an angle to catch this trade. Hasn't seen anything as of yet, and both Ultra players are on an island.
Yeah, they're just waiting. They're just waiting to see how many flanks are going to be abound, but Kleenex takes down the first. If he can find this kill, that's us.
Ooh, nice trades.
But it's still Ultra walking away with the W. On the back of Insight, finding that first blood. Even though BZ does get the trade, they were instantly there to respond. I feel like that's something I said all of Atlanta yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
always
absolutely.
there for the trade, but this time it's Ultra leading 3-0.
And just such quick trust, especially in that last 2v2. Both players completely isolated from one another. Huge follow-ups on both sides. Big 1v1 gunfight to start things off, and a 3-0 tally. I mean, come on.
I'll tell you right now, you take down these big dogs in S&D the way that they've been having recently. It's been 6-2 or better for Ultra in all their last 4 S&Ds. But back to the defensive side they go. Atlanta, around this point of the game is when they start to make those mid-round adjustments. You know what Ultra like to do. 2 players towards B, 2 players towards A. Let's stack one side and push out and be aggressive.
A lot of vacancy over towards this waterside street. Scrap gets back into position a bit late, so him and Celium going at it once again. FaZe still looking for some space through mid-map. Nade's getting cooked up. This is all going over towards mid-tank. You see Kleenex position. This is a beautiful look at it. He can watch all of this cross without even being under threat.
I didn't even know that that's an angle. He's on top of the flower pot, puts down a couple shots, but now you got to back down. Under that leash, Envoy has all the info. It's not going to be over towards B, so the rest of Toronto Ultra are stacking around this 8-point. But with only 40 seconds left, Atlanta got to get a move on the objective.
Oh, lots of shots from Draza, but Kleenex, nearly able to get out, but does get collected by Simp. Long-range shots from Scrap, has a lot of Celium. I mean, my goodness, that was painful. 23 seconds on the clock. Bomb will be planted. Long route from Envoy. He's got his steady popped, and he is going. I mean, he's taking the scenic route. He is deep towards gas.
Yeah, I think the first kill he wants to focus on is taking down Celium. You open that right street, that's enough, but Scrap at least finds one. A BZ there for the trade. Envoy now puts himself in a position to take down Simp. Instant 2v2 with 30 seconds.
Insight still holding over towards the A side of the map. 25 seconds to go. FaZe locked in, hand in hand around this freezer side. And they're not giving Ultra a chance at a long-range gunfight. Celium able to find Envoy. Now it's just down to searching out where Insight's position. Cell will confirm the intel. Abizi just throwing shoulders, making sure, nope, you're not going to hop on this bomb. Has to force the gunfight, and now no more time for the defuse. Atlanta going to get on the board.
Atlanta slowly working on their attack. They like to take their sweet time when you talk about putting that bomb down, but once they find that kill onto Kleenex through mid-courtyard, they know that that's the farthest guy pushed up. Now we can put the bomb down, make sure we watch our deep flank, and then even when it turns into a 2v2, it's still the teamwork on full display in towards the cafe. And Celium watches over one, finds the first, and then Abizi with the shoulders. Just make sure that defuse is not happening. Atlanta finally put one on the board.
Big round right there too, because if that one goes awry, you start to get in your head a little bit of how are Ultra finding all this space to work with? I mean, come on. Feels like everything's being challenged. So a chance to reset the momentum. Maybe even the patterns in the game. Stuns, keeps it easy from going any further forward through dark, and he's got to kind of forfeit any advancements as he just holds this position looking for crossing corners.
He's just playing for early info. He should have just got spotted by Envoy. Actually, now with him putting down a couple shots, position now known. And Draza this time around is not going to be super aggressive up towards B, but Simp with the crossfire finds the first blood onto Kleenex.
Huge cover because Kleenex was literally right behind him easy. So 4v3 situation, Ultra still holding the bomb on the other side of the map. Scrap has to come join this effort. Simp just looking to see if he can catch somebody over the top of the half wall, but at the moment, FaZe comfortable in their setup, all things told.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Ultra were watching the cross towards bomb, because if you didn't spot Draza, crossover towards the backside of Tractor, you should try to take this tank control, especially as he's playing from a deep angle. You just want to time this correctly with only 30 seconds left. This is where the push is going to be. You already see the SMGs from Atlanta FaZe setting up those pinches.
BC gets through DVD alley. Hasn't seen anything as of yet. Insight able to check. Pushes him off. Bomb now being planted. Also the threat for Simp through dark has been established. Bomb planted, 43 seconds on the clock. How do you set up this retake? Not going to happen by Cell. Draws a lot of damage, but can't confirm any eliminations. You've got both ARs kind of searching down anyone over towards the B side of the map, and if BZ can't get through, this post plan is holding. Shots into Simp. He has to take cover. Envoy finishes off the elimination. Scrap right behind him, and of course, they know where a BZ is. No chance to get that retake off. Ooh, it's cool and calm from Ultra.
And Atlanta FaZe are usually really successful on retakes on this map. 90% overall, especially when they find the first blood. It's basically 100, but the setup right there for Ultra, the crossfires, knowing how aggressive Atlanta were going to try to be in those situations. You cut down a BZ on the flank. Now you have to slow him down. Draza tries to go for a one-on-one. He loses that gunfight to Scrap, and then once it turns into a 3v3, Scrap just stays alive. He knows that his teammates watching over him on the left side. Inside has the deep flank. Just a perfect post-plant setup right there for Ultra to secure the round.
4-1. Atlanta have to have this. You cannot go down 5-1 against how Ultra's played to this point. And you need to do it with some conviction, if I'm being completely candid. 4-man stack over towards the B side of the map, but Ultra, realistically speaking, they're here. They're ready for this.
You see the positioning of Scrap. He's just sitting nice and sweet and towards the middle of the tank. He's just waiting for Atlanta FaZe to be aggressive up through Broken, and then it's your time to attack, but they all come to a stale. Smoke now is going to get invested, so now the pressure's here. Envoy with the first.
Oh, an inside just laying prone, and off angle almost doubles up. A chance for FaZe to fight this back, but the bomb has been dropped. And you can see the cause for concern. FaZe is continually looking behind them, saying, is anyone on our flank? Because that's been a recipe for success for Ultra so much this map.
You're getting all the info with a great shoulder right there from Scrap, so now it's time to wrap back, play with our teammate buddy system. While Kleenex works that deep pinch, but Scrap's under fire. Scrap and Envoy, they combine to at least find one, but now it's all left up to a BZ 1v2.
And they still haven't seen Kleenex yet. You still have no idea where he's positioned. So BZ trying to maybe isolate an individual gunfight with him, but isn't going to find the opportunity to even locate him in any regard. And look at the rotation back. Scrap is ready to move to A if he needs to. BZ finally catches the opponent he was looking for. Quick to hop on for the plant, and we're going to get extended 1v1.
This is a beautiful play from BZ so far. The bomb is now going to get planted, but does Scrap spot him on the exit? I don't know if a BZ saw him, but the shots from Scrap. The rookie of the year last year. We know he's going to have some chirping, but you win a one-on-one versus a BZ. You now put your team at game point in the search and destroy. All the adjustments are coming in. They are just prepared every single time Atlanta FaZe are trying to attack towards B. They said that's their bread and butter bomb site. They slowly work it with about 30 seconds left. But if we shut down that B play, the only attacking round, the only round that they have a W in is when they plan it over towards A. It's been a perfect game plan so far from Toronto Ultra, now at game point.
And the thing is, it's not just been just an overall perfect game plan when Ultra is looking at this map, but they've fought off 3 first bloods from Simp to this point. So they're doing it in 3v4s. And a lot of that is, I think, just credit to the fact that they're trading so darn quickly. We talked about it a lot yesterday. FaZe is one of the hardest teams to trade in the league, but hasn't been an issue yet for Ultra.
And now they found themselves at game point. Scrap on a 4 streak. All out pressure in towards the cafe. You're going to force a BZ to back on down, but look how aggressive they are up the middle of the map. You take down a BZ. Now you work this bomb plant, and if Scrap can find another one, you're basically call game.
And just knowing how Sullivan plays, he's not going to work his way up A Street. He goes back to find a forward kill on towards Scrap, but the clock is ticking on this retake. 3v3. 2 players for FaZe, still completely on the wrong side of the map. This is going to take years to develop. Ultra, very comfortable on the setup, and they're fully prepared for the flank. Now down to 26 seconds. First shot's good from Kleenex. Zipper on the back, not quite able to find the train.
Ooh.
Just down to Cell. 1v3 situation. Oh, and it's getting nervy. 15 seconds on the clock, nowhere to go. How about your Toronto Ultra? Oh my goodness.
Man, oh man, I was not expecting that. We're talking about a can of whoop ass in Search and Destroy versus a team like Atlanta FaZe. They were 11-1 in the mode. That now puts them 11-2. But if we were questioning who was the big dog in the league, everyone was saying Atlanta FaZe, undefeated, unbelievable map count. But they haven't played these guys on the opposite side. Right now, the teamwork from Toronto Ultra is top tier. Crossfires galore. Every time a trade is there, they're instantly there to find themselves on top in the engagements. To beat the way to clutch up in the map 1, but to dominate the way that they did in this map number 2, I like Ultra are one of the best control teams we have in the game as well. This potentially is going to be a 3-0.
Lights out, dude. It's one of those situations where Ultra's like, oh, FaZe, you've been cooking up on Invasion? We're coming over for dinner, and we're staying for breakfast the next morning. Invasion Control coming up next. Like we already talked about, both teams pretty much equal when it comes to how they approach Control, in particular on Invasion. But, boy, I'll tell you, the mental gymnastics that we've gotten out of Ultra to this point have to have FaZe in an absolute tizzy.
Yeah, I know everybody in the crowd, including us, we are not expecting this. When two Titans go at it, one is better in Hardpoint, one is better in Search and Destroy. But when you watch a VOD of they have been playing it 5 different times, you're going to get a tendency of what they start to do. And it was just a perfect game plan, like I said, from Toronto Ultra to now be up 2-0.
Makes the analysis part very easy of our jobs to this point. We'll see if things will change. FaZe down, and they're down big. Ultra, a lot of questions on if they've really been tested to this point. And, well, it doesn't matter who they face up against. Seems like at the moment, doesn't make much of a gathering distance at all. Here we go. Coming back for Control. Backside the ring.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The Painted Alebrije bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
Well, 2-0 so far. Wonder if they're gonna keep. Wonder if Ultra's gonna keep that shit up.
The Kings in the north looking like they very well maybe put themselves in a prime position to be kings in the CDL to start things off. It's all Toronto to this point, and that's been just another major surprise. We had the pleasure of watching Toronto and New York play. We thought that was going to be a banger in the online series, and it was a beatdown. This one showing some similar shades.
That was the first 100-point club that we've had all season. I'm pretty sure it's still the only 100-point club that we had, and it was Toronto versus another top team, which is the third seed going into this event. They handed New York with ease. Now they find themselves up 2 in the series. All confidence, everything. Momentum is all on Toronto's side. You do what you need to do. You take the map 1, but the fact that you just beat them down the way that you did in that search and destroy, and now you're going into another respawn game where they're basically tied. They're both sitting at a 7-2 record. They're both 8-1 on the defenses. It just simply comes down to who can get more segments or who can walk away with an attacking round.
And both teams extremely proficient at being able to win offensive rounds by capture. So that will be pivotal as we spawn into invasion control. Atlanta on the opening offense, and Scrap has already graced us with a first blood at tremendous range.
Gets one across the map, but a BZ answers with the MCW in hand as well. And I see Toronto Ultra just want to maintain, make sure that Atlanta Fates are not going to make anything happen over towards that A point. They hit that rotation over towards B. Full B side control. Clock comes to us to pause.
Yeah, and BZ playing deep means that he's got to be the first one to get taken care of as Ultra try to set up some sort of a retake. Lots of focus for Ultra through mid-map, but you can see the stuns, the nades, all trying to find where has a BZ gone. And he's still, no one has any idea where he's positioned while the second tick of progress is being worked on. There he goes, pops up, eventually taken care of, but that second tick already done and dusted.
Yeah, still Atlanta Face coming out on top in the trade, so Simp is able to stay alive, but he gets pegged in the body with the frag. It takes him down, at least a Scrap. Unfortunately, take it down inside, but at least you have some broken control. But for how long? The fact that Kleenex was able to read that play is insane to me, but Draza still stays alive. Back on the B point we go.
Yeah, good clearance coming out of BZ, able to find that elimination. This should surely be the B zone, as simultaneously Celium's able to establish a little bit of pressure towards A. Nothing to fret about yet if you're Toronto, but at least it gives Atlanta some space to come off spawn and try to work a quick transition.
Now you got 2 minutes to work with, up by 2 lives. Where they have players pushed up around that mid-map control. You see Draza trying to sneak his way through back blue, but Toronto Ultra are in a crucial position right here. Very tight around this setup, around that 8 point. You need to make these gunfights worth it.
Ultra still looking for some zoning as well. The problem is Envoy getting taken down mid-map means that FaZe can very quickly try to break entry. Pistol out for Sip. Insight gives up the zone, then comes right back to it, but doesn't make a difference. The Renetti too strong. Sip now in. A little bit of assistance from Abizi on the other side, but Scrap Envoy finding a couple of kills mean that Ultra can go to re-clear. Stunned into place. Abizi eventually dealt with, and Ultra will reclaim 16 plays 16.
That's a clean 4 dead, and they don't allow that segment to also get complete. So now you can put them in a nice little trap. Insight holding down the right street. We have made courtyard control as well. Celium does take down 1, but full map control right now for the Ultra. Just gotta continue to wind down that clock. Let it keep cutting down, keep trading efficiently.
Really interesting idea here from Ultra. They've kind of given up playing around A Street, maybe just to know that FaZe likes to play this through the captured B zone. Good gunfight win from Draza. Keeps this play potentially alive. Envoy throwing out a couple of shots, but now that threat over towards A being so vacant means that Envoy's got to watch everything all at once. First shots to Celium, decent, but can't finish the kill. Now you've got 2 FaZe members in. First tick already gone. Scrap, he's able to actually walk forward and possibly contest this, but Sip and Celium finding the kills, and now the stack is good for the second tick. Third quickly on the way, and that's absolutely it. Kills still coming through, and FaZe will take our first offense.
That's a big round right there from Atlanta FaZe. You find all the kills at the right time, but I thought Toronto Ultra still had an opportunity to break it. I would have liked to see Envoy commit to that cross. You spot Celium, you get him 1 shot, but you don't spot a BZ as well. So that double stack comes in. Envoy plays a couple cutoff kills. He doesn't find that first one, and then eventually it leads to Atlanta getting a clean 4 dead. Now they have the cross watch, and they walk away with the first attack of this map.
Bit bizarre as well, I think, just kind of as the B zone was captured, the OE, not to be this time around. So a key first offensive win comes through for Atlanta. Kleenex just a single kill in the defensive effort as Ultra swap the sides, and their early intentions are to try to work up A Street to get in early.
Yeah, they have the trophy system this time around, so going to try to maneuver their way up to the long street. They at least have 1 player in towards the point. Envoy trying to stay alive. He sets up Kleenex for the second. That's already 3 dead, making all 4. Ultra said, all right, you take an attacking round, we'll do it better. We're going to take A first and then rotate over towards B. Second segment already done.
Draza going to give this a look, but he's tagged up. Third tick already through. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. FaZe just now finally getting their first kills as we take our attention back over to B.
And now if you are Kleenex and Scrap, just stay pushed out the way that you are. getting those spawns over towards the street side, so you have to try to go for an overextension. You don't want to wrap back and fight these players at tractor, fight these players at cage. You want to try to set up a couple spawn kills, and that's what they're trying to do, but Draza and Sulliam combined for 2. They hold strong in their first defensive hold.
Stun comes out. Abizi's position now known. 2 members for Ultra trying to hunt him out. There's the cross. Abizi gets the first. Not bad overall. Plus the trades to follow. Good news here for FaZe. Insight still existing through the middle of the map, but largely speaking, FaZe getting a good start to this defensive beat.
Yeah, and Insight's just holding this cross. He's going to allow his teammates to sprint up towards the tank, get your trophies down, and slowly work your way up through the front end. But they are not finding any kills. That's another 3 dead in the feed. If you are Envoy, you got to slow it down.
Yeah.
Just make sure no one crosses up to that tank so you can allow your teammates to get out of the spawn. But Atlanta FaZe is doing a great job just holding down this setup around this B point.
I feel like anytime you see MacArthur in a position like this, he's usually good for a handful, but stops me dead in my tracks as Scrap's able to find the quick kill, and with that, Ultra now stop the clock as they jump on towards B. Draza trying to find someone to take care of, but not going to happen. It's all 4 members on, and okay, that B zone is off to the races. Second tick done, 3rd one on the way. 2 trophies still existing, and it's done. Wow, these are some lightning offenses.
That's just too easy for Ultra. The fact that they are knowing exactly what the game plan is. We're wrapping back. We're going to make sure we take this guy down tractor. You do a great job at that. And then even when they go 3 dead, the last player up is always playing his life, and he plays it so well to allow his teammates to get back to him, and then they start the fight again. When they found those initial 2 kills, the 2 players who found the kills were the 2 trophy players. You get both of those down with only 2 players from Atlanta FaZe still alive on that side of the map. Those tacks are not going to be useful. The other 2 guys are already all spawned. The stack comes in, and Ultra respond with an attacking round.
And just the awareness in the first place to say, hey, everybody jump onto this zone. We've got the clearance to do it. Here we go. Again, right off the get-go. Atlanta already find Draza in the A zone. Selling him to try to assist. No trophy system for Draza as of yet. So he's just trying to survive for as long as humanly possible. Problem is, he's just hoping his teammates can cover his cross.
Oh, and Salim unfortunately falls. So now the pressure's going to be here for Ultra. At least the team kills does come in, but that segment does not get complete at that A point. Now you're forced to hit that early rotation over towards B, but they do not have a problem with it. Abizi with the SMG, up close and personal onto Scrap. Able to pause the clock, but you already see Simp taking ground.
Good isolation onto Envoy, slips away, turn, and takes care of Scrap cleanly. So that's going to be enough for the first tick, plus more to follow here as FaZe have full control at B. Ultra trying to win back the middle of the map, but now they run into Abizi's SMG, finally dealt with, but it comes at a steep cost. Second tick gets locked.
JC Toronto, though, they just want to make sure they're killing everyone out of their base before they apply that pressure over towards B. They still have not yet located Draza. Finally, Scrap takes him down. So now you know, the last person who was on the point just finished capturing it. We have been map control. We can start to be aggressive up on the map. You already see Kleenex in a position. If his team can get a couple kills and a spawn trap.
Envoy opposite door of Abizi. Help nearby though for FaZe as this transition starts to gain some momentum. 2-2 split defensively at the moment for Ultra. First one found but not collected. Envoy able to get punished, so Atlanta can still keep this forward pressure towards a big gunfight here, and as Draza drops, the last hope for FaZe to try to get onto A now would come down to Simp, and he's gonna wait.
Yeah, he's just gonna back on up. You don't want to try to be a one-man army on that A street, and eventually Kleenex sniffs him out. So already 30 seconds knocked off the game clock. Envoy next line of defense. He does get traded, but they know exactly where Atlanta FaZe are applying the pressure from. You have him in map control. You have the overextension.
Ooh, nice 2-piece.
He's going to find a 2-piece. He's going to chirp a little bit. And at least it's still Atlanta FaZe coming in the back of their base.
Tons of time still remaining for FaZe, but you got to work through this deadlock play at mid at some point in time. Cell still not even bothering to play over towards Water Street as of yet, but that may be the only option here as this Ultra setup over through mid is just not getting supplanted at all. Finally, Cell makes his presence known, but Scrap deals with it swiftly. 17 plays 14, but Atlanta do get some clearance at mid.
Oh, and Atlanta finally found a couple kills as well, so you get a close spawn, but the next gunfight is crucial. Insight takes down Simp. Now the positioning of Abizi. He's going to try to be the playmaker. Unfortunately, can't find that kill, and leads to him eventually getting it, but it's still Ultra. Knowing his positioning now, and you get the trade, you're still holding on.
Trades go back and forth. Back to an 11 plays 11. 34 seconds on the clock, and there's 4 dead. Okay, now you've got Cell on to stop the clock at 33. Scrap should be able to contest this cross. Kleenex also working out a spawn, but there are a couple of members on for FaZe. First tick locked. Scrap the first one to challenge. Clears his left, and now it's just down to if he can find the FaZe members deeper into the point. Kleenex with one trade, but not the second. Follow-up coming through, though, and that'll be enough as Ultra will get the full clearance and stop the second tick.
And with only 30 seconds left, this is the last push. Sim's going to be the front runner to try to make it happen, but Scrap takes him down. Everyone's spawning all the way across the map. If you are Ultra, just sit a corner, and this round is yours.
Is there any opportunity to just gut check fly at this A zone? No kills as of yet. Stuns also making this very laborious for FaZe. Trades coming out, 5 seconds on the clock, and no one anywhere near the A point. Lives were also getting tremendously low, but huge hold from Ultra to get their first defense.
Big round from Ultra. They shut down that early A pressure, and then they also give up that B point. They do not have a problem setting up for 2 minutes around A. Every time the opening was there for Atlanta FaZe, you always found Scrap in the position. Insight cutting down that right street, and then Envoy and Clean next to the middle of the map, just always trading efficiently. Now puts Toronto at game point, back on the attacking side, and if you are Toronto, you're down by 4 segments. That's something you have to keep in the back of your mind.
Sure, absolutely. And I think the thing is, do you just go back to what was tried and true the first round? I mean, it was with trophies, just getting on towards A early. FaZe committing a couple extra numbers this time to make sure this A defense is a bit more resound. And okay, first couple of kills pretty much put A out of the question, unless Envoy can keep things stretched together. Off spawn, though, Ultra taking their attention back over to B. Envoy still staying on the spree, now 4 in a row.
That's a big read. That's a big read right there from Envoy. Now Atlanta FaZe could not hit that early rotation over towards B, so you can stack that point. Envoy finds 3 in a row. Can't find the one for the cruise missile. So now it's Celium holding down that right streak, but not for long. Great shots from Insight. There's only one player on the point. All the kills right now going in favor of Ultra. Insight trying to take 2 things, 2 tasks trying to get done as he works towards A as well.
And the longer he doesn't see anyone cross over towards the same street, the more he can transmit information that, hey, keep your heads up as far as how Atlanta want to try to focus over towards B. It's Straza from behind for a double. That keeps the 3rd tick safe, and at the same time, the clock ticks down below 20 seconds.
And you see Insight on the minimap. He's just thinking someone from Atlanta FaZe has to be on this right side because his teammates are contested. They have a lot of fights over towards Brooklyn, but finally, when he makes his decision to go, Celium is ready for him. So all of Ultra in the back of the spawn, complete 2 segments over that B. But if you want that defense, you got to close this one out and work your way towards A.
Good kills from FaZe. Next hit, largely just down to could Scrap make a mess of this setup. In trouble, back to the pistol, trying to stall out as long as possible. Insight behind him. Scrap now getting a bit of regen. What weapon do you want, brother? How about none of them? Tries to go to the beatdown. Ultra able to support the play, and with that, an extra 60 gets down.
And they have streak control as well. Insight in a crucial position. If he can find at least 1 kill, Kleenex through the middle of the map. He already found 3 in a row. He's trying to assist Insight. He knows that 1's on the fire truck. Gets some timing, but he still comes out on top. Now it's a Envoy in the pinch, but he gets red off spawn. 1:22. Ultra up by 1 life. Got a couple of cracks at this one.
But FaZe are kind of put with their backs against the wall here. They are fully pushed back either into the zone or backside gas. Scrap cleared out through laundry, gives FaZe a little bit of extra cushion. 1 tick needed for the Ultra defense. Otherwise, we're looking at lives if it ends up being tied. A BZ able to shut down Envoy. So the next hit immediately eliminated from Ultra.
Yeah, and I don't think Ultra in a position right now to just play for 1 tick. You're playing for a clean 4 dead so you can get the stack in. With only 50 seconds left. Every gunfight is so crucial in this moment. Information now gained, and Kleenex starts it off with the first.
40 seconds on the clock. This is actually a 4v2 in front of the zone. You've got a long cross from Draza, but if he doesn't connect, you're going to let Ultra just walk right on in. Oh, but a big follow-up gunfight for BC. Takes care of Scrap at mid. Here's Simp trying to follow up as the first tick of progress nearly locked in, but the nade comes through and FaZe once again deplete.
They don't allow that segment to get away from them. Atlanta, no, we can't give up 4. We're not going to have defense. This is the final push, the final hoorah coming in from Toronto Ultra. 3 players up through the street, and Simp gives them a freebie. So now you can push right on up and get in this point if you want.
And FaZe has to rotate quickly. They were so worried about an OE play coming through that now you got 2 players from Ultra on it to beat down bash over towards the old P1. Kleenex over the top, stunned up, and the kills continue to come through for FaZe. Oh, they were getting tied. They were getting tested, but ultimately the defense looks good for the hold as the follow-up kills come through. A 7 life gap as well. And all things start to point towards FaZe continuing to play on defense as we head to around 5.
And Atlanta FaZe end this round on a 17 streak. Some players potentially earning towards some cruise missiles into this round number 5, but you already did what you needed to do on your attacking side. Beat them in the segment column. Now you have that defense going into round 5. You just can't go 4 dead right off the rip.
Yeah.
That's when Toronto Ultra had that success early on. They got a clean 4 dead. They stacked every player on that side of the map, and then you spawn all the way across the map at Treehouse. You stand no chance. So it's all about the initial fights. You have to clutch up on these if you are Atlanta.
Keep in mind the Toronto Ultra offense has pretty much fully focused off the get-go towards either A or at worst trying to control mid.
Yeah.
So does FaZe change their break off trying to match that, or do they trust what they've already baked up for this particular match? If it doesn't work, They're down in the lower bracket to get a rematch versus Optic, and here comes Ultra. All 4 purple arrows looking over towards the A side of the map. First kill, good. Is there a follow? But BZ's kind of stuck. He has to take gunfights. He gets stunned up. Inside, a little bit of damage comes through, but Kleenex finds the kill, and Ultra are going to find entry day.
And Draza can't peek right now. He only has 1 HP, so you don't want to give up your life for free. You're going to allow Ultra to get on in, but you have to clutch up in these fights. Trades are there, but it's still Ultra coming out on top. First segment about to be complete.
BZ from laundry side. Cell clears things out a little bit. Here comes the double hit from the front, and Cell will clean things up completely. Off the respawn, Ultra will step foot over towards B, so still a lot of time on the clock, but FaZe have done their first job of making sure A stays safe.
That's a big kill right there from Cellium, because Kleenex, he was just trying to be a nuisance around Cafe. But now you know, everybody from Toronto Ultra have to commit over towards B. They're spawning on that side of the map. They get the initial 2 kills. First segment about to be complete, but at the same time, Cellium ended that last round out of 3. He now finds himself on a 7 with the cruise missile in the back pocket.
Huge defensive advantage for FaZe, who look like they actually want to try to get this a go, and all the kills on the rebuttal. Absolutely perfect. MacArthur now on 9 in a row, looking for double digits as now the spawn trap starts to become a problem for Ultra.
This is just one of those maps. This is one of those maps for Cellium. 30 and 14. Trying to extend that kill streak up to 10. Right now, Ultra are so trapped. Every single angle from Atlanta FaZe is being watched. They got them in the blender. Nades are going to hit sit, but you still don't find the kill, and it's only 35 seconds left.
This is real bad for Ultra.
Absolutely miserable.
They can't do anything.
Their way out of spawn as Atlanta continue to build up streaks across the board. You want to talk about a tone reset? We got it right here in round number 5. Ultra sitting in the palace, nowhere to go, not a single kill to speak of. It's absolutely perfect from Atlanta. 13 seconds last attempt for Ultra would have to be over towards B, and they're just simply not finding any kills. 7th streak for Draza, 7th streak for Sip, double digits for MC. We're gonna see a 4th map, friends.
That was literally just 24 kills in a row. Atlanta FaZe have multiple players in the right position, but once you get put in that trap, they did not give you any breathing room. They clutched up on the attack by gaining more segments. But then when you have your ARs posted up, Draza really turned up that map alongside Cellium. They just shut down those lanes, and they stay alive in this series a little longer.
Dirty stuff in that round 5 defense. And for a moment there, right at the get-go, it looked like Ultra was going to get away with murder again over towards A. But Cellium doesn't just end himself on a huge streak. He was also the culprit for shutting down that Ultra hit at A. So doing it all at the last moment when needed for Cellium. 31 and 14, 500.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Ultra, but it just once fucking like once FaZe, I've seen their fucking plays all the time. It's so cheesy, but it works for them. So it's like once they shut down the push, they always have so much confidence in pushing, and that's fine. You have to push. But I just find it funny that somehow they were like Toronto. They had the momentum, and they just got shut off because FaZe knew what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah, it's definitely not fun to look at on paper, but I think the thing that really we walk away with here after a lot of great successful offenses again here from our top teams on Invasion is
like I may be simpy for Toronto, and I am, because you know what? I don't give a shit about FaZe win. I don't give a shit. I do give a shit who's winning, because you know what? I don't like this FaZe clan as an org. They are just a really bad org at this point. Like they made changes, but it doesn't matter. I don't like them at all.
Points in general. We're talking about map number 1. It was so back and forth.
Yeah, Ultra. If Ultra had those kills, they would have had a chance.
They gain a good 40, and then they hit that rotation. They gain a 60 right on back.
Look at that. Once they got all the fucking shots, it's
consistently playing from the back foot. There's 4 out of 5 hills that you want to try to hold top 3 story. That's that side of the map. When you're forced to
like, it just feels like the same fucking. If FaZe are like what happened in Cold War. Hey, it's just like I don't want to see like, okay, yeah, if you're really good, I'll respect the players. I will not respect them in terms of the org. I do not like them at all. And yes, I understand that it doesn't, like, you know, they're gonna play. The 3 FaZe players are gonna be playing however long they'll be playing, but it's just.
That's got to be the key
oh
change,
no!
I think, from watching them play Optic on this map yesterday to how they approach it today. Trust your rotations, do a little bit of extra reassurance of what our setups are, and believe in that.
Because if you're winning those rotations, you're putting your ARs in the best positions you possibly can.
Yeah.
Talk about top 3. Top Snow was such a crucial position for either Celium or Draza to try to dominate. But don't forget, on a map like Subbase 2, Simp also pulls out that third AR. It's alongside of BZ in certain situations. So it's going to be all about the AR presence on a map like Sub.
And I know we were talking about this with FaZe. It's like, hey, this was a great kind of curveball out of Optic. You're forcing the SMGs to have to swap to the MCW. But really, all things told, both Simp and BZ looked good with MCWs yesterday. Just come down to a couple of decisions weren't fully fleshed out. So that, I am sure, was looked at, learned, and hopefully for FaZe fans will show up immediately as we get ready to go for this sub base. But again, it's still, as much as it feels weird to say, these hard points are David and Goliath stories with how much Ultra have beat down everybody in the league, no matter the map.
And I think the matchup that I'm really looking forward to is the matchup that was dominated on one side of map number 1. That's between Scrap and Draza. We know both of those guys are going to be chirping across stage, but Scrap got the better of him in map number 1 because Draza was late to a couple rotations. But you played the map yesterday. It's freshly in your mind of how you lost it. You do the things right. By just being the team on the preferred side, you will be able to force a game 5.
On the other side, can you stop this man?
Oh my God.
They were able to stop him on map number 1. Keep in mind that 4.17 came by way of a skid row. So this isn't exactly 1-for-1, but still, that number is stupid. 4.17, unreal. 21 to 25 non-traded. It's just gross, filthy. Put that away. There are children present. Here we go. Right off the break off, FaZe trying to find their way collectively through the water side. And like you mentioned, this is all about side swapping.
And they're starting off on the bad side as well. Nothing of the frags is going to be able to connect onto the player on point, but look at the setup from Ultra. They know exactly where they're coming from. You have Inside already pushed out towards P5. Everyone else watching over comm side. You have Long Street. You have bottom comms as well. That's already 3 dead in the feed for Atlanta. Last player up is Celium, but it's still Ultra, soaking the time.
At least for FaZe, this keeps numbers a bit more limited. You have a chance maybe off this rebuttal to find some more success as here comes the hit from Draza right around the back. With Scrap not able to get away, and good assistance from Easy. So the break of the hard point good, and keep your eye on the bottom side of the minimap. FaZe finding success, trying to flip the spawns.
Oh, but the big thing right there was CleanX finds that kill at that moment. When you get that kill, your teammates are now going to continue to spawn in towards the back end, and now they have the man advantage off the rotation. It's just about these fights, and that's Serrano coming out on top. Beezy, the sole man here to try to make something happen. He gets sniffed out, but now you're one shot. No trophy systems are going to be here to help him. So they're going to push him out, be aggressive. Toronto Ultra maintaining the spawns for now.
Decent trades though. FaZe still right at the front doors. Trophy system earned. Draza doesn't quite get it through the window, but doesn't make a difference with the MCW shooting as straight as that. Scrap trying to mantle over the top. Not going to work out. Draza doing it all himself until CleanX has something to say. And he's going to say it not once, but twice. A easy backside pitch, trying to get in through it himself, but no. Ultra will hold, and now that first scoreboard series looking dangerous.
And this is some good time right here. You already have Scrap in its position towards top snow. He does get cut down, so you have an opening for Atlanta to get out. But you see on your minimap, Simp working up through the cat room. If he can find a couple kills, if they can find these kills right now, you will be able to flip those spawns. They read the flip from Scrap, but now it's a 2v3 and towards the hill. CleanX makes another one happen. He's on a 5.
Ooh! Cruise missile hurt. I mean, come on. Quick snap. Now off the reach and 1v1, not one. But Beezy will finally put him to rest. Looking over towards Sub. Good kills early here from FaZe, but boy, I'll tell you, they need something. They need something quick.
And the good thing right now, if you are Ultra, CleanX was able to earn that cruise missile. So that could be the factor to why you decide to go for a break, but the guns are even hotter. They find the kill. Scrap with the beamer. All 4 dead. Atlanta FaZe again forced to hit up this long street, but it's Ultra winning the fights at the right time, putting themselves on a preferred side and gaining this clock.
I mean, this has been stressful in all regards for FaZe to this point, and it's not looking good on the scoreboard. 75 to 14, and we still got 25 seconds left. Envoy's already rotating to new. I mean, have your cake and eat it too if you're Ultra.
They're just a step ahead right now. There are multiple steps ahead so far on this map. But you see, with only 15 seconds remaining on ult, the rest of Toronto Ultra slowly trying to work their way to set up a potential pinch. Envoy starts it off with the first. Where is Abizi now going to spawn? He should spawn over towards the P2 side. He's actually going to get the comm spawn, so he's able to reinforce quickly. But you see the route from Envoy, a little water boy. So he's trying to get this kill onto Sim to set up the pinch.
Sees a noggin, will take care of it, and then the oh my! Inside in the hard point, Renetti out, and the help from CleanX is so darn good. 4 in a row now for Envoy, and already past the 100-point mark. Go Ultra.
And this is the only hill that you prefer the back spawns, at least initially.
And if you are Toronto Ultra, you're chained up with those kills and you flip them right on back. Now it's time to
Oh my God.
Scrap with the beamer across it. Ultra already find themselves up by 100.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Hard point that needs no words. Exhibit A. Oh my goodness. 11-5 from Kleenex. I mean, it's just every way you look at it, it's not been good for Atlanta. Moment here to try to just stabilize, take a breath, cauterize the wound. Let's get this thing back under grip.
You just have to win a fight.
Something.
Right now, Toronto Ultra, they're getting it all done through the middle of the map, and this is where you get Kleenex to get the info with that cruise missile. You have to stay inside doors. Yeah, at least finds one onto Simp, but the hill's white. That's the best case scenario right now for Ultra because they're spawning on the bad side.
I mean, when you're calling in cruise missiles up 110 points, that's like nail, meat, coffin. Celium battling back, and battling back stiffly. 4 in a row for him. Looking for 5, but scrap matches with a double of his own. Atlanta in the hard point for the time being, but Ultra coming off. They're just not losing gunfights. I mean, it's getting ridiculous.
Atlanta FaZe are just not checking both sides of the street when they're crossing right through the road. Every single time they're thinking one player's from that position, no, Ultra are already setting up pinches. They're thinking a step ahead, and they already flipped the spawns as well. As we go into the second half of the rotation, they are not losing any fights. Even the team shots are on point. Everything right now for Toronto Ultra is picture perfect.
Scrap time going to be earned over to Noob. Numbers aren't even comfortable enough for FaZe to jump immediately into the hard point. Still work to be done in terms of clearing out the space needed to get any sort of a setup. You're on the wrong side of the map. I mean, it's a laundry list of things that would have to go right here for FaZe to even consider the word comeback.
They just don't have any power positions. Top snow is currently held right now by Toronto Ultra. Top 3 is held by Toronto Ultra. The preferred side of the map is held by Toronto Ultra. And it's been like that the entirety of this map number 4. Trades are abound, but finally Atlanta FaZe have some breathing room. Toronto Ultra in a position now with only 30 seconds left. We can chalk this P1. We need to make sure no one overextends behind us, but also make sure no one comes through the front. And with only 3 players left on that side of the map, they still have those spawns. You just got to maintain them now.
Lots of time to be earned here for FaZe. This will bring it back to just inside a 100-point margin, but here come Ultra, just not giving up anything. The follow-up gunfight's absolutely flawless once again. Simp in trouble, immediately dealt with, selling him the last one alive, and he's able to at least deal some damage, but I mean, it's just Ultra are giving FaZe absolutely nothing. It's abusive at this point, and right back up to triple-digit deficits as Ultra own rotation.
We just said it last week, like, they just 100-point club New York. This might be even better versus one of the better teams that we have in the CDL because Atlanta FaZe simply cannot get out. It's already 15 seconds uncontested, but finally Atlanta get a couple kills in their favor. Team natives are going to help, but at least the spawns do flip. They find a trade on the Envoy, and finally Atlanta can get some good time off of this P2.
Got to string together these 2 hard points just to give yourself something to work with. Flat out, just has to happen. Kleenex, what? Are you kidding me? Still able to fight. Cell confirms the trade, but like you said, it's just too simple. And I'll tell you, MC's doing what he can to kind of keep FaZe in this game, but I say that with so much hesitancy because they're still not in this game.
They're still not in it. Toronto Ultra every single time. They are here for the trades. There's no one-on-one gunfights. They are playing as a unit. That's what finds themselves up by 100 points and still. But off the rotation, you see Ultra, they have one player spawning all the way across the map, but this is a hill that's very difficult to get time if you have to restore the way Kleenex is holding it down.
Zellium down in the back also.
Ooh, it's a 3-piece.
Oh my goodness. Draza, mid-map, just hoping, praying he can get away with something he shouldn't, and maybe he just has. Double kill comes through. Kleenex does confirm the trade, but an opportunity for FaZe to make a bit of a mess of this setup from Ultra's perspective. 180 playing 74, and the hit still has to largely still come from the front.
Yeah, you still have the back spawns if you are Ultra, so no sweat off the brow. We just have to clutch them on these next couple of fights, and they're already coming out on top in the trade.
Ooh, it's an all dead.
Kleenex had himself, what, a 4.17 on a different map like Skid Row, but 20 and 13, already a cruise missile earned, and potentially a chance for another. They're gonna breach that 200-point mark, and if they find a break on this P4, it's basically GG.
It is just chess playing checkers right now. Ultra are sitting, waiting to see if FaZe are gonna get aggressive on their setup. That doesn't happen, so now here we go. Heavy-handed push around the back. It's just trying to pick FaZe apart little by little. It's just so clinical. One nade will tag, Celium follows up with a double, so okay. Again, another moment for small breaths here for FaZe as they get their lockdown over towards tunnel.
And they have Draza being the player through the middle of the map watching that cross, but
Yoni's able to take down one. Now Ultra have the opportunity. Let's spam our nades, let's slam our stuns right through the front, blow up these trophy systems, and allow the Kleenex to slide right on in. That's exactly what he's going to do. He does fall on the crossfire, and it's still Atlanta FaZe holding on. They breach that 100-point mark, make it 3 dead, 4 dead in the feed.
Okay. Here we go. Maybe a chance. FaZe would still have to win this rotation, and Ultra already pressing the issue through warehouse side. Simp will get every second because I'll tell you, every single second's needed. Good follow-ups here from FaZe. Scrap not being traded out initially, but eventually taken down. And we're going to have a 50-50 battle for P5.
And this is big kills from Atlanta FaZe because you can apply the pressure to this new hill from the front. They were winning all those clutch gunfights at the player source top snow, to the player source top warehouse, but you still have to contest this hill, not give up this time to Toronto Ultra. Only 30 seconds left. You see a Beezy. He's trying to go for a route. He's trying to be the playmaker.
Need to find an opening, and you need to find it quickly. That could do it. Envoy taken care of. Draws it back over towards top office. Scrap there to meet him. Trades across the middle of the map, though. Still has FaZe. The precipice of trying to break this, but Ultra kills are coming through. And Ultra just simply say, hey, CDL desk, you think we haven't played anybody? Hurt my feelings. 245 to 128. Put him to bed. Head to the grand finals. Ultra, perfect.
Fuck y'all.
We were questioning if Ultra were going to be ready for this moment. They didn't really have a lot of tough matchups in the online qualifiers. Breeze through their winners bracket side at this tournament. But when you go up against a tight, you need to show who you truly are. And they are the best hardpoint team in the game. And you're taking down Atlanta FaZe and Search and Destroy. Without question, they are the top dog to beat.
Unreal, man. It's just another series where we're going into it saying these are going to be battlegrounds.
Oh, yeah.
Flat out. Looking at the maps, looking at the teams matching up against one another. We said it versus New York a couple weeks ago, and we 100% expected it coming in. But a beat down here in map number 4, a 6-1 stomping on FaZe's best Search and Destroy.
So much damage from Scrap, I'll see.
What else do you say?
That's the biggest thing that you got to take away, Alan, is that the fact that Atlanta FaZe lose a Search and Destroy the way that they did. They're usually great at making those mid-round adjustments, but every single time they try to do that, Ultra were prepared for it. Multiple plays coming in from Envoy, multiple plays coming in from Scrap, and as you take a look at that game flow, it was not even close from start to finish. Utter dominance from Toronto Ultra to make themselves a nice little spot in the grand finals.
And the thing about it is you got to be feeling super confident no matter who you happen to play coming into the grand finals. But of course, with that, Ultra very calm, very quickly make their way into the advantage off the upper bracket over towards the best of 7 grand final. But we've got Scrap sitting on stage with Blaze to give us our final reactions.
Thank you so much, Alan. Boston, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra. They are the first team to the grand finals, and Scrap, that one looked easy. Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
All right.
Is this shit working?
There we go. There we go. Nice. Now, you guys come out 3-1. How you just feeling right off the bat? You and a squad being making it to the grand finals and taking down the 1 seed.
Yeah, you know, 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, 8 seed. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? We're coming for everyone. You know what I mean? But boys are playing nice. We're excited to play.
All right, there you go. Now, here in this series, you know, that map number 3, you know, looked kind of staticky at the end and come away with it. But how did you guys rebuttal back and deliver that hard point the way that you did?
Yeah, you know, we know Invasion is kind of like a defensive-heavy map. I mean, they got 1 tick on A that pretty much costed us the map. You know, if we just hold defense pretty tight, that one defense, then, you know, we would win that map. But, you know, it is what it is. We know it's kind of a shit-ass map, but spawn in on hardpoint, and I'm going to come.
All right, there you go. You definitely did. Now, you got everyone out here in the crowd cheering for you. They've been so loud and electric. The chat's going wild. We even got the Scrap Pack out there. I know y'all out there somewhere.
My fam.
What you got to say to them that's supporting Toronto?
Yeah, no, I appreciate everyone who came from Canada. My boy Tax is always here. There's a few familiar faces, like Jamie said. A few new ones. I appreciate it. All my fam standing here, my girls here. I appreciate everyone who tuned in. And, yeah, let's come win this shit.
All right, let's see if Toronto could do it. Chris, break it down with the desk.
Thank you so much, and I love the chat. Let's Scrap yap. The boy.
He said he was going to do what in hardpoint? Hold on now.
That boy is dirt.
All right, the boy from New Jersey representing Toronto well, but I feel like the COD gods have smiled upon Boston. We get Atlanta now dropping to that elimination bracket where they now have to face Optic. Toronto, they get to chill for about 90 minutes here, Allie.
I would just like to let you guys know that Chris and Ant were script writing in the pre-show saying that the ultimate situation is the rematch of Optic and FaZe in that losers finals. You be watching out for these two.
No, we're on point.
Been doing it for about 20 years now, Allie. Caught on. Ant, let's break down this game, though, and walk me through what was the difference between Toronto and FaZe?
I'll tell you right now, headed into this series, we were talking about Atlanta FaZe and their hard point and what would be the difference. Well, Toronto Ultra have looked lights out in that game mode, and when Atlanta FaZe have struggled, it's when they've had to break some of these hills. It was room for concern. We saw they were number 8 in breaking, and particularly on sub-base. They haven't been playing many terminals, so sub-base has been in the map set, and they've struggled now against Optic and now against the Toronto Ultra. I don't know if it's their comms or if it's the way that they're approaching these situations, but they're letting people get through as well. Like that P3 with Envoy gets around the back. You have to group up and play for that kill. There's steps that have to be done first. Atlanta FaZe is aware of this, but in these hard points, it's just not translating to good gameplay.
I completely agree. They exploited FaZe's weakness in hard points 100% in this series. But for me, I think the most important map was that map number 2, mainly because Envoy started with a .5 in search and destroy. What does he do in that map number 2? Again, Atlanta's best search and destroy. He drops 8 and 4, 4 first bloods, 4 plants on his head. He was doing everything, and that is what Toronto Ultra needs if they want to take home this chip.
Merc, who wins this tournament? You're not on the desk the rest of the show.
God, listen, I told you that my winners final went to Ultra, but I did in my pick'ems have FaZe coming back and winning. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. Is my pick'ems? I'm not sure, but
his picks have been hot.
I might be a script writer. It might be me.
It might be Joe, actually.
I love what we've seen so far today, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the Call of Duty League. This is Championship Sunday, and there's only 2 matches remaining. The next one decides who will join Toronto Ultra in that championship match.
This went by so fast. I can't believe we're already about to head into the losers finals and then into our grands, and we get the rematch of a lifetime, Atlanta FaZe versus Optic Texas next.
Don't go anywhere. The CDL is live from the MGM Music Hall here near Fenway. We'll be right back with the elimination final.
I'm feeling confident. Obviously we haven't performed as well as we should have online, but feeling as confident as ever. Excited to be here.
I'm excited to play on LAN, especially we didn't have the best online results. So I'm just ready to prove ourselves on LAN.
I feel great. Happy to be here again. I want to do my best and get a win. So I'm really happy.
I'm feeling good. I think we are ready with the team. I'm really excited, for sure it's my first LAN, so yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I feel good. First LAN in CDL, so yeah, I feel good. Play I know how to play and just have confidence in my gameplay.
Feeling good. Feeling like one of the best subs in the game, for sure, right now.
Texas versus Atlanta. The battle of the century of Atlanta, Optic versus FaZe. This is gonna be hell of a battle. As long as Texas know what the hell they're doing, they might have a chance.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Captain, never been afraid. Deadly with the aim. I ain't wanna take light. Look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson. You quit this and stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat. Yeah.
We're back at Beantown Live with the Call of Duty League. Welcome back, everybody. Chris playing alongside I Hold Shift, Alley Cat, and Nameless here at the headquarters desk, and we are gearing up for one of the oldest rivalries in esports. Optic versus FaZe, green versus red. The chat's already getting wild here, Alan.
2 days in a row? Christmas come early. Maybe it came a little late. Hard to say. I think the thing about it is this is going to be, I think, just overall, not just juicy for the storylines between the two orgs, but the first time they met yesterday, it was tight. So be interested to see how they run it back.
Allie, we are down to our final 3 teams, but the top 8 are getting paid out here in Boston. What's the update?
Yeah, more teams are leaving, but more cash is on the line. We still got $150,000 up for grabs, and not only that, a lot of points as well. Again, it is more points than we were giving away last year at the majors, which makes them that much more important when it comes down to champs.
Nameless, do you remember who got 3rd place last time we were in Boston?
Oh, tell me, Chris.
Me neither. I don't remember.
I watched a lot of Call of Duty, but it's been an epic tournament so far. And we got 3 of the teams that we thought tried to make a super team, or pack-a-punch, people have been calling it, fighting for their life. I know that there's a lot of money on the line, but there's also a lot of pride and revenge storylines happening right now.
Absolutely. That's what I was hitting at. It's all about getting to the finals. No one remembers 3rd, barely remembers 2nd. You got to walk home with gold in that trophy. $150,000 and the new 100 points that go with it is a big impact and a great start to a 5-event season. But Allie, let's talk about the veterans that are going to be taking the stage here. What are your expectations for the fans? How are they going to react?
I mean, they're going to be lit. Of course, it's Atlanta FaZe versus Optic Texas. You're going to hear boos on one side and the crowd roaring for the other.
Well, Nameless, we've got a lot of people making names for themselves, not only on this broadcast, but of course the Challengers broadcast that's been going on all weekend long. You had a favorite in the running tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. My boy Craze, man. You know, we've watched this kid since he was a young boy playing in 8s. He's been frying me. I was like, he's either got to be cheating or he's the next scum, right? And apparently he's just a monster, you know, making an unprecedented run to nobody had lore making it to the final, but they ran into FaZe Black, who have been the Reapers online and showed that they can do it once again on land.
Yeah, I think in particular, like you mentioned, no one expected lore to get to their grand finals in the first place, but it's also in the fashion of which they did. They were sent to the lower bracket super early, had to go through Temp, Major Maniac, other major CDL names, but as we got into Sunday, you look at FaZe Black's roster, they were built to win a championship, and they handled business this weekend.
And they were showing us some plays that you don't even see out of some pro teams, like on the Invasion, the pushing up the street, throwing down the smoke, taking American. Like, these are some high-level plays on this team, some great teamwork, and the confidence you could see was oozing off those guys, the vibes. It was just great to watch.
Alan, there's a lot of ways to make money in esports. One of them is advising general managers. Give them a freebie, though. Which player from that lobby do you think will be the first to get scooped?
Pick one, and especially on the FaZe Black side of things. I think Asim has always been good, often finding himself on some pretty poor teams. Same situation for Exceed. That's 3 straight Challengers Opens that he's won, by the way, when he's participated.
Listen, Alan, grab one of these guys. They're solid, but let's get some new blood. Let me get
okay,
in
bias.
the lineup, all right? He's been dropped, and he made it immediately to a final. But all these guys, I mean, pick your poison.
Yeah.
Allie, do you have a favorite from today's FaZe Black lineup? I know we were making a lot of noise in that green room.
You asked me this question earlier at the start of the day when we talked about the Challengers Open. I said maybe Kremp because he didn't get too much time on the Boston main stage last year. And
good point.
So for Ant's point of getting rid of some of the veterans, bringing some new blood, Kremp still kind of fits that bill.
Chat, let us know, who do you think deserves the MVP for Challengers as we turn our attention back to the big show? We've got our top 3 with number 2 and number 3 about to go down. It's Optic taking on FaZe. Let's start here with Optic. Optic right now came in with just the 5 seed overall, right? But since then, they ran through that winner's bracket until they got to the game 5 against FaZe.
And the thing is, their hard point looks night and day different, man. And it's everywhere. It's not just that they're getting the map picks that you would expect. They showcased it on Subbase yesterday. It just doesn't feel like they are worried about going to any particular location. The Search and Destroy has been a little faulty for them here and there, but hey, they're still cleaning up. And I think that's the bigger news, is coming off of a very confident win versus Minnesota, they look primed and ready for the matchup here against FaZe.
Yeah, and if anything, they've now played FaZe twice already in this game, just in this qualifier and the major alone. So they've gotten some reps in that Search and Destroy, and they're coming off a Search and Destroy win. So when it comes to Optic Texas, if they keep playing hardpoint like they played earlier, aka Dashy becoming a Hillkin, I think they have a really good chance in this series.
Now, Nameless, they've played Atlanta twice. But Atlanta has beaten Optic twice. What's going on for our red squad?
I mean, I think the big thing is the search and destroys, right? Like, they got 10 first bloods across those 2 S&Ds that they had in the last series. Not converting those into round wins. I mean, a lot of the times, think back to that Game 5 high-rise. Like, they were making plays. Shotzzy was getting behind them. We saw Pred making plays. But the rest of the team is not taking ground off of those plays, not converting it into wins. And what we just saw in the last series, Toronto did, they were getting the bomb down on that invasion. That's how you beat Atlanta FaZe. As when rounds develop against this team, that is when you lose. You have to make your plays as a team early on. So that's what I'm expecting Optic to do. Capitalize on those first bloods, play together, take space, get it down, and play the trade game. It's simple.
Shout out to Monster for keeping us energized here on the desk. Alley Cat, give me the Monster Energy pregame for FaZe.
I mean, their hard point wasn't very clean that last series. If anything, they were really getting outslayed, to be honest. Like, I saw them early rotating, but they were getting broken instantly by Toronto Ultra. So hopefully they got warm from that last series and shake off the S&D. They're still 11-2. They were 11-1 on like an 8-win spree. So for the Atlanta FaZe, I don't expect to see another search and destroy like that one.
I just got to say, for Atlanta FaZe, the breaking hard point, once again, I'm going to reiterate this point, keeps falling and falling. It was 8th coming into this tournament, now 9th, 19% of the time they're breaking. And when they do, Chris, they're only getting 11 points off of their break. So things are going dramatically wrong.
All right, let's see how many maps we are going to here in a potential best of 5. I think
Terminal, invasion.
But who takes
Karachi.
it? That's still up for debate. Terminal. We're going to the airport for the first hard point. We close it out potentially with back-to-back invasions.
Yeah, Terminal for Optic has to feel like blessings upon you in the green wall. They're so good on the map, and like Ant said, with the rotation stats for FaZe, Optic have to be feeling really pretty about this first map.
I really want to take Optic, but I had FaZe in my bracket at the start of the day. Let's go to you, Alan.
Yeah, I think there's 2 different tales of confidence right now. I've got Optic at 4.
I think the crowd is confused with me, thinking I'm trying to curse Optic. No, I've been truthfully picking them this whole time, and I'm going to go with them in this series.
Going with Optic, all right.
I also have Optic in this series. I think they bounced back, learned their lesson from that series against FaZe.
Put a green heart or a red heart in the chat right now because their elimination
Why are we
final
confused between FaZe and Optic?
With Guy Blaze.
Ultra really shows FaZe who's boss. Oh yeah, Ultra did. But yeah, the rivalry, this one's going to be interesting. The map pick, I feel like it's going to be a little lean towards to Optic, unless if FaZe have something up their sleeves. So it's going to be something. It's going to be something interesting, I'll say.
They bring in Kenny to be the captain and bring some leadership to this squad, and it has worked in the respawns. The hard points have been unbelievable. Dashy's been soaking in hill time, and Pred has been lighting it up. They smoked them last time at HP. This time they have to win search and destroy. Let's bring out Atlanta FaZe.
All right. Here come those boys from the South on a revenge tour and in full form. Get ready, Boston. It's Atlanta FaZe. Here comes Draza, Sim, Abizi, and Salium. Atlanta FaZe, ready to lock it in.
They got fed their own medicine, now looking to dish it back out in a matchup that they have the advantage in so far, at least this season. Atlanta FaZe looking to turn this green wall red. Blaze, it's time to get the losers final started.
All right, I cannot be more excited for this. 2 matches left today, Boston. Let's make sure everyone wished they were here. Are you ready? Merc, Maven, let's get it started.
Thank you, Blaze. Ready to get rolling, Joe. And listen, you said this to me when you were rooting for your Browns in the playoffs. Like, I hate that we just beat the Texans. Like, you just beat a team. How tough it can be to do it a little bit later. You feeling that for FaZe a little bit here? You got to win. You got to play them a couple days later.
Oh, I feel for them because they just got slammed, right?
Is that the bigger part you're worried about?
Yeah, I mean, it's just their hard point. They are 0-4 in their last 2 matches against these 2 teams. Similar to the narrative with Optic in their search and destroy, it's the same storyline here. You cannot win a tournament with your hard point looking the way it has versus these two teams.
Well, what's interesting is, some of the times in the past with this Atlanta FaZe team, their online matches, they were around 50-50 in hard point. They could never figure it out. They got to land, and for some majors, it really clicked for them. It really did. Here, it's been kind of the opposite. I mean, you were getting the wins online, but they were always like, 15, 20-point games that they were squeaking by. That ain't happening anymore.
Yeah, but we saw the map vetoes.
Like this match, this is gonna really depend on the S&Ds. Like this series is gonna really depend on Optics' S&D because they were terrible yesterday. So I hope they do clean it up. I hope they did clean it. They did clean it up in the Minnesota. Let's see how they do in like the top team.
Atlanta FaZe, Optic Texas, the rematch this weekend in Boston, and we get ready to rock and roar. It's the crowd roaring early.
Ooh.
And I think if you are Optic, come out quickly and make a statement, right? FaZe is already down. They just lost a match. They're still on this stage. Now is the opportunity to run away with some momentum.
And I think it's important too because at times Optic Texas has come out slow. They've started slow in online series. They started a little bit slow in that map one against Rocker. Right now, take advantage. Do not do that. Come out, slam them. FaZe are down. Keep them down.
Yeah, right there. They had a chance. Pred. Unfortunately for him, those spawns in the back just so, well, it's very difficult to move them out. And
very sticky, Joe.
Yeah, they are. So those spawns still going to go their way. But I mean, if you're Optic, you're going to take 40 seconds here at P1. This is beautifully done. And this is when you need big draws, right? You added him to the roster. It felt like you needed someone who, when they were down, could really bring a punch to this squad. Throw it around as draws with 3 in the feed to slow down for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, but that like punch hasn't been there at times. It really hasn't. He hasn't had the impact you maybe expect him to. And it can be difficult when you're playing alongside this trio. Celium's double, triple positive at times. But there are moments where they need big draws to be big draws. And speaking of Celium, he's lighting up in the feed. Headshot through for him and Simp. Lead change looming in the wind as the read is there for the security side spawn. They'll just keep him at bay. Focus to fight forward towards plane. One spawning out as well for Atlanta FaZe. A one-on-one over by security.
Yeah, that was a BZ. He actually hits plane side, so that spawn spread out. Cell's going to read one, but Kenny towards the front desk. So you do have the lead change, but with 15 seconds left, FaZe, they are going to take this spawn flip set up here and plane.
You flip him out. Security side now for Optic Texas. Plane to set up. You'll see Trophy there. Simp lying in wait. Double Trophy with the coverage now as Simp tries to hit the stun, maybe to back them up. New hard points going to pop. Now they get ready to rip and roar. Just waiting. Here is Simp. How many is he able to get? Just one, and the trade is there instantly. Now selling him into the fray. You've got 2 set up to hold.
Yeah, and Apizi just giving comms about how many are crossing with a crossfire. Able to find 1, but the numbers here right now for the green wall, but it's Celium Simp able to take down 3. So back to the lead is Atlanta FaZe. Now you start to watch those arrows off spawn. It's a race over to Burger. Draz is able to find the first. It's going to be a 2-on-2 on that side of the map. Apizi with 1, and you're just trying to flip this if you can, or at least get in this position. But now Draz is going to need some help for his teammates.
Yeah, they'll leave Celium in the point. He'll continue to farm. Now the fight's on the other side of it. You win that one if you're Pred. The trade is there near instantly if you are Apizi. But now you've got 3 watching that cut. Right at the gut if you're Optic Texas, and just really Apizi here. They'll push him out. Pred will keep it going. 4 in a row now for Pred. As the final 5 seconds are here. Now, these are the times where the kills are really going to start to count. And Simp's able to get 2. Spawning them out, you've got numbers here, but not really for long because they're going to get eyes on the cross.
Yeah, you heard all the nades going off. The trophy's protecting Dashy for now. Simp, though, he's on 3 in a row, up to 12 and 6. We saw him last time these 2 teams played against each other. He was going off. Cell 9 and 3. Some beautiful shots from Kenny, but there we go. Celium 11 and 3, trying to work the security spawns. They don't flip, but you get your teammates to the hill.
And Simp there is terrific. He's on 5 in a row. He is 14 and 6. Look at the rest of the lobby right now. That's a Celium was frying. Simp is getting it done, and he gets so many crucial kills to then get across and get into the hard point. What can Simp do from here? He is still popping off. Cruz has now earned 6 in a row. Looking for Pred. Head is gone. Give him number 7. What a stretch here from Simp. Is Dashy back down and drop? My guy is putting on a clinic on terminal. Unbelievable stuff.
Now on the other side of the map, you still have a BZ, but you're only down 65 if you are Optic Texas, right? You still have security spawns.
Absolutely.
You are not in a bad position at all, but you have to take advantage of this. You have them all spawn in STs. It is 4 dead here at Bookstore for Atlanta FaZe. Here comes the first push, and Fred, who has been fantastic for this team. He's on 4 in a row.
Here we go. Fred has been big for them when they need clutch kills. How crucial has he been? But all right, in the early going, as we're about to wrap up this set of rotations, for Atlanta FaZe, if you were a little worried about maybe them coming out flat after getting beat up, you feel pretty good so far.
Yeah, you feel pretty good, but yeah, with 100%, right? Some of your individuals are stepping up in Simp and
I was worried they were going to get smoked like map 1, just get based on how the last one went.
Yeah, I mean, in this roster, they have been in all of these scenarios before. All four of these players, not something they aren't used to, but Optic down now 25 points. Let's go to a listen in with Optic Texas.
Yeah, they could. I'm pretty sure all the second line. I'm coming to contest. I'm going to contest. I'll nade. He's in the left side corner. Left side corner. Let's do that. Just zone. They're challenging. Already close tables. Just hold that, Brendan. Nice, Brendan. Let's go. One HP sit here. I have a cruise. I'm going to cruise. I'm laying down behind the planet. They're right there. Watch out. Yeah, I'm on shot. Pretty much it. Kill the round of spawn. Kill the round. Still pillar. I hear you. Still pillar. I'm holding the shot as well. How many time? Everyone. Behind the pillar. MC behind the pillar. One bullet. Very close right. Draws MC behind the pillar. MC behind the pillar. Deep right pillar. Let's go. MC deep left. MC deep left. 1 HP. There's 2 out. And then he's 2 out. Somebody come up front. Yeah, I have you front you. They can be pillar. Okay, I have a hold. 2 on me left. I have you book. I still check front three. Two left. Stringing. Fuck, Watch burger.
We got a tight one. It's a 30-point game. You got to hear the comms there from Optic Texas. Now let's go right into a listen and hear the difference here for Atlanta FaZe.
Zach, try and get 6 kills. I'm back right, chilling out. And then one's front hill. Nice, 2 dead. Time, Kenny. Nice, Kenny, last time. Chopping again. I front. I was over here. Front, I ran through a point, okay? I'm trying. Here's another home. Two SQ, both weak. I'm one shot. I'll see him in PG. Low stairs, and orange card. Like, I ramp push. Beat up. One shot. Ramp, one shot. I got time. Let's go. Bottom ramp tweak. Yeah, I'm just holding my push. Him upstairs. He's gonna be a hole late.
No way! We're getting outslayed.
He's still front hall. I have the push.
Come on. Map is so hard.
Now for FaZe, it was a stretch there of 8 in a row for Celium. Abizi getting doubles as he's 4 in a row inside a plane, and this is maybe the best you've looked now, Joe, if you're Atlanta FaZe in a hard point.
No, it absolutely is. A great listen in there from Atlanta FaZe. They were flipping the spawns, getting plane control. They did it last time through. Now they can win here, so Opti had to put some pressure on and go for a contest. That's exactly what will happen. But now a foot race over towards Burger. For Optic, Kenny's struggling a little bit, but he's watching this cross right now, able to win that big gunfight. You're not out of this yet, but it'd be very difficult to win this one if you're Optic.
And if you're Optic Texas, like, yeah, you got a shot here. I think we're Atlanta FaZe, their clutch winning percentage is like 100%, right? Within 30 points, we know how good they were. That's not been true this weekend. They've lost those close games, so do not count Optic Texas out of it yet. If they come roaring back into this one, FaZe are going to be feeling the pressure, but now one of those streaks going to be injected into this. We'll see as Celium looks to get the cruise missile into the map. Trophy there for coverage.
Yeah, you'll at least deal with the trophies, and now Simp's gonna find 2, 3 dead, make it all 4. There is the flip as well.
This is so bullshit. This point is so bullshit. Like, even in the new patch, why is it still there? I don't fucking understand this.
Terminal hardpoint to get us there.
Sip twice from that spot has been unbelievable. To just get the kills and get them in a flurry enough to get them across. Now just 5 more points needed. Big draws, living up to the name. Able to line them up in FaZe. Get the much needed hardpoint victory here in map 1.
Great composure out of Atlanta FaZe. You get bopped off the stage by Toronto Ultra. Hardpoint has been hideous, but you veto the maps that you have been struggling on. You get to a terminal hardpoint. And honestly, yeah, just some of their breaks that they had, some of the plays from Simp and Celium, some of the best we have seen from them throughout the weekend. It's both of them near 5,000 damage. Now up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you had some of the early rotates. If you were Optic Texas, you were in a position in Burger to maybe win this game. Simp Cell with multi-kills, they're just able to get across and punish you. But as much as I asked you sort of about the overall series thing and how difficult it can be to beat a team so many times in a row, that can apply to a mode too. Like you're Texas, you win a couple of hard points. It's like FaZe are going to get theirs eventually. They've been a solid hard point team. I know they've had their struggles, but they have a wide map pool. They can beat you at any moment.
No, and really what I liked about Atlanta FaZe and what they did on this map is, you know, what we see from a lot of teams, especially around P2 to P3, is they play for all that dream time and they say, you know what, let's just keep security side. We'll hold Burger. They played around the plane flip both times, and it paid off. We do not see every single team kind of play for that. So they gave up that scrap time. You saw BZ a couple of times working the pinches, flipping those spawns
Fucking
for
bullshit,
Optic,
man.
Gave them that P3.
Was there anything you really heard? I know the audio for us can be a little quiet at times, but through the two listen-ins, anything you really heard that stood out between the two teams? Any big differences?
I mean, I don't think so, right? I think for the Optic side, it's always great comms. You heard Pred kind of get fired up. You know, challenge Brandon, right? Just that energy that we have seen from Pred on the stage. And then for FaZe,
You got to gas up the homies, too.
You got it.
Yeah.
That's rule number one, 100%. But no, I think both these teams, they are fired up, and you heard it in the listen-ins.
Well, I think anytime you've got this matchup,
Look at that. No one.
the pressure
Oh
is
man,
there.
Kenny, you
Championship
didn't watch
Sunday.
middle.
You know how many are watching at home? Typically, when this is the matchup, a little bit more sauce goes into this one for sure. And these guys come out just titans of this league, throwing blow back and forth. But where Optic has been so good in the ones you and I have casted, where like that midway point comes, the second set of rotations, they really turn it on, they get the advantage. It was just FaZe in this one. It was. They got the better of them in that second.
Well, I thought they were doing it because at P5, they got a full 60, right? When we look right here, P5, they were down 65. They did a full 60. They get back into the game. But the difference maker is the P2. We were in the listen-in. That's when FaZe got that break. They give themselves sort of that 50-point lead, and they cruise until the end game.
And for me, it's just Simp with a fix for P2 both times.
Yeah.
They were just unbelievable to get them across. I mean, it's a team effort. He's got teammates dying in front of him. Maybe he's baiting at times, but he got so many kills from that position to get across.
Yeah, he's 29-18.
Yeah,
Cell had 3 minutes on the hill, 24-11. Those guys putting up their numbers. But now you're going to a map where these teams very familiar with each other's game, right? This Invasion, Search and Destroy, they've played each other on it. Invasion Control, they've been seeing it more and more throughout this tournament. And then, yeah, that Invasion Hardpoint we saw just in a series last week if we get there.
Yeah, we're heading to Invasion. Will we get out of it? I don't know. It's the next 3 up the bat for this matchup. Now we think about, you know, obviously Atlanta FaZe have been the superior search and destroy team in this matchup, but you know, you're coming off a loss where Ultra made you look very pedestrian. On the other side of it, if you're Optic, you have probably one of your better looking search and destroys you've had so far. So on one side some positives, the other some negatives, but if you just look at the body of work you've had so far this year, it's hard not to favor FaZe in a map 2.
No, 100%, yeah, especially on this Invasion search. But yeah, unfortunately for Optic, that one map win was on Karachi search, which I'm not going to be able to see right now. But
maybe we'll get there.
Again, there's been so many reps now. We know how FaZe likes to play this. Last time through, when they did play it online last week, the key was on attack. They were able to find Shotzi time and time again inside of Broken. On that beach street, we'll see if he can make plays this time through.
It's like against other teams, I swear, like he'll get loose. He'll just create chaos. He'll find those spots, find those kills, but like against this team, those openings were not coming. The read was always there. I swear, I felt like they were all 4 calling out shots at times. He could just never, ever get loose.
Fancy the league leader, number 1 in the season is Stellium.
Yeah, he's familiar with that role.
I mean, this is a fantastic play call already. There is nobody B street, nobody at B. Shotzi can plant if you want, but Simp able to creep on through towards Red, playing on an island. But now Draza gonna switch positions, and with that spot, everyone is trying to find Simp and where he goes. You see Kenny and Shotzi just like, is he ever gonna come back to B street? No? All right.
Oh, you're just waiting here for your draws. The damage gets in. They're able to pick up Simp as well as Kenny does get that kill. Kenny trying to track back, and Draza just can't quite connect. But ultimately, a BZ will get one. They'll put the favor back into the hands of Atlanta FaZe. Dashy can't get out either. BZ gets ripped down to 50% HP, but he gets back up. Now it's down to Kenny, and he gets tagged down to half health from a BZ deep by Palace.
Yeah, I mean, Dashy was just sort of A Street the entire time. Tried to help his teammates out towards B-Dom, but that is going to do it in round 1. And it just starts with Simp. I mean, Shotzi doesn't know it. Obviously, we do. But the bomb site was literally wide open. He gets to the tank. He's just kind of looking around. But Simp was inside of DBD. He's able to find the first blood. And that just kind of stalls the push there for Optic.
Well, I know in general, listen, they can't see what we do. But you've been saying kind of in the green room at times, like, man, if I was there, I'd be smoking and planting bomb because it's just open sometimes to hit. It feels like not as many people as maybe back in the day in Search would just take the gamble to get an early plant. I feel like there were so many more fast plants. Like back, you know, we're talking back to Ghost, back to Black Ops 2, just getting it down quick, put the pressure on the defense.
Yeah, a little bit. It's difficult to do with all these crosses.
It is, yes, it is.
Some of these positions, but yeah, I mean, every now and then
you've always been a guy. You've always been a guy who's like, plant the bomb.
Yeah, just plant it. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, it gets a little trickier to plant it when your bomb carrier dies off the rip. As Fred gets the kill, Fred taking over now as he takes out the Tiny Tears here in round 2. Pred working on the ace now is Celium, also ripped out of it. Draza, last guy up. He's recouped bomb, work to do. Good luck with that fight. Dashy's deep in the tank, and that is a clean one. It starts with Pred. It basically ends with Pred.
Yeah, no, he finds 3 just around that B-Dom area, picking them apart. He has been shooting very straight, and then I don't know the numbers on it, but that gunfight right there is not a very successful one, probably.
When you're in the open and fighting the tank at it, yeah. 1.7% victory, Joe.
I would be surprised if it was that.
No, because yeah, even when you're hitting your shots there, it's like wall banks too. Like you gotta hit so many bullets. It clean heady seems impossible. Pred will take 3 in a row into this round. Back to offense, go Optic. Shotzi will be your bomb carrier as the utility. Exhausted down this B Street.
Watch those white arrows, right? You see number 8, number 6. When are they gonna go? Are they gonna work the flank or just kind of stack over towards A? Because Simp is on an island. He'd be one of the best though. Now has the help of Draws. Here comes a push onto Simp. He was so good at map 1, able to find the first blood, but a nice trade there for Optic. Bomb going down. And just what we talked about, that first push, get to the bomb planet.
Yes, and that's just a great job making sure Simp only gets 1, because he's done such a good job getting multi-kills from that position. You shut him down, you get it planted quickly, as you said. Now to the 3 versus 3 we go. Put the pressure on phase to now retake. We'll see if they can do it.
If you're Shotzi, you're hoping someone goes through back to ice stream, but that might not happen. It looks like they're retaking a push from tank side, so he's going to try to make a play, and Celium's able to catch him. So he gets active, and there is the retake from Draza, Cell, and Abizi. They each find 1. I don't know how Celium reads that push through by Shotzi. He was patient for it, and that just starts everything that they need.
Yeah, I don't know how Cell does half the stuff he does, but he makes it work. Wins that one-on-one, and that is the big one, because then you sort of have a 2-on-1 for at least for a moment on the other side of it before the final trade comes through.
And those are just the plays we were talking about from Shotzi, right? He likes to get creative, find those timings, those openings, and that's a gamble. If he wins the gunfight, the round's probably done. Instead, he loses it.
And I think against many teams, that's going to work, but against this, it's where it has struggled, because one of the harder players to kill in a 1 versus 1, it is so. 2-1 advantage now, back to phase, 3-1 for Cell. Optic Texas now look to answer. It was Fred that took over defensively last time, takes out your bomb carrier and Simp early, dominates that round. Can't get quite the early impact so far, but we'll work to get deeper into this 4v4, and that will end. Draza takes out Kenny from the former teammates.
And this is that position we were talking about, right? I don't know if they have info that Shotzi crossed the broken, but he's in that spot, and obviously Kenny not having the best series so far here. Try to get to the final in Major 1, but you have the first blood if you are FaZe. You hear the stuns going off. I would assume the way they're playing this, they know.
Yeah.
But this could come down to Shotzi.
The guy, Shotzi's lurking. We got to find him. Can they? Picture on the corner. He's able to get 1 now. Can he get out? Wants to throw the smoke for a bit of chaos, but the trade comes through quickly enough, and that's where they've done a good job, is making sure he can't get more. Similar to isolating Simp on the other side of it in the last round, is make sure they can't get that multi-kill. Is now you track back, try to work this towards the A-bomb site. You have the 3-on-2. It's on Dashy and Pred to try and hold. Dashy trying to get the gunfight win from deep. Now we'll work the plant if you're FaZe.
This might come down to what timing Pred gets. Is able to get him off the bomb. 12 seconds, they're going to have to go. And here comes
Ooh.
okay. All the plays in the world. The pre-fire from Celium. It's a 1v1, 3 seconds. Celium versus Pred. Pred is running like a
He got away so easily.
Defensive rounds taking over. Straps on the Pumas, and he gets out of there. What a round. Celium nearly with a nutty one with the pre-fire through that mid-gap, but Pred gets out, and I was stressed. Heart was beating.
Woo! It has been all Pred here. 5 non-traded kills, all coming through the defense.
Pred's like,
He
don't
has
worry,
tied this
guys.
up.
I got this, guys. He's come. Your guys' heart's beating. I'm good.
Mine's going too.
That was a fun one. 2-2. Pred continued to do this on defense. He's got 5 kills, and they're all on the defense. They're really relying on him right now. We'll see how long he can keep it going, but now can they find some success offensively? Has it just been a defensive affair so far for either team?
This is when these adjustments are going to start coming in. Kind of where do we want to go? Try to find any creativity, but Abizi almost gives them a timing, but he's got Simp watching his back. Well, kind of watching. At least has the trade as we have a 3-on-3. Simpto gets pegged by a grenade, and now he's going to try to play his life, and he wins a gunfight on top of it. How is he still alive? But there's a trade.
He had, what, 30 or so health, and just knowing he has that bit of cover to Chow, knowing he has the rival to just sort of nuke him out of this. But as you said, the trade comes in there. So
Ooh.
that's the rival on the other side. Shotzzy with a little bit of pizzazz, able to take it. Draws gets dropped. Back-to-back rounds, and now an offensive win on the board for one of these teams. Optic take the edge.
It's nicely done in that 2v2, kind of taking their time. You had the repositioning, but Shotzzy able to read it, and then as you said, the snap, and Dashy's like, Draza might start working up this B Street. So far, those skirmishes going the way of Optic.
And how big this would be for this best of 5, for their chances if they were to make a finals run. Like if this search and destroy, you could just suddenly bring it together on a championship Sunday. How good it could be. You got the edge. Now can you get the snowball going? If you are Optic, Pred has been electric on defense. So keep an eye on that number 3 on the map as we get deeper into this. But for now, the pressure building over towards Dashy. Him and Celium, it's like a little mini game in itself on this side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, such respect between these two players. I mean, they grew up and winning so many S&D tournaments together. There's going to be that shoulder, that info, the gunfight.
That's unfortunate for him. He got blocked.
That's a fun one-on-one to watch. It really, really is.
Now bomb going down. Now working the pinch. It will be Shotzzy versus Draza from the top rope.
That's unfortunate.
Also wins it. Simp,
Yep, that's gonna.
and
Ooh.
the second one nearly dead, but Pred able to get away. And well, it's a defensive round. It's Pred, so don't count him out. But not a lot of time and a lot of work to do. 3 more players he's got to take out of it. Wins another one-on-one. Pred's making it interesting.
Yeah, still 20 seconds to go, but Draza's just going to say hello or run away with his life for now. And this could just come down to the clock. But I'll tell you what, the guy's winning his ones.
No,
he is on point.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Don't count him out, but like he's need a little more time. Like if maybe he gets another kill, it's a 1v2 post plant or something like that. But he had 30 seconds, basically 4 people to kill. Can't quite do it, but I think you said it right. He's shooting.
Yeah, FaZe able to respond. And, you know, Dashy, we haven't seen that angle too often, a bit of an off angle. He's just probably hoping to find one. Maybe someone creeps on up and then get out with his life, but Cell with the shoulder.
The shoulder, the 40 shoulders that got there. Yeah, like he literally like got a millimeter more of space each time he shouldered to try and get that angle. And finally, a bunny hop battle, and he wins the fight. But dear Lord, he was using his shoulders to dance and lift for him, that's for sure. 3-3. Has this been one hell of a search and destroy here in map 2?
Well, it really has. Both teams winning offenses now in back-to-back rounds. It's Simp, it's his turn to get aggressive.
Does it feel like one of those where it's like, who's going to screw up first?
Yeah, when it's between teams like this, that is usually the play.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. 0 HP needs to fucking go. It doesn't make sense.
Wow. Just able to get out Abizi still loose, going low, going high, back up, and Kenny taken out of it is Abizi. It's his round this time through. 4 versus 2 now for FaZe. Chance to go up 4-3 is you had back-to-back rounds for Optic. Chance now to do it if you are FaZe, but Dashy does bring him a little bit closer. The trade doesn't come through, so an opening now for Optic Texas.
And now if you're FaZe, you're waiting on number 7. You're waiting on Simp potentially to make you play. He's going to have a one-on-one versus Dashy in the spawn.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, he was not in position.
1 versus 3. He absolutely can win these, but Simp is going to cut him down.
Yeah, if Simp has an MCW, I mean, you get a gunfight there. If you're Dashy, instead it's not much of a gunfight. Rival just buries him. Tons of time for the defuse. Great round there from Simp, and well, really Abizi early.
Yeah, I mean, he finds the first blood, gets away with his life, and then repositions. And we saw that second kill on Kenny. I think he just gets a lot of help because he was 1 bullet.
Yeah.
Cell watching over him.
I didn't see who ripped him. Was a Cell? Yeah, he was 1, maybe 2 bullet. He killed him real quick. 4-3 now FaZe. Selim and Dashy, the hard carries right now from a damage standpoint. Yeah, 1,700 up for Cell, 1,800 for Dashy. They have been putting in damage for their team.
Shit, well, now they have a chance to just push B.
The 2 in 7.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Shotzzy, Kenny, they cannot get anything going, and that was your worry in this one. That's okay. That round, did that start?
That was such a quick round, but it starts with Kenny. I don't think he has a trophy, and we've seen teams sort of overloading that B Street, trying to find kills out of that one player. Even if he does, because he's the only trophy player on the site, maybe that just goes away, and then the nades just pile on in.
You got to rip off 3 straight now if you're Optic Texas. Brush that one off. Easy to forget with how fast it was. But what changes can you make if you're Texas? It just feels like you got to get Shotzzy and Kenny involved in some way. They just have not been able to get going in the early going, late going.
Yeah, I mean, even in map 1, right, like Ken obviously struggled, but his damage was there, right? Obviously on a map like Terminal, it just feels like at times you get beat in the blender. But want to see him step up here in this map number 2. He's got a chance with this first blood fight, but Abizi just going to back on down.
Simp, a first blood. You have now 7 first bloods if you are Atlanta FaZe through 9 rounds. It is going to be tough to find a win if you're Optic Texas, and that's the stat line. Simp follows it up with another 4 versus 2. Final round, waiting in the wings right now is another drops. It's Kenny gets a kill. A trade should be there. I was about to say it should eventually be there. FaZe get the victory, 6-3. You battle them a bit tougher, I think, if you're Optic Texas this time through, but the result's the same.
I think this was honestly, it was 2-2 and then just dominated by FaZe in their adjustments. I mean, even in that last round, I love that play from Simp. He has been roaming around B Dom, roaming around B Street. Where is he? Abizi goes back to A, sets up just like they did in the previous defensive round to find the first blood A round, towards the A bomb. Kenny's B Dom, he gets that, and they're like, we got to get Abizi off of it, but who's in the back door? It's Simp in that position with the rival, able to find 2. So just him with his S&D knowledge, taking it to another level. Again, just a bounce back here from FaZe, now up 2-0.
Yeah, it just feels like he's, doing what Shotzzy wants to do, just far more effectively on that particular map. Like, just being a thorn in their side. Where is he going to be on the map? Can't isolate him, can't slow him down, gets to double digits there as he goes 10-6. And as it stands, you've got a 2-0 edge if you are Atlanta FaZe. If you're going to bring this back now, if you're Optic, it starts on invasion control, continues through invasion on hardpoint. Maybe you push it to a map 5 where if there's been a better looking search, it's at Karachi. You can get there.
No, 100%. And again, I mean, we saw this earlier where Optic's offense has been so good. Weren't able to find that second round, though, versus Minnesota. I'm sure they're going to work on it.
Oh, here we go. FaZe have got Optic up against the wall. Can Optic battle back? You got to pull off the reverse sweep. They are no strangers with the ability to do so. To break we go. When we come back, the Optic regame starts.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Tune in throughout Major 1 this weekend to earn awesome in-game content. You can rock the Frostbite Blueprint, charms, emblems, calling card, and get XP tokens. Be sure to link your account now to start earning.
They are not in a good position right now. If they can do what they did, if Optic can do what they did in Major 1 of 2022, they may have a chance. Like, just get the control right and such, and making sure that Heartbreaking is better, and making sure that they can just dominate S&D. They might have a chance, but it might be too late at this point. Like, they beat Minnesota for sure, but the problem is Minnesota is just a bottom team. They're not like the top teams like Atlanta, Ultra, New York. They're not. They didn't beat them on the top teams, and they got obliterated by Atlanta on the online, which online is whatever. But right now in this situation, they gotta pull something out of their ass. Oh boy.
Now starts the Optic Gaming redemption. Can they bring it back? It starts with a map 3 on invasion control. If they're going to pull off this reverse sweep, because so far, struggling. FaZe up 2-0.
I mean, yeah, again, props to FaZe. That's coming off that hot loss versus Toronto Ultra. In that winner's final, you're right back on the stage in this rematch for a chance to see who's going to be playing Toronto for our Major 1 title. But yeah, I mean, they've had a couple of reverse sweeps. We've seen them in the past online kind of start slow. But this was the map that, you know, we just watched FaZe beat Ultra on it. And who was insane? It was Zelium. Had 10 spree in that round number 5.
Yeah, it was unreal.
It out.
We take a look at the Monster Energy pregame here for Optic. Joe, the control.
Yeah, I mean, finish these controls, right? 6-5 in control. We just saw it earlier today. I mean, their attack has been fantastic. They're averaging around 5 ticks a round, but they have to turn it into offensive round wins as We saw it earlier versus Rocker. Win the second one, then it goes to a round 5 and they lose. So it just feels like they're able to finish this. They could be a dominant control team.
Good stuff there early from Fred and Shotzi. Draza waiting on the boys to get back into it. Not going to happen as Dashy will cut him down from behind. It's been all Optic Texas so far. First 4 kills through for them. Finally, an A connects for Abizi. He at least get on the board now. Dashy can't quite take down the second one. That's going to open up for Celium to go over to the opposite side. Doesn't quite have trophy ready, so going to be tricky early. And yep, that is why I mentioned it, because stunned instantly and dropped.
Yeah, but he at least forces 3 players to try to rotate over towards A. That opens up the B zone for his team to find some position. Draja going to push up towards his P4 area. This back dumpster, try to find any players rotating through for Optic. But only 1 player on it, no trophies down, so nade stuns can connect.
So how much does, like, you know, those couple reverse sweeps, you know, when you start slow and you're able to bring it back, I mean, how much does that matter? The fact that you have a little bit of experience and reps with this new team that's Optic.
Oh, I think a lot, right? I mean, again, Ken has not been playing well. Shots in that map too. I think Fred and Dashy have been fantastic. It's just the other two you have to get going to find some success.
Feels like everyone's gotten going early as you have the 4 life advantage. You've already gotten this down to 25 seconds, but you've got trophy coverage, multiple now covering you on the point. You're starting to work this forward. Second bit of progress, that will be done. Go to Celium's POV, as you said, he was terrific.
Gotta go fucking rotate.
Just a short time ago on this map and mode. Looking to pounce with his
2
teammates.
more
Got
matches.
Stairs looking over him. That'll be the clearance. That'll be the extra minute added on. But you only have a minute 20 to work with, and you're down in lives.
That's a nice kills there from Kenny and Shotzi.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a transition opportunity.
Oh, how do you lose that,
Take that
Ken?
4-on-2 mid-map push. Get right on the A, but they
Oh
find
my.
those off a spawn. BZ a nice start here. He's just waiting for his teammates. But yeah, 1 minute remaining. Not a lot of time for FaZe to work with.
Well, let's see if they can at least make it interesting. Can they get across and apply any pressure to A's? You still got Kenny just kind of lying in wait from the point. Just looking for an opening pick, clearing everything as you go. But Fred, waiting and looming, at least staggers it for a moment. He'll be able to spawn up close, but a BC then follows it up with a second. Is that going to be the domino that you need? Kenny at least able to bring it even. Kenny with the chow, draws a 25 HP, draws a trying to get out, can't quite do it. So good stuff, efficiently trading right now. If you're Optic Texas, 30 to go.
And that's just buying time. Is Shotzi with the headshots up to 8 and 4. Buying time for his teammates to come off a spawn. You have those close spawns. One last push here for Atlanta FaZe. Sim going to be the front man. Does get spotted by Ken. He's going to back down, and now 2 dead. An opportunity here. Shotzi all the way up A Street. You're going to have a one-on-one on that side. Dashy, the last man standing on the point. He's able to find one. The nades are coming in. He's got a dodge zap, but does not. Simp was trying to help him out. Instead, takes him down. Shotzi rotates back. Round 1 Optic.
You might have been screwed either way, but yeah, the teammate doesn't end up helping. And Optic Texas, really, you kind of prevent it from getting any moments that are too scary, except the very, very end there, do you deal with it pretty effectively. So nice start for Optic, and yeah, the guns seemed hot early. I mean, they were rolling, they were winning the fights, they were milking so much time, make it even more difficult for FaZe in that opening round.
Yeah, and that's the advantage, obviously, of having defense in round 1. There's no trophies. You can't really pause the clock on B like we normally see, so you have to dodge an 8s, right? You have to get off that point.
I mean, you only saw briefly there from like Cell's POV, but like when he got to A, well, sometimes one person a day with a trophy. I mean, we saw Accuracy get like 5 or 6 kills from that position earlier. Like, depending on how they're staggered, you can go nuts, but you get stunned once, it's over.
Yeah, I think key there, they only give up 3 ticks, so keep our eyes on that.
Yep.
For round 5 defense if it comes to it, but Optic, they were so good versus Rocker on attack through some of those rounds. We'll see what they can do here.
Shotzi on 4 in a row. At 10 and 4, trying to play it aggressively here. They're all kind of funneling right through. He's obviously going to have kind of a natural flank that's going to develop here once he opts to track back. We'll see how they deal with that. Fred able to win it on one side. Shotzi looking for vision on the other, but everyone just sort of pushed through towards the point. He's going to track the whole way back to get involved, yeah.
Can I just ignore him? He is on 5 in a row, looking for number 6 and the Cruise. Not able to win it. It's a BZ. Maybe the one player here that's really getting going. Look at that scoreboard. He's at 14. And we haven't shown a BZ a ton of love, right? Maybe not the meta for him, not a really SMG-oriented game, but step it up here with that MCW. Double positive, leading the way for FaZe.
Nice shots there from Dashy. Hit down to 11, but he wins that fight. But yeah, they do a good job. They're like, all right, Probably comments, shots, he's probably pushed up. They'll lose him somewhere. They're like, let's just push on through. They take him out of the play for 45 seconds.
Now you get this very close spawn from Dashy, so you're going to have 3 players near A. He spawned like a bomb site there. So you're going to have a great push over towards A for Optic.
Yeah, that spawn doesn't usually come in all that often. We're basically spawning on A. They get there so quickly. Onto the post they go. Simp now trying to push through. Kenny getting big kills. You've gotten the second bit of progress, starting to push it forward, trying to get A. You might be able to get it here, and that was an odd one. A is now done. 1 tick needed at B.
And now if you are FaZe, pressure is on. You don't want to go down an 0-2 hole. They're going to have to get pushed up B Street. Nice shots from Shotzzy. And really what we saw from Shotzzy versus Rocker earlier, he was a transition guy, right? He was so annoying A Street for them. But this time through, you just get a couple of spawns over towards A, and they just get on the point.
Yeah, I mean, got no choice at that point. You're like, all right, that's right there. Let's head on. You capitalize. Now just 1 more point of progress if they can get it done. Cell, great finesse, draws with the triple, lining them up. Pred going to be the last guy here, 45 to go. Those are some shots out of Pred as he's on a 4 streak.
And when you only need 1 tick, this is what FaZe have to do. They have to get pushed on forward, but now they got to deal with Pred behind enemy lines once again. Simp.
Do the same thing he did with Shotzzy.
Yeah,
like,
they're just kind of leaving it. They're just kind of leaving it, trying to take the fights towards the B tank. But now the numbers in favor of Optic for now.
Pred tracks the whole way back. That's twice. Like, they just let the point man and Predator shots. Like, all right, leave him. They got tracked back, and then they get the kill. 15 seconds to go. Shotzzy trying to find some big ones through the window with the pistol. Some damage done, but the kill won't be there. Clock stopped. 10 seconds to go. It's moving. It's moving quickly. Somebody's got to get there to get test. They're not able to do it. The stack is in. Optic go up 2-0.
It's only 2, but
from the spawn and the A capture to the lack of urgency there at the end for FaZe to deal with that stack.
I mean, you know, we saw that from Ultra. It worked so well here. On some of their attack rounds, they were just stacking it, right? Catching them off guard. A lot of the times you only have 1 player, maybe just no trophies, but FaZe, you only had a tick left. You had to get on that point, but they allow them to capture A, and that turns into an offensive round win.
All it was last year in Control. Like, just stack it, get on it.
Yeah, it's like they forget about it for a little bit, and then some teams just like, they just stack the point.
It's so fast.
It works really well.
Yeah, it's so fast. 2-0 edge, though, for Optic Texas. To maybe start this reverse sweep, you got to close out here. You need 1 more round. Celian this time has a trophy to work with. He's going to get on A early. Some damage likely going to get done. If they try to answer back, you've got a BCM and Cell inside with a trophy. You got to make decisions now if you're Optic Texas to deal with it. You got 1 person pushed all the way up on the other side. That'll be Shotzzy. He's going to drop inside the point. Going to go the way of Big Ken. He's need to step it up in this series. A moment there maybe to get him ramped up.
Yeah, you said it, get him going. You do get 1 tick done today, but that was a chance to actually get more. Great job from Ken and Optic to help him out. But now for FaZe over towards B. They have to win this round. They want this map to continue. Ken with the opener.
Unfortunate from Ken.
Down, here comes the rest of the dominoes.
Points it the wrong way. Oh, nice trade.
There, like, you just think you've got it cleared. There's 1 lurking behind. Simp. Now getting the kills off the point. Back towards B. Go Atlanta FaZe. They'll stop this clock with 46 to go. Simp is really pushed up deep. And we'll see what he's able to do. And on the other side, you've got 2 in Kenny and Shotzzy. Abizi's trying to find them. He's like, where are they? Or he's able to get 1, get the call out to his team on the other. But the rest of the time is going down on B.
Yeah, they're playing very aggressive towards this flank.
No.
But while that's going on, you had 2 players on B, just got ignored. And yeah, it's one of those plays where you're trying to flank it and then get them off the point and maybe just win with that trap we saw earlier today.
I mean, you had 1 fight that was like Simp on the other side. You know, the other fight was Shotzzy and then pushed up. And the entire time, there was 2 on the point just hanging out.
And what that does now, I mean, you get a BZ off his spawn. He's controlling A Street. So you're going to turtle up here a little bit, just play around Cafe for Optic.
It's Kenny and Shotzzy. Stacked and ready to battle. Shotzzy there with the first Cell, still looking for kills, trying to maybe track back and help his teammates, and there he's able to get 1 pick. That 10 spree he was able to do against Ultra, that seems like a distant memory. 12-13 currently, but you've got a minute to work with. Lives just about even. This is one that might go down to lives. Can't finish the kill there for yourself, but you can track back on the other side of it. Trophy not going to work is the one is there from Optic. He continues to just bob and weave back and forth. Snap is there to take down one, but the trade eventually comes through. Slight advantage in lives. You're on the point. Second bit not done, though. You're able to come in and clear that.
Yeah, I mean, Cell could just never get to the 8 point, and that trophy not going down hurts them big time, right? The stuns, the nades come in.
Ooh.
Jesus!
Stays hot, 24-17.
That's a hard gunfight, too, when you've got to, like, sort of recenter and hip fires. They're sliding underneath you. Impressive stuff there.
Now, 6 versus 9. BZ trying to get to the objective, pausing the clock. They still have time to work with. Optic, not many lives for them. They have to use their teamwork. Instead,
Dude, why are we pushing? Jesus, fuck.
The efficiency gods now with no respawns remaining. One person ripped out of it. Shotzi is gone. Pred trying to get the peek. You try to get the slide there. If your draw is not going to work out. Pred able to get inside. All the nades now hitting. Down to 20.
Oh no, that's an unfortunate TK.
You lose Kenny. Suddenly, it's going to be just Pred and Dashy.
I love this play from Abizi. He doesn't overchow front cafe. He's going to take a route, wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. Dashy just trying to roam, trying to find anything he can. Here we go. The last push, 10 seconds. Pred's gonna find the first. Dashy, oh, doesn't finish the kill. Maybe just runs out of ammo. Has to pull out the Renetti. Now it's a 1v3, an impossible situation for Dashy.
Yeah, that one got kind of crazy though at the tail end of it. You had no response for what felt forever for Texas, but the numbers.
They got to be perfect on this next round.
Pressure. So like Abizi can't take the long route like you mentioned. If you've got to just fly, maybe you line them up if you're Pred or Dashy, but they've got just enough time to work with to extend this map 3.
If Dashy calmed that back push like immediately,
because you gave up map control. You had nobody A street. That is where
they may have a chance. They would have had a chance to kill the person behind, but unfortunately, just that unfortunate team kill there. That was just definitely a dagger.
Crowd knows we've got a big moment here. As you were in control of this map 3, if you're Optic Texas, a chance to extend this series. Another team nade comes through for FaZe. But FaZe have battled back in this.
And you can see 2 players off a spawn, try to just transition over towards A. So you're gonna have 2 players on A. This is what we saw them do earlier today. Just kind of lurk on that street, lurk around the A side. Here comes the retake. Kenny gonna find the first. The second tick is in. You don't want a team shoot. This is beautiful dodging by both players and Pred and Kenny, and they are winning gunfights. The A zone is done. Over to B, you have 2 players on it. 2 ticks are in. Optic.
Ooh. Damn. That was just clean there. Holy shit.
Holy, you don't see a lot of them like that.
And we're seeing that more and more where these defensive teams, they kind of give up that A street a little too early. Give up a search, then one player sneaks on through, a second does, you get that 2-stack, and just a lot of timings, right? The slide outs, the gunfights that are going down. Our players, they are so good at staying alive inside of that A zone. And that turns into a great win there.
And now we look forward to an Invasion Hardpoint, which these teams love to play against each other on. They have been some close maps. What, in the online league, it was what, the 15-point victory you were able to get for FaZe. Next time you play, Optic able to answer back. That's one they have gone back and forth on. But before we start talking about that deeper, from the stats side of it, it ain't popping off for you.
I mean, just look at the non-traded kills from the top 3. Kenny, Shotzi, Pred right there. I mean, 17, 17, 19. That's obviously a great deal. But you got Kenny and Shotzi in the game a little bit more. You saw they had some big-time plays. That led to some of their offensive round wins. On the opposite end, I mean, we haven't said his name much at Abizi, but he was fantastic for them.
He certainly was. We'll check out some of the replays from this as the players get locked and dialed in for the map 4. Map 4, Invasion. Map 5, Karachi if needed. But this one, you know, you thought Optic Texas have it in the bag. I mean, it looks like they might be able to take this in 3-0 fashion, but the dramatic style, you get back into of your phase, and then and even more dramatic fashion, you win that round 4 so fast.
I mean, it just, I mean, obviously the
You
kills
blink,
come in
it's
for
done.
Optic,
Like,
and-
jeez.
But it just felt like FaZe didn't really know what to do off of spawn. Kind of hit both zones. Just doesn't work out. All the players stay alive for Optic. Kind of that 2-2 split.
Yeah, and you had like 2 2-on-2s, and you win them both if you're Optic.
But a big map win there. We just saw FaZe take down Ultra. I think they were 4-1 on the year on it. Again, it's really the first time, the first weekend we're seeing Optic on this. They should be 3-0 on Invasion Control, but they kind of threw that map versus Rocker.
Yeah.
But their offense is looking very creative.
Well, you were looking for a bounce back at the start of this series for FaZe, you know, considering how you got bopped off the main stage in the winners final. They answer quickly, they win the first 2. Then it's like, all right, one punch is thrown, can Optic Texas bring it back? And they do exactly that. They win the Invasion Control. We now get ready for a hard point. This is anybody's. They've both shown they can beat each other on it.
No, they have, yeah. I mean, and I think what we saw in map 1, what we've seen for Optic is the game stays close, and then they just kind of take off in that second set of rotations. That could be the same thing here.
Yeah, and where FaZe kind of were able to do that to them in the map 1, can they do it again? Can they close it out here on a hard point? But I'm thinking about Optic, you know, all right, we gave them the first hard point, we lost that. We have dominated it, at least this weekend. We have been the best hardpoint team, maybe outside of Ultra. We know what we are capable of. We can get this to a map 5. And then maybe you don't feel confident anywhere in Search and Destroy right now. Maybe it's question marks all over the place, but at least there's one you've won.
Yeah, I mean, Karachi, yeah, 1-0.
That's the one. That's the one positive. Can you get there? But it all rides on this map 4. And we've talked a lot about Kenny kind of starting slow in this one with Shotzi. They're going to be massive here in this map 4. They're going to need a full team effort. And that's usually what it is when you've got teams this caliber battling it out. Like, you get one dud out of one player, sometimes the team loses. That is what it is.
The question mark here is what happens if you don't get a Simp masterclass that we got in map 1, right? Like, if he's not 30 and, double positive.
He was godlike in that map. Yeah, no, 100%.
We kind of saw in that map 3, you didn't get that from Simp and Celium.
Yep,
right?
True. It's not like you can take that much away from a Terminal win to put into Invasion. Like, Terminal's kind of its own beast.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah. It's a monstrosity. But the pressure now all on Optic to go big in this map 4. Maybe
Vision hard point. They want Optic won this yesterday.
How beautiful it could
Let's hope they can adapt to what FaZe is gonna do. So it's gonna be interesting. I'll say.
Crowd starting to get into it now. Some early time here for Optic, but here come the rivals on both sides. They're going to come down to a 1 versus 1 on this first push, and Shotzi able to avoid the nade. He's just up top. Celium almost wins the gunfight, but Shotzi's got a little help in Pred.
Yeah, he lost him when he drop shot it, but as you said, the help there. Simp then through the double, the tiny tears, start to get it going, soak it up this time. Been a lot of team kills for FaZe with nades on the other side too. Finally get one here if you're Optic, as Pred will connect.
Yeah, I think this title more than any, we have seen so many team nades. Obviously, a lot of it just comes down to, in past titles, a ton of Semtex. We're starting to see a little bit of frags on this one, and that's just what it turns into. But here we go, Shotzi on a big pinch. Trying to get behind enemy lines. He might have just done it. He could try to set this up so they can get P2 and have spawns for P3, but he runs by one in Draza. It may just not matter.
That BT is just locked up. He's got to look both ways. Shotzi with a deady pop and then gets in position. Nice shot there now to set up Optic Texas here for this hard point. Simp though, Simp just goes up the gut, takes out 2. Abizi right back into it. As good as it looked there for Optic, they're cleaned out of it fast.
Yeah, but Dashy gets a very lucky spawn here. Dashy's going to spawn it up behind them, and yeah, Optic's not going to expect this, so you had the break there. Draza stays alive the entire time while Optic pushed on through, and now the spawns come through, and behind the Dashy spawn, you have some pretty good control here if you're Optic for P3.
Yeah. That's invasion. That's invasion for you.
It's tough.
That's invasion for you. Dashy gets the kill. Now we get ready for our next hard point. You're probably flustered right now with the spawn if you are FaZe, but you've got to rebound. You've got to answer. Pred waiting, lurking, getting the kill. And look how far Atlanta FaZe now are from the hard point. It's just going to be Kenny soaking up time inside, relying on his teammates to get big kills, keep the pressure from the hard point.
Here comes the push though, and the stun's going to connect from Draza. So now you see the spawn out here for Palace side. 2 players are out of this if you are Optic, but they get in a position, the crossfire is through, and from the hold comes Yeti and Dashy right from the hill, getting this 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the fact that like you felt like 2 of them were out of it, but 1 was able
no
to kill him.
way.
Nice team fire, but then you're already able to bust through. It'll be 5 in a row for Abizi, who's really been stepping it up within this series. You saw the great map 3 he had. Now getting it done in the map 4.
He's locked.
He certainly is. Lead change over to FaZe, 6 in a row for Abizi. We'll see what he can do from this 8-2 start.
Yeah, he's gonna have that cruise missile, 6 in a row. Very slight edge here to Atlanta FaZe. Over to P4. You can see number 2 Shotzi just playing for those Palace spawns. FaZe are gonna know this, so they're gonna try to cash in here. 1 player left on the hill will be Dashy. Let's try to have some heroics, but the number's too strong for FaZe.
Yeah, and obviously you're working about the rotation if you're Optic Texas, but so far where FaZe have not been a great breaking team, obviously in hardpoint so far this year. They've been much better with the holding. You've had some clutch breaks here if you're FaZe. You dealt with maybe a fluky spawn that was a bit frustrating. You battle back into this, you take the advantage. And now if you can get these final 30 or so seconds, if you lose the Palace time, not the end of the world, you're looking at a tie game.
They're gonna play for some map control here.
Yeah, I think.
Spawns. Sometimes you spawn all
Yeah, Optic is trying, but I think FaZe are just reading. Obviously, they probably looked at the VOD yesterday, so they're definitely reading what the fuck's happening. And they're trying their best. Optic is definitely trying their best to counteract this, but it's not working out.
Here's the streak. You're still on it. 7 in a row for Abizi. Sending it in quickly. Get some information, but not able to connect on the kill. It's Simp that's able to get the opening pick. What can you turn this into? Shotzi waiting on the player that called him the streak. He's able to knock down Celium. Simpta with a second. Utility right up through the window. It goes right past him. And then Pred just peeks out once the utility is used and gets the kill. You're still holding on if you're Texas. And it's Shotzi working to play.
You have 1 more player there, and Abizi. The cruise doesn't connect. It gave them some space. Still 30 seconds on the clock, but look at this tight setup here. Dashy, some awful COD timing.
Awful.
Doesn't go his way. Pred on the hill with a V2. He had help from Kenny, but there we go. They rotate over towards Palace. The break doesn't come through. We're going to pretty much have a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it looked. Unless you really got something crazy with the
You didn't
you don't
realize that. That's whatever.
They're able to hold. Now we get ready for P1, and this is where Optic have been so good in some of these hard points. You get to the second set of rotations, they make some adjustments, you get the advantage. FaZe do it to them the first time through. They're doing a good job here in the opening moments of this hard point.
A chance here. You're gonna see a couple of players, Kenny and Dashy, pretty much spawn behind the setup. That's gonna be the first kill on a Draza.
Evasion is something, huh?
Last couple of times for FaZe, it has not worked out, and yeah, that turns into the break.
All right, just get time, come on.
Celium trying to get back in. He's going to get slammed. Kenny there with the kill. Now you got to battle back in again if you are FaZe. Simp, Abizi leading the way for FaZe, trying to lead the way on this push. Able to get 1 through the window. They clear Dashy then out of the point. Abizi, the last guy up there. You're holding on to a 3-point victory. 13 left to go here. Now next hard point, you see it popping. It'll be Pred there first on rotation for Optic. The rest funneling up that street.
Yeah, he's able to win the first gunfight. Onto Celium. Just kind of locking this down. You see the rest of FaZe. They're trying to push from bottom street side, and it's looking like they're going to find 3 kills.
How the fuck does that make any sense?
That's going to be all 4 dead. Now you're going to have Optic spawning Palace side.
And this has been the difference. It's the breaks from FaZe. You've done such a good job collapsing, or at moments where Optic looks like they're in such good spots, everyone just gets smoked off the map, but it's still a tight one. And still plenty of time for Optic Texas to work some magic. They have 30 left to earn here. You're right over that 200-point mark if you're Atlanta FaZe. Still got 2 flirting around the point. Pred trying to work some kills. Mid-map, you got Simp as he's trying to transition across and get some help. Spawning out behind Optic. You've got Abizi. He's going to have some freebies there.
Yeah, but Shotzi, he takes a long round. He's been alive this entire time. He's been the anchor, really, for Optic. Both teams spawning Palace. We're just trading back and forth. But with Shotzi in that spot, he's able to go on that long route, give them spawns for P3. But it was P3. That's where you found that break from FaZe.
Feels like so many times Texas have been there first. It's just been whether or not FaZe can get the break. Can you hold this time if you're Optic Texas? You got to hold here. You got to do it. If you're going to get this to a
no, don't. Oh, no.
Him right out of the point. They're working up the street, trying to go big in the backside. Will be Dashy and Kin. Rotating into the point will be Dashy now. You've done just enough to hold on to this point for now. Pred, lovely win there as both
nice win. Nice win.
Wow, that was close.
Yeah,
it was real close.
Great read on both sides. It comes down to that 1 versus 1, and Dashy just gets to the point, knows his teammates spawning up close. They have his cross. And now on this rotation over towards P4, you already have a few players from FaZe in that spot.
And with this scoreline, I mean, both teams.
Yeah, what do you
likely,
want to
do you want to get enough time here where you at least could win this with a P5? Just make sure you get to like 190 plus, so like a perfect hole gets you the dub. I think it's probably the call.
Yeah, but now look at number 8, Celium. He's gonna try to lock down the A street, so pressure over towards P4 for Optic. They have to break this setup because I don't think they're gonna have this Palace side of the map. And here we go, Pred, first man in, the stun's gonna connect. Still numbers over to Optic with the way Celium is playing, but it's on to Sim now.
Come on.
One more there. How long can he hold off? He's been able to take out 2. Sim still
no, dude. How do you lose that?
God, no way. Does he get all of them here? He's like, I got ammo and something, I hope. He's taking
no way. How do you lose that, bro? What the fuck? No, they're in trouble now. They got Palace. They're in trouble. It's over.
If you're Optic Texas, and now it comes down to this. You need 29 points for the victory. Palace getting ready to pop. It's been all FaZe on the breaks. Texas now have got to do it. Optic have got to break here.
Now we've seen some magic from Shotzi, right, in these positions with his movement, with his mind, but he's going to get taken down early. Off the hill goes Kenny. There's going to be the first pick. But you see where Shotzi spawns out so far away. On the other end, Abizi does spawn out, so he's going to have a pinch here. So a couple of kills going down on both sides, but FaZe are holding on for now.
Can you make it scrappy? Can you get in? Can you extend this somehow? Now just 15 points needed. The kills starting to come through. They're starting.
I'm glad that the
Atlanta FaZe
you know, if they were playing on the new patch, this shit wouldn't happen. It's like fuck. Oh my god. That is so brain dead. Fuck, you know. I fucking hate that shit. They don't play on the new patch. I get it on their port, but I don't understand. Why are they playing on the old patch when everyone else is? It doesn't make sense. Stupid fucking shit.
But they win both of them here in Terminal on Invasion.
I didn't see that coming. I did not see them winning both hard points. That's for sure.
Lines just gotta go out the window, right?
God.
Man,
this they also made a lot. I mean, to be fair, Optic made a lot of mistakes by not getting the kills, and then oh shit, everything goes to shit. But then I would blame it on also the points that on the hills. Why are they on the old hills? It doesn't make any fucking sense. That's the part where it frustrates me. If they were playing on the new hills, maybe they would have had a chance. But no, of course they play on the old head patches. Now they don't even have a chance. But at the same time, they just lost like.
Some of them they just got quashed off the point. Like the break just seemed to come in a little too easy for FaZe. But that one's back and forth. It was a tight one. It was a fun one.
I know. I'm just gonna hope that Ultra can.
His kills kind of make it very chaotic. Because maybe if you find Simp there in that P4, you get a little bit more pushed up. You have time to work Palace a bit more. Maybe you find a pick or two. It doesn't happen, but there's a look at what happened throughout this game. FaZe versus Ultra rematch here in the final.
No, I think you nailed it. Like if you're going to create, you know, this mess on the Palace hardpoint, you got to kind of get the P4 break pretty clear. Then you can get layer of the map, get some picks, maybe make some mess. But Simp just dances, bro, for 20 seconds.
He's a great dancer.
He really is. Tiny dancer. We're done. Let's get it to the stage. Interviews ready.
Now the desk.
To the desk. I lied. To the desk. There's no interview. There's no interview.
Better. Thank you so much, Maven. I'm here. We got I Hold Shift, Alley Cat Nameless, your host Chris Puckett, and we got to break down what we just witnessed because Optic came into this red hot. Atlanta had just been crushed by Toronto. But Atlanta still has Optic's number here in 2024, something that hasn't been the case the last 8 years.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and it's the fashion of which they were able to bounce back and see great participation again from Simp and Abizi across the respawns. That had been missing, not just in the Toronto series, but I think just kind of largely throughout the entirety of the weekend. Cell had been kind of carrying them through, so to see those Tiny Terrors wake up, show up here on Sunday, that's great news for Atlanta.
Allie, we didn't get to that game 5, so what did you earn in your first 4?
I mean, Atlanta to win both of those respawns was the most impressive thing I think I've seen all day with how they've been struggling and that fact that they lost to Toronto on all 3 maps in that way to come back and smack Optic Texas. It's just a testament to how good these players can be even when they are knocked down. Again, this is our #1 seed heading into the major in the first place, and Simp was like, I'm not going home yet. We're not done. We got to get to that last series.
Nameless, after every event, the teams go back to the workshop. They try and fix every minor mistake. You thought Optic had the edge coming into this matchup. What mistakes do they need to clean up to make sure this doesn't happen when we go to Miami?
I mean, it's just tough. You play a team back-to-back, right? Like, going into this one, same thing. Like, in the Search and Destroy, I think Optic has some improvements to be made when they get home. And they're still a championship caliber team, right? You saw it right there. For Atlanta FaZe, there's just a couple huge breaks coming in. And we saw the improvement. They were struggling in hardpoint. We see it here, Treehouse. The slow, effort to take your time, get that first pick. That was all the difference in the world. Same thing with P2. Perfect setup by Optic. What happens? Atlanta FaZe just slowly collapses. The communication was clearly a lot better throughout the series. And for Optic, man, you had a great tournament. This is a brand new team. You just played against one of the all-time dynasties. It's gonna take time.
Yeah, for Optic Texas, I think the biggest focus for them heading into Major 2 is definitely going to be those Search and Destroys. I think when it came to the respawns in this series, or specifically the hard points, they kind of just got outslayed, which isn't something that typically happens with Optic Texas, but now FaZe get that rematch in the grand final.
All right, we've seen a lot of invasion. Is FaZe the best invasion team? I have a feeling we're going to see it against Toronto in our next match.
Yeah, just best of 7, we're going to see it, I am sure, maybe in all 3 modes. But the best team in the game, hard to say, especially since Toronto just 6-1'd them on Search and Destroy in their last matchup. It's hard to make the argument.
That's not the same FaZe team that we saw.
That's true.
Toronto. That is a completely different team, especially in those.
But 6-1, Ant?
We got a brand new FaZe when we come back from the break. Stay locked in, everybody. This is the Call of Duty League Major 1, live from Boston.
It just frustrates me on how they just
Favorite map and mode, I'd say Old Patch Terminal Hardpoint.
I'd say the favorite map and mode is probably Karachi Hardpoint or somewing with Karachi just feels like a skilled map.
Probably Karachi S&D.
I mean, I kind of knew this was gonna happen because there's just after map 1, I figured that shit was gonna happen. I mean, the fact is, it's just okay, yeah, they obviously Optic they just couldn't do anything. They had no answer back to map 4, and then of course you got the cheese on the fucking old point on the old hills. it's like it's so stupid, but you know, when they wasted the thing is they wasted so much time on P4, they could have just focused on trying to break on P5, but you know, whatever at this point, there's nothing they can do. Once they got outplayed, there's nothing, they had nothing to answer back, so it's like, okay, cool.
I mean, I'm giving intel to other teams now, like, if I answer that.
Wait, that's a hard one. Wait, I can't be giving away the vetoes.
Favorite mapping mode in the current rotation?
It's just, it's so bloody stupid, but you know, what the fuck ever.
I skid rail hard point.
Mapping mode, sub-base hard point.
You know.
Best player in the game on that map.
And like, at least they want to control, at least the control's getting better, but then the S&D, it was so one-sided. It's just like, it was so one-sided. The S&D was just so one-sided, like, you can't do anything again. When FaZe know what's going on, they will just be like, okay, yeah, let's just readapt, and that's it. They all think of nothing to just, you know. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab some water.
We are back live in Boston from the MGM Music Hall. The CDL Major 1 closes out today, and we are just one match from finding out who will be crowned our champions. $150,000 on the line and title of Major 1 champ. It sounds good to both of these teams. We have Atlanta FaZe and Toronto Ultra left in the bracket here on the desk. It's Puckett. We got Studdy joining us once again. Alley Cat and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Studdy. Our brackets were terrible. Our pickups totally inaccurate. As we take a look back at this bracket, what were some of the biggest surprises for you?
I think, first off, it's Miami Heretics. You know, this is one of the top teams that we had going into the event. I was praising their teamwork on the online qualifying stages. And they come here and don't win a single map. But alongside the subliners, another squad who came in with a top 3 seed. They got 3-0'd by Rocker and then get eliminated by the Royal Ravens. Just catch me off guard. These are some top dogs here.
Alley Cat, if you're looking for some of the closest matches to go back and watch, what were some of your favorites here on day 1, 2, or 3?
It's got to be Vegas Legion getting a reverse swept again by the LAG. I believe that was day number 2, our last matchup of the day. And any of the game 5s, to be honest, you should go back and take a gander at. We had so many of the teams from the Elim bracket make it further than I think anyone expected. Not only that, got some points, which we remember from last year is so important for these teams that aren't starting off very hot in the beginning of the qualifier.
Nameless, what I love about this bracket is, yes, we had some upsets, but at the very end, it's number 1 versus number 2 from our standings. They are playing for this.
Yeah, they're playing for this beautiful trophy, and you know, these teams have had some historic battles in the grand finals before. We know the stories of these organizations. Both teams packed a punch, and Atlanta FaZe looking stronger than ever after that match. But Toronto, since the holiday break, have been unbelievable, only losing 2 maps in 2024. They're playing for points, but they're also playing for that cash.
Oh yeah, we talked about this cash earlier. $150,000 for first place and 90 for second. Can I just say, shout out to the LAD's organization, because 3 of their 4 players from last year made it into our top 3. We got Omboy v Draza now on the main stage for grand finals. They're clearly doing something right.
Absolutely, and I think we need to take a moment here and apologize to some of the squads that we, I guess, didn't expect to perform as well as they did here on land. I gotta start here with Lamar in Minnesota. Yes, I picked them to heat things up when they were in the online qualifiers, but I figured once they got to land, they were gonna get crushed. Their bracket was terrible. You're taking on the world champ subliners in the first round, and not only did the Rocker beat them, they did it in a 3-0, Alley.
They did it in a 3. I mean, it was a slamming, and this shocked everybody. The true dark horse, the true underdog of this entire event had to be Minnesota Rocker, because they didn't stop with the New York subliners. They were here all the way up until this morning, and even tried to put up a fight against Optic Texas. They will bow out, but I think this spells great stuff moving forward for a team that maybe was overlooked, especially for the rookie in Linz. He proved not only can he do it on the online qualifiers, but he can also do it on land.
Jay, I know you always keep it a buck with me, so do you think this roster is going to stay together for most of this season? Do you want them to stay together?
I want them to. You think Ultra? You did 0-4. It's major resilience to that entire
Ultra's going to take it.
3 straight going into this major. Secure a winner's bracket spot.
Honestly, with how they were performing against FaZe, I wouldn't be surprised. But if it fucking happens, like, but if it happens, like, what happened to Optic, they are in heaps of trouble. But I have confidence that Ultra are gonna be like, okay, we gotta counter this, we gotta counter that, and you know, just do a bunch of shit there.
This team is a brand new squad, right? Like we saw the potential in that FaZe match online where they went all the way to the distance, but they didn't have enough time to get good at search and destroy.
Right.
But it has been a spectacle to watch them in these hard.
They just got to do a bunch. They just got to do a lot of stuff that
Clay continues to do it.
Atlanta FaZe can't do.
It just feels like they were turning a new page.
Atlanta FaZe can't.
Look at this roster, I'm instantly expecting them to be good at search and destroy. They were actually flip-flop opposite. Good at the respawns, and when you take a look at this, look at how long these guys are playing together. That's been what? Like, it's like 2018, 2019.
5 years ago.
They got some history, and they showed it all weekend long for all the matches they were in. And with this team, it's a quick fix. We're talking about search and destroy. We have TJ Halley. We got Clayster, a 3-time world champion. And finally, you came from the S&D sin with that young, aggressive SMG and Gwyn. They're going to be able to get it together next season.
Gwyn is nuts. Dude.
Yeah.
Like, he showed it on land. And you know the nerves always kick in? Not when you got Clayster next to you, man.
Yeah.
He was performing.
And I think Felony showed everyone why they call him the human UAV during his listen-in. Carolina Royal Ravens impressed here in Boston, as did Seattle Surge. Very low expectations after this squad started off 2-0. They fell to 2-2, then 3-3. They entered this tournament 3-4. But the Surge did not go away, Allie.
Yeah, love them or hate them. I mean, they were able to get away with a lot in some of these series. Their search and destroy looks to be back to what we expected it to be at the beginning of the qualifier, and that allowed them to fight their way through, also sending home the home team and getting through to yesterday. And for Surge right now, I'm happy that we have kind of another villain in the league. It's just all Atlanta FaZe. You know, they're the biggest villains in the league. I feel like Seattle Surge is trying to make a case for themselves now at this point.
Nameless, what was more surprising, seeing the Surge make a run for top 6 here in Boston, or the fact that LAG was right there with them?
100% has to be LAG. You know, I actually had high hopes for the Surge team. Obviously, they have some world champions on the squad. They've been great at search and destroy, but for LAG, their last few matches were terrible. They looked like they were going to get bopped out instantly here in this tournament, but what happens? Fame came to play. This team is the real deal, man, and you saw it. Like, they even knew they were going to come in and get that reverse sweep done right away. They got some maps in their bag, and in search and destroy, they were just a couple tweaks away from being a good S&D team, converting those first bloods, and they worked through it as they kept going through the bracket. LAG surprised a lot of people, and I think they're going to keep this roster for us.
And I think if you're looking at this LG roster, it's simple. It's just strictly to search and destroy, mostly on their attacking rounds. We got to get some strategy going. We can't wait to the final 20 seconds to apply pressure towards one of these sites and eventually work a bomb plan. You're just letting teams slowly pick you apart. But one thing they can bank on is that respawn game mode. You got to keep that up, but that S&D has to be a lot quicker.
Hey, Jay, I know you don't look at the numbers. Your partner does while you cast. So tell me, who do you think has the highest KD after 3.75 days of action?
Oh, I can tell you, I definitely wasn't expecting Slasher to be.
Me neither, baby. The Boston boy.
Series, come on.
Yo, it makes sense though, right? Like, no steak,
He was frying,
no cheese.
Slasher was frying.
Boston fans are cheering here in the venue. I love to hear it. And of course, shout out to Ghosty, LA Thieves, able to jump into the top 4 alongside Selly and Fred. And of course, Old Man Attach right there above Scrap. A lot of teams with some representation here in our top 10, Allie.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a different team in every single line of that in the top 10, but part of that top 10's got to be Optic Texas. We unfortunately said goodbye to Optic Texas in the last series, as they will bow out at top 3, but I gotta say, it looks like they are actively making changes in their series, in these in-game moments, and I think that spells a great thing for the Green Wall moving forward, Jay.
And I think for Fred, like, this is a guy who just made the jump from Seattle last year to Optic. He didn't miss a beat. He's still the same exact player. And that's crazy to say, because wasn't he a couple weeks late in the beginning of the year to actually play in the game?
So he got over
he
here,
was absolutely putting on a show all weekend long. Just kind of figure out that S&D for Optic Texas, they be straight.
What was impressive for me is that they're just playing the respawn game the right way.
Yeah.
Like, not usually these Optic teams bail themselves out on an individual basis, and honestly, I'm gonna give a lot of that credit to Kenny.
Yeah.
His teams are typically some of the most disciplined teams in Call of Duty, and he's brought that culture over towards Optic, and you're seeing Dashy pick up all this time, as Ali likes to call him, the Hill Kitten. You see Pred take over, pushing out these cuts, and it was beautiful to watch them this weekend. I think they got a great foundation to build upon.
Optic was number 5 coming in. They finished number 3. Are the expectations for them to be better than that at the next major?
Oh, without question, because there's only one fix. It's search and destroy, and they have the personnel to get it done. They have the coaching staff. They have everything that they need to improve in that mode. That's the only thing that's holding them back from a championship.
I got to give a shout out to the guy behind you and everyone else behind us here in the MGM Music Hall. The Boston fans have brought it. We know this city is famous for how their fans treat competition. We heard boos out of the first 10 seconds. We had people camping overnight, waiting since 2 a.m. to get in the doors first, and this has been an insane venue.
Yeah, I knew it was Boston. Right when New York walked out, the whole crowd stood up. They said, boo, we don't like no New Yorkers in here. And they brought the energy all weekend long. The fans outside, people spray painting their hair green. It has been nuts in the music hall.
Jeremy, you got a favorite fan interaction on the week so far?
No, I don't think so. I don't think people like me that much. You know, I'll figure
I
it
like
out.
you, Jay.
Yeah,
I got a good one. That's been, I think every single day we've been on broadcast, there's this fan behind me that's been standing up and making a heart sign on the broadcast. That's probably probably been my favorite one on the weekend.
Big shout out to the man who got the attach and clayster tattoo. That is next level fandom. We have more to be excited about here at the Music Hall. When we come back, it is the grand finals. The players are ready, so stay tuned. Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe, live from Boston.
Ooh, well, that's your hard point. That's interesting. Oh. This one's going to be the battle of who can rotate and get kills up the next hills. Gonna be interesting, I'll say. Gonna be interesting.
It is time to get the party started. Welcome in, everyone, to the Major 1 Final presented by Monster, Call of Duty League's best, going toe-to-toe as we are down to our 2 remaining squads, Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe, and $150,000 waiting for the champions. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Puckett, Study, Alley Cat, and Nameless all here for the final match in Boston. Alley, I want to start with you.
What's up?
This is the first final of the season. What is the importance of this event?
The importance of this event is kind of bragging rights right at the beginning of the year. You know, we're the first team ahead of the game. Also, the trophy, all the points, the money. You're ahead of everyone. There's a lot of things, Chris. It's a very long list. It's everything.
And if you've been watching competitive Call of Duty for a while, you should know that our first team we're going to talk about have been favorites. Almost every single competition they've entered, 32 events for the Tiny Terrors, 9 championships, 2 world rings to go along with it. These guys have been phenomenal, and they have some excellent teammates to go with it.
Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
This is a dynasty at this point. You have to say it. They bring in Jaza, another world champ, to this squad, and they picked up right where they left off from last year, dominating in those search and destroys. The problem is they ran into a super hot Toronto Ultra squad, and they have to make adjustments on the fly. We've seen it before. And for your Monster Energy pregame, keep the hard points close and take those search and destroys. 3 and 4 on hard point at the major. But that last hard point team you saw, not the same squad. The breaking was drastically improved. And then also the SNEs have to be the bread and butter. They've been 12-2 in that game mode, 85% win rate, but they only won 1 round, letting those bombs get planted in an astounding 4 rounds of those 6.
Atlanta struggled against Toronto in their opening duel up there in the winners bracket finals. Now looking for a reset as they go 7 maps potentially against one of the world's best. Toronto Ultra was on fire throughout champs. They ran the winners bracket. It wasn't until that grand championship that they were eventually handed losses. 5 in a row, though, sent them packing with silver in their hands, and they've been thinking about this moment ever since.
Yes, ever since. But again, this is Major 1, and they already have 1 win over Atlanta. They have been undefeated throughout this entire weekend, and it's been handedly by like 100 points and hard points. So when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, obviously your hard point has been on unreal. 13-1 record with a plus 85 average score margin and a 10-map win spree. So just keep doing what you're doing is essentially what this graph is going to tell you, because Toronto is right now the team to beat.
I love this showdown. Number 1 versus number 2, just like we scripted it, and it's time to get the final predictions in. Atlanta FaZe fell the first time. They fall a second time in the best of 7. I got Toronto winning this one 4-2.
I just think Toronto, too, fundamentally sound when you talk about the respawns. And the fact that they were able to 6-1 Atlanta FaZe in a search and destroy where they were 5-0. Oh, yeah, they're the top dog. I got Toronto.
2 Ultra so far.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with Toronto Ultra in this one. They looked way too good.
Nameless?
This theme has happened. The unanimous desk. I'm going with Toronto Ultra in this series. Ready for Atlanta to prove us wrong.
Crowd, make some noise for both of our teams as we get your monster final started as we send it up there with Guy Blaze.
All right, Boston, only 2 more teams remain, and it is time to crown a champion. Are y'all ready to get this started? Now, the competition has been keeping us warm all weekend long, but this first team coming to the stage loves to freeze over hell. Get ready, because here comes Toronto.
I love when the news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, I've been the safe. So take a check, finishing this drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me it was a favorite sense. Sprint advantage spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Show some love to the Toronto Ultra. We got Scrap, Envoy, Insight, and Kleenex. The Kings of the North ready to do it again. The Toronto Ultra.
They just smoked these guys like 2 hours ago, and that's why they look so confident walking out onto that stage. This is why they made the roster change. They faced defeat in the World Championship, not looking to have that happen here. But they got to go through a dynasty. Let's bring them out, Blaze.
A dynasty is the best words you can call them. Ready to set the stage ablaze. Here comes those bad boys from the ATL.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Go for 1, go for 3. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm the killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson, you quit this ain't to stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Boston, you can boo or cheer, but get loud for Atlanta FaZe! We got Draza, Sim, Abizi, and Salium. Atlanta FaZe in full form.
Listen, I don't know about y'all, but I want to know what the hell the plan is that Draza keeps talking about, and I have a feeling we might find it out if they hoist that trophy at the end of this series. The villains of the league looking for their own revenge on the Toronto Ultra. It's the final match of Boston, Blaze.
Yes, it is the final match of Boston, and it's been a fantastic weekend here at MGM Hall. Boston, let everybody know, are you ready to go? Miles Chance, are you ready?
Ladies, you know what? For once, we are. Let's get it, brother. This is going to be a fantastic final. We find out who the very best team in MW3 is so far. But as of course this weekend, if the competition has been so insane,
I mean, the competition we're going to have is going to level up as well. These are the clear-cut best 2 teams in the game. It is going to be a best of 7
Karachi, Skidrow, Invasion, Skidrow, Karachi,
and I'm just going to set it up for both of these
what
teams.
The hell?
For these
What
7
the
maps,
hell?
Atlanta FaZe's overall record, 16-3. They have dominated with the maps we have. On the side of Toronto Ultra, 21-3. Even better, they've played it more. It is a terrifying sight. And I got to say, the big advantage as well, Atlanta FaZe, the way they got pieced up on sub base, had to get that one out of there. I got to say, a little edge already for Ultra. We start off with Karachi. They beat them down just 2 hours ago.
They did indeed. Well, it's a long grand finals ahead of us. 2 S&Ds, 2 controls, and 3 hard points. Good news for Scrap. He gets to come a few times.
He is going to be having himself a grand old time, and in the hard point, he was there, absolutely dominant in both of them through 28 kills in each. The man to look out for. He is looking to be the boogeyman.
Here we go, Boston, once more. Onto the breach for all of us here as our grand finals begins. First hard point, always off to a blistering start as both teams, they go toe-to-toe for map control and for time in the race to 250.
And the opening break already won by Ultra. Get the extra time, get the jump in, but now you got to get those trades. Scrap looking nearby. Another team kill, by the way, coming through the grenades of Atlanta FaZe. They have been owning each other. Not what you want to have happen, but Simp delivers for 2, and Atlanta deliver the time.
FaZe clean house now. Top left-hand side of the minimap, Ultra in position for the next hard point. Every minute, these hills will rotate. They'll stay there for 1 minute. You have to soak as much time as you can.
Oh, and these are some nice kills coming through for Atlanta. When they played Karachi earlier, it was the middle 3 hills that Ultra dominated, and that starts right at P2. Ultra are going to be here first, but right now, Celium, MacArthur, 3-0. It's Kleenex going to back him down, but FaZe are swarming around this new time.
FaZe are in. Ultra just on the outside, waiting patiently for the hit. Here comes Celium from up high. Gets into the fight. Finds one. Here towards the backline he goes. The rest of his teammates fighting around the point, trying to get themselves in there. Sim picks up the last. That's his hard point.
Hey, that's the break you need if you're Atlanta FaZe. Keep that lead maintained and force these back alley spawns. If they're going to be spawning here forever for Ultra, they're going to end up on the back foot. So this is clean and efficient work right now for Atlanta. And you even got Simp on the time. He's on a 4.
On a 4 spree for now. 5 make it. If he gets 6, he gets a cruise missile. Very handy on a map like this. Let's find out if he does get that in a moment. For now, Abizi trying to keep those players away from the hard point.
And Atlanta FaZe, you can see, very warmed up right for this match. They got dominated on the middle 3 hills. Well, now they got a cruise missile. They got the lead, and more importantly, they have that rotation pushed out the right directions. They are waiting in the wings for this hill to pop. Atlanta will be there first.
Great job from Atlanta early on. They've got a wonderful lead to work with. They're now making their way over towards that new hard point. In a second, it's going to pop open. Able to get that time. Now active. Celium do what he can to hold these players back. Lovely damage across 2 of them. Over to Simp now. The man in the hard point. His teammates are still spawning close, but he's taking these fights alone. No problem. Here comes Abizi. Gets a pair.
Set him in for that damage does not come through for Celium. He does not slow him down enough, but the job being done by everybody on Atlanta. Abizi collecting the time, one direction to look, and maybe Insight trying to take an angle. He's trying to bang out just the side. Not an easy feat for Toronto.
Just like One Direction, it's hit after hit after hit. Here towards the front line. Abizi on 3. Ends it from Insight. Inside of the hard point.
You gotta go new.
And this has been an unreal theme for Atlanta FaZe on the day. That is another team.
This one's gonna be slow start for Ultra, but I think they could. Once they figure out something, oh yeah, that's a good. That's some good kills there. Oh, yep, that's a kill. Yep.
Towards the bottom side of what we call the fountain. You won't be seeing this next season, folks. This has been patched out, but for now we get to say one last time, this Fountain Hill, and it is an absolute bloodbath in there.
And you got Sim taking the deep route, but the timing might be perfect. Well, it lines up a few teammates, and now you gotta bang through the door. A team kill from the other side, but Simp is gonna falter. The teamwork for Atlanta, not on point. And now for Toronto, maybe a moment to attempt to stabilize. Envoy up top, keeping these players at bay.
A very difficult situation to be
nice kill from Envoy.
On the approach. Now the Ultra, they have the time, and Envoy from upstairs. This is the power position for this hard point, and he's going to stay there all game.
And Envoy, as long as he's alive, and if Insight falls, Envoy just gets to jump over top like that, man, and gets sent in for the kill. But in the point, the ARs are delivering. Scrap and Insight able to collect a few, and this has been a phenomenal Fountain Hill. Able to get the final few players, draws a last man standing. Insight guns him down. Now you set yourself on at the rotation. Toronto again will be there first.
We are so excited to see that lead that Atlanta FaZe had built. Well, it's all gone now. Toronto Ultra firmly in the lead. Rotation down once again. They've got themselves over towards New.
That's a big win for Scrap. They have no way to counter it. They have no way to flank.
You get those early entry kills, and now you got Insight. Easy reads, keeping it busy at bay. Everybody on Ultra. The guns are getting warm.
Smoking hot so far here in map 1. Not what you would expect, given the last time we saw Toronto Ultra in the finals. Sorry guys, had to say it. Hardpoint still in the hands of our purple team. Our cousins from
that's unfortunate for Kleenex. And no hit marker.
Gets it, but good coverage once again out of phase.
Yeah, Celium, that true difference maker right now for Atlanta. His tracking through walls is impeccable. A menace to play against. And Insight trying to divvy out some damage as well. You get a couple kills to break the point, but for the final 20 seconds, you see how much Ultra want that. They just sent 4 players for that final 20, and a little play like that can go a long way. They've built themselves a very solid lead.
So many games in this tournament alone have ended within that 20-point mark, so truly every second counts. We say goodbye to our first set of hard points. We go right back to the middle of the map once again, and right now, toe-to-toe. Scraps on the inside. He has no idea that Abizi is there with him. A quick contest, check the corners. Teamwork will make the dream work. Last man up is Abizi. That's FaZe hard point.
And there you go. You know, Insight was down the street as well, so a beautiful start on P1. Get everybody into the right power positions. Celium looking from the heaven above. Right now from Ultra, Insight's been alive for such a long time. They've almost lost track of him, and he's just waiting for his teammates to get in position. They're going for the clean break, and that's 2.
That's a nice break. That's a good break.
Perfect teamwork again from Toronto Ultra.
Ooh.
So clean. Toronto Ultra, time going their way. There's 25 seconds to be had here on P1. They've already got a man top left. They're playing the long game as well as playing the time.
And a break on like that on P1, it just sets you up so far in advance. You're going to have the perfect rotation over towards P2, and you're going to be comfortable. Maybe you fall out of P1, but the other players already set up around the zone. They know where the pressure is going to be coming from. Ultra consistently ahead of the game.
Rolling through these hills. Hardpoint now active. Top left-hand side of the map. Draws and cleans house from a distance. Wonderful work. Kleenex now waiting patiently for the reinforcements. FaZe have to set up a defensive perimeter around that cafe.
And look at that timing, too. Players watching the flank for just a moment. They lost track of him for a second.
Ooh, no, that's not good. Yeah, he's going to get flanked. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Different players, but can't connect with the kill. Now I got Ultra just trying to pierce their way through the point. Abizi's going to get cleaned out, and now it's just a front smash through the time.
Successful pierce through the back line now. Big tag. Celium still alive. You've got players there for Ultra on the point. Envoy.
Ooh, nice push.
9, the perfect place to be with a submachine gun. Riddles Celium. Keeps the time flowing in favor of Ultra. Envoy once again in there. Last bullet in the mag, and he stays alive.
Oh, he's doing it for the final 20 seconds as well. But Droz is going to take it from him. So all these little fights towards the end for the extra bit of time. But you can see how much Ultra value it. That is one gun.
So I really got us.
15 seconds.
I think when I'm playing ranked, I'm going to have to utilize those wall bangs because that's the whole, I guess it seems like that's the whole game now, is wall bangs. So you got to utilize that shit real well. Once you know where the once you have an idea where the enemy is, you just shoot them through the wall. And once you get a hit, and once you get the confirmed hit markers, you will be able to win. You'll be able to win that gunfight.
Really big top there. I have my tools. Start going nose, honestly. Yeah, it's one. I'm with already top. Build that. One more bottom new. Jamie's on new. Laying down. They're spawning right in. They're spawning Coop. Yeah, he's spawning me. Yo, one spawn bust on me. On your subsect. Your workbench is top. Listen, I'm taking it right off this old. That guy's gonna spawn red, Zach. I'm not sure where. On time. There's one time and one top. Last guy stairs. Jamie. On time. Jamie on time. Last guy. He's laying down watching his mid. There's two left. I'm trying to get top. There's two left. There's one left. Go barrels in. Guys, two. Listen. This is a great time, okay? I'm gonna bang low with you, okay? You go top. Mid, scrap, we.
The comms are great, but the listening is difficult. Insight, so difficult to keep track of. They were screaming stairs. They didn't check it. And if you miss on Insight, he goes on a 6 spree. He gets the cruise missile. And hey, you might get the final bit of scrap if you're Atlanta FaZe. But once again, they are behind on the rotation.
They've been exchanging the lead over the listening. And for now, you've got a cruise missile to play with. Sim's got his. Insight has one as well. So eyes on the skies in a moment. But look, we're nearly there. Next hard point's up. FaZe are in. Lead change once again.
And the pace has been slowed down. Again, Ultra always group up together to try to make those teamwork plays. Drozaville reading the pressure from up top, so he's calling that out to his teammates. Watches the back flank as well. Gets the next kill, looking for the trades, because Ultra, they've made it into the time, but Droz is there. Pistol shot to get it done. FaZe still have the time.
Please house. Fresh mag. Not fast enough on the draw. Envoy gets there, cuts him down. Looking towards another lead change. If Ultra can get in there, but no, FaZe are still running the show. Over 200 points now. Sim starting to find the kills. 3 in a row for him. Draza has been a standout in the individual kills department, and now Chris Lair is starting to heat up.
This time is massive as well. Atlanta might just be driving the spike in, getting that nail home. The final 15 seconds absolutely going their way. Now you get to set up around new, play for the kills, and the Terrors are getting them all.
Back to the middle of the map now. You've got yourself streaks to play with also. This could be very helpful for FaZe. Ultra are not out of this yet. The team that has shown us the most prowess as Speak of the Devil, and he will come down from the sky and clean that point out for you.
Well, you got to get that trophy. Yet no, not there for Sim. He is going to fall. That is the 6 spree on Fountain that delivers you this P1 time. Draza jumping over top, can't make the play. Scrap there for the kill, and it looks like Ultra making them work for it.
Bad news though, there is a trophy system down in the hill. Can it be disabled in time? No good. It doesn't hit. Toronto's still in control.
And also, you're going to have a lot of things to dance with in this moment. FaZe can still break this point and win, but by the looks of it, they might just chalk up a good chunk of this time and rotate towards new. By the looks of it, P2 is going to decide this game.
Scrap staying down, staying in cover, staying on the time. 10-second game now. Envoy up close, reinforcing the point. The new hard point to the top left is all FaZe.
And you got 12 seconds before that hill is going to pop. Ultra going to have a man in all. They got to try to make the break. That is not the start they're looking for. Inside on the wings, looking for the extra kills, the damage good. But 4 players for FaZe are grouped up at new.
Easy just crosses the way of the alley. And now the fight is on. You have to get in there fast. Kleenex does. Cuts through the back.
Ooh!
Still in the hands of FaZe for now, but nobody on the time.
And FaZe have the close spawns as well, so Ultra going to have to fly. They're going to have to make those hero plays.
CQB here on the point. FaZe are in. Scrap from the outside. Finds one. The back line now. The hip fire. No good. Time now in FaZe's hands. The break. The break.
Ooh!
And they're going to get it too. Insight going to clean house. The spawn.
Ooh!
And Ultra steal game number 1.
What a break on Ultra. Holy shit. Was a good fucking break. Holy fuck.
That Ultra apply. They make those consistent teamwork plays time and time again. And then when it gets mixy, when you just have to fly and pop off as an individual, well, they can do that too. The swarm on P2 towards the end was almost inevitable.
Inevitable. Well, map number 1. 250, 239. We got ourselves a grand final.
And I just love that look because it has everything. One of the slower maps we have seen out of Scrap. Who picks them up? It's Jamie Insight, the other AR for the squad, 29 and 19. That is the man that on the Fountain Hill, we heard the comms of Atlanta FaZe. They are screaming at Simp. He is on the stairs. He's on the stairs. Simp slides in, does a 360, can't get the kill, and Insight in that moment turns it into a 6 spree, gets the cruise missile, and we saw the impact that had in the end.
Indeed. Well, we saw what the trophies did to those last few hard points. Well, guys, a quick replay of the final moments here. This is the break from Toronto Ultra. Keep an eye on those very, very close scores.
And it's also like Atlanta FaZe had a few moments where they're just getting a little bit of time stripped away over and over and over. Kleenex there to dish out one player, but neither Simp nor Draza came in quickly. By the time they do, it's the extra reinforcements that in. The trades there from Insight and Scrap deliver, and it's just buying the time. Simp has to slide out for the trade. The extra man from Ultra is there, and then it's just overwhelming. And look who finished on the 6, make it 7 spree as well. Insight for MVP.
Another massive spree there from Jamie Craven, adding to the stats. You can see from this point in time, all angles covered. Toronto Ultra soak it away. Find that map 1 victory, and that has got to feel so sweet.
I mean, that is an electric start to the match, especially because you had Ultra sitting there waiting, watching that previous series, had to get the guns warmed up a little bit, but you also just got to look at like the consistent plays that they're making. How many moments were like Envoy was the last man standing? Does he run into the hill and try to make the break? No, he waits for the regrouping, for everybody to get back in the mix. We saw it on an earlier P2 as well from Kleenex. He's sitting bottom red, all of his teammates die, come off spawn. He doesn't rush in. He waits for the play to come to him. Ultra always on point. Admittedly, you see how much of a battle that game was. Maybe 7 different lead exchanges, but 250-239, a devastating way for Ultra to kick this one off. Now we go to Skid Row S&D. I believe it is a 2-0 record for both of these teams. Actually, that's for the Skid Row hardpoint. For the S&D, though, that is the theme for Atlanta. That is what they are going to need in this series if they want to hope to win.
Search and Destroy will be a very crucial one. We'll see if that goes the way of FaZe. For now, Ultra, breathe all that fire up your lungs. Try to get the heart rate right back down. This is a team that likes to play in a very comfortable and very calm environment. No matter how frantic the gameplay looks, they're very, very much in control. FaZe at the same time, Chance, is another team that they can play very fast, they get very hectic. I think with Draza on the comms as well, they're going to be a spicy team indeed. Going into the Search and Destroy, though, it's Envoy and it's Simp we're going to be keeping a big eye on.
And, you know, Simp throughout this year so far, he has been one of the best, if not the best player in the game. But in this major, Envoy has been there to match him. The stats incredibly comparable between the two. A few extra kills for Simp, a little bit better on the opening duels is Envoy. But you know these two players are just going to go toe-to-toe. No stranger to these matchups. No stranger to each other in the grand finals as well. You know the play style. You understand your opponent. This is execution time. Skid Row S&D is going to be a spicy one. Both of these teams will mix up the strats. You'll see the tunnel hits. You'll see Kleenex flying through the top middle of the map. The 2 best teams in the world, an absolute square-up map.
2 of the best teams in the world, 4 of the best players in the world. Feast your eyes on Skid Row S&D.
And we talked about the tunnel hits as well. This is the type of play call where you just want to set the tone on the map, but look who's here. Native Trap dealing with the whole squad. He gets taken down.
Ooh.
Gives you at least 2. The battle is here, a 2v2, and we got everybody split on the map.
Hey man, when my teammate does that in ranked, I'm smiling from ear to ear.
Oh, the timing. Ooh, the timing actually works. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Turn around, son. Jamie Craven's right there for it. Draza makes it a 1v1. Now, the race is on.
New man on the squad versus one of the most clutch, if not the most clutch player in the league. Insight almost always wins his ones, but no one, and I mean no one, grinds like Draza.
Insight made that timing really good.
For where that bomb is located, he's going for the swing.
Moving with purpose and moving very quietly. Draza now looking to recover the bomb. Insight on the stairs.
This is going to be very interesting.
Don't make too much noise. You may hear him. Here comes the fight. And patience may pay off. It does. Directly into the trap of Toronto.
And that is the tricky thing about Skid Row. You can grind as much as you want, but Insight just lives for these moments. Always the ice in his veins, chewing the gum and watching that body fall. First round for Ultra. And I will say, just to backtrack a little bit, that is also shutting down the tunnel hit right from round 1. Ultra always ahead of the game.
Yeah, Scrap gets there fast with the Renetti. His attachments give an additional movement speed. He gets there very quickly, and that stun slows them down just enough for Kleenex to get in there and finish the dirty work. Great start from Ultra. Let's see what FaZe now do on defense.
You got the Rival 9s down low, maybe looking for the window hop-ups. Kleenex, here we go. The show, he runs straight at you, but he gets caught. Abizi, the First Blood Reaper, able to give you 2.
He's back on it. He gets 2, gets away with his life. The rest of his teammates, though, are flying forward. My word, FaZe answer back real quick.
And what did we see from Toronto on this map when they played against Seattle? It was quite literally a Kleenex montage, sprinting up top, running through, going on the instant flanks. Kleenex plays a no hesitation game. He doesn't hesitate there, but the game planning from Atlanta FaZe able to catch him. Some amazing S&D minds on the team.
And the double-edged sword of being such a successful team this late in a tournament is everyone has seen your tricks that got you this far. You'll be watching out for Kleenex on those flanks, especially here on Skid Row.
And again, good news about shutting down that tunnel push first thing. Atlanta FaZe almost consistently going to make those adjustments. Bit of a standard push as well. A lot of players swinging through back alley.
Flex is flying forward. He's got himself into tools. Now, post up, watch the jump up, make sure nobody gets involved. Envoy's there to back him up as well.
Yeah, back alley's been left wide open, but CleanX is ready if they come up the push. You got number 3 Insight ready for the flanks, and Insight can help on these gunfights. So a lot of players on Ultra. The teamwork might be here, but Abizi again finds the first blood.
Somehow managing to find these kills time and time again. Abizi trying to create a space for his squad to flood in towards that A-bomb site. Another opening. And CleanX finds it.
That's that teamwork again. Insight is going to give that intel to CleanX. Long-time teammate, these two. The chemistry always on point.
CleanX now spotted out. Insight helps out as well. All this gunfire gives away your position right now. There's no suppressors. There's no hiding. It's a straight-up fight here on Skid Row.
And I'm watching the motor mouth in the comms. They have the intel on Atlanta FaZe, looking to clutch this 2 versus 3. Checking all the corners. Draws a heads up on it, but again, it is just the information battle. Toronto right now ahead of the war.
Yeah, watching out though, FaZe. You're running out of time. 25 seconds on the clock and you lose the round. Trying to make something happen as Draza,
what a play,
the Alaskan assassin, lives up to the name.
Still though, 18 seconds on the clock. You're going to have to fly, collect that bomb, and look for 2. You are just running out of time.
Sellium managed to recover the bomb. Is he able to get the plant? I do believe he was spotted. Draws there to cover. Oh no! They line up! Scrap's got the damage dealt. Cell wins the fight, but it's not enough time. He's got to hunt down this one more player. CleanX!
Ooh. Got some good shot. Got some good shots, I'll say.
Gives Ultra the round.
Yeah, that is wizardry out of Sellium. And props to CleanX too for being ready for the gunfight and not trying to run away. Sellium won that first fight, but lost the round. Ultra again on point on defense. And it really is just a classic look, man. Insight from those back apartment windows. It takes so much effort and energy to go and hunt him down. That time was the biggest factor. 2-1 lead for Ultra.
That's how important time is. Whether you're buying time, whether you're burning time. You got to watch out how you spend it in these S&D rounds. Abizi, long gone. We'll see him in the next round.
Yeah, that's the difference between lightweight boots, by the way, and the covert sneaker. So mess with those timings. Devil in the details. Ultra, man advantage.
Certainly dressed for the occasion. Man advantage, Toronto. Certainly now with a big advantage. It's 4v2.
And no one shot him on the cross either, so you're expecting a little bit of clearance towards top mid. 4 versus 2, and you can take your time. You can get the bomb down. You can clear everything out. Simpin Draza, the players that are trying to hunt
the
down.
red Draza. That's surprising.
Standing in a 1 versus 4.
Oh, actually, no. Scrap saw him.
We've seen him do it before. 1v4 is very possible.
I think
With the bomb planted, though, this is going to change.
I don't know where
the
Scrap
focal
was,
point
actually.
of
It must have been the
Simp's
other side, obviously.
And that's just tough. Ultra, spring to life after the post-plant position.
A split second. Oh, yeah, for sure.
We've seen him do him before, but Ultra is simply not that team. You have Toronto Ultra, by the way, currently on an 11 hardpoint win streak. So coming into it, search and destroy is FaZe's best opportunity for this series. But when they played Toronto Ultra earlier on, they got pieced up. It was a 6-1 win on Invasion, and right now Ultra doing the exact same. 3-1 lead, and the round's starting to look a little comfortable.
Well, those hard points, man, that's purple flames in ranked. Can they get extinguished here? Nades up from Envoy. That one's going way downtown, and no one's going to be entering through. Oh, it lands. There we go, the plat. The play's on. Envoy is not going to slow down. The stun check's going to hurt for a moment. Is it going to count for anything, though?
And if you push out of this, you are going to die. Tears in the wings, but he doesn't push. He just reads it. The trade is through for the 3 versus 3, but there's the wing kill inside.
Ooh. They just broke them down.
Tagged up and assuredly gonna get hunted down.
Question now remains, though, for Ultra is where the hell did Abizi go? Scrap, not leaving anything to chance. Holds the angle. The crossfire from apartments. Ultra. Simply watertight.
I mean, look, Skid Row is a small map, but you still have Ultra spreading as far as you possibly can. Insight making this at home, and there's a look at his line of sight, by the way. He can help with the platform.
That is definitely
help with the P1 fights.
That is definitely a defense position I should take notes on.
And that's off the back of
I'm gonna have to keep a mental note on that.
He brought to map number 1. Insight is on 1 in these grand finals.
Jamie Craven, MVP level player. I wonder who gets MVP at this event. We'll have to find out as this matchup continues onwards. Stun grenades blast the doors wide open. CleanX there for the check.
And another play that Simp likes to make. He likes to chow through tunnel. Guess who's ready for it? Doesn't matter if you're ready, though. Gotta win the gunfight. Simp, first blood, advantage. Atlanta! Whoa! Can't knock it down.
Unfortunate. TK.
Unfortunately, the team kill there, but Insight dives in to help out now, Simp. Oh, Oh, it's another insight, a masterclass.
They just
5 in a row.
they just ratted him out.
You cannot go down 5-1. Can you clutch for your team?
50 seconds. The bomb's going to get
He's
planted
gotta go.
any moment now.
He's got a plan.
Stadium's just waiting for anything.
Plans.
Any slither of information. And that's the info he's going to get.
And he's just looking to isolate a gunfight, but you see the corners up for Ultra. And Envoy just brings the beamer. Easy reads right now from Ultra. Every direction FaZe comes from. They are just sprinting into a pre-aim. Envoy, the timing is perfect. Abizi sliding down the stairs. Right now, Ultra, a little too fresh, a little too clean. It is 11-2 on round count on the day between these two teams in Search and Destroy. Toronto Ultra seemingly have their number.
Very, very good start in the Search and Destroy for them here in our grand finals. What are they going to do now on defense?
Well, I'd say the problem for Atlanta FaZe is what are they going to do on offense? Now if you go back alley, it's a triple stack. This could hurt.
Oh, nades. Trophies. Simp finds 2. Kleenex gets the other 2. So now it's a 2v2. All down to Kleenex now as Draza and Abizi apply the pressure.
And Draza was flying maybe to get a little bit of that intel, but Kleenex has completely disappeared. Last time they saw him bottom garage, he has already made his way up top, and that bomb yet collected. More information though. Then always out by the steps, and you see the play call. Grab that bomb, wrap all the way around over towards B. But if Kleenex can find these close gunfights,
oh my God,
that Rival 9 could be devastating.
Oh, I think he saw him. They saw him. They saw him.
If he managed to do this quietly, yeah, the bomb's long gone.
And that is respect, by the way, to not even deal with them, to just rotate back over towards that A site. So respecting Kleenex, playing with the information, Atlanta FaZe cannot afford to make a mistake.
Kleenex may only be a step or 2 behind, but now it will feel like a league. He has to make 2 kills and get the defuse. Here we go. Through the motor hole. Perfect stun connects. There's one.
Ooh, he read him.
The dance.
Ooh, unfortunate. Because they were.
With nerves of
Because anyone would do that, honestly. Not surprised.
In the search.
That would have been a dagger if Kleenex is able to connect, but Abizi, no stranger to the 1v1s. As good as it looked for Kleenex, you see that is why they are paying respects to their opponent, not playing any games. You gotta make sure you stay on point. A long way to go, though. Still down 5-2 is Atlanta. And props to them. They were ready for that back alley square up. A lot of guns aiming down that alley.
Guns and trophies, you name it, they were very, very prepared for the fight. Ultra fast moves now through the window. Easy right there for it. Draza helps out with the fight. There is Kleenex immediately on the trades. Back and forth we go, 3v3.
And this is an aggressive spot too. I don't know if you read the angle. Insight trying to run for his life, but he just got the kill and got out. Get a pure reset on the 2v2.
Insight is the untradeable. As soon as he gets that kill, he's gone. It's still a 2v2. The bomb is down on the other side of the map. Ultra are going to be able to collect this one. Draza now just combing the apartments, looking for anything.
Yeah, it's the 2 ARs right now. Ultra just looking to get some information. It is a straight up MCW battle all over this map. Plenty of time still to work with too. Atlanta FaZe, you can see again, trying to play mistake free. They are flying together.
Scrap has the long line of sight. He's on the other end of the corridor now from Celian.
And the only thing Atlanta FaZe cannot see is if you go for the deep crossover towards the B site. But anywhere else you go, you are going to get spotted. You hear the shots coming down through the alley. And you got number 5, Draza, playing off the information, but he plays into death. Scrap ready for it. Last man standing, Celium, a 1 versus 2 required.
Here's the fight. Scrap! Big tags. Bomb planted now. Celium in an absolute 1v1. Insight right back on the same spot!
Ooh.
Celium, read like a book. A devastating scoreline in the Search and Destroy. Ultra take the lead 2-0 here in the grand finals.
That is now 12-3 in round count in Search and Destroy in favor of Ultra against FaZe on the day. They have been obliterating them. They can seemingly do no wrong. I honestly thought Kleenex was going to get that 1v2, but that is one of the few rounds Atlanta FaZe really pushed them. Insight again. Not only did he just drop double digits, not only is he still the MVP of these first two maps, he also won both of his ones, dealing with both of the ARs of Atlanta FaZe. Insight right now at his finest form.
7 non-traded as well. He managed to escape.
And the most insane thing about this, by the way, that was 6 first bloods for Atlanta. They got 3v4'd on cooldown. Toronto Ultra, again, they do little things right. They do the easy things even better. They are looking fierce on the main stage.
Well, Toronto Ultra making a very, very strong case for the finest team in the world right now here in Major 1. But we're not finished yet. We now play Control. Invasion will be the map of choice here in our grand final. Chance, we've still got a little ways to go. It's first to 4 here in our grand final, and they're halfway, let's face it, and it's looking pretty convincing. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are playing Control. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. For you in the venue, run to the toilet, get a beverage, maybe something to eat. We'll see you right back here after this.
The Painted Alebrije bundle is available now in the Call of Duty store. Inspired by the folk art of Oaxaca, this stunning bundle offers colorful, vibrant, and mythical items you gotta check out.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Of qualifiers all coming down to this week.
The boys from the south, Atlanta FaZe! Make some noise for Toronto!
focused. They've been top 3 in almost every metric in the league.
Get to the grand finals. Ultra spreading its 5 in a row for draws. Get down at Palace. FaZe will move on for the rematch.
Break your limbs, open doors, or we bust them in.
And here we go, folks. Map number 3. We are moments away from getting straight into this one. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 1 Finals here in Boston. We've got Toronto Ultra taking on Atlanta FaZe. So far, all good for the guys in purple.
Oh, absolutely fantastic for the guys in purple. Good news for Atlanta FaZe, though. They did play this series earlier. We're going to the only map where Atlanta FaZe actually got a win. Invasion Control is what we have before us. And I mean, these two teams, I know we talk about defense on this map. These are the best in the world at actually winning those offensive rounds as well. So lethal threats on both sides of the table. It is going to be Ultra that start off on the attack first, and Atlanta FaZe need to cook up something special. Cannot let anything slip away, but Ultra just about their business, straight towards that B zone.
Here we go. The newcomers to the CDL control is sort of the, I don't know, it's sort of the child of search and destroy and hardpoint. 2 zones to capture, a limited number of lives to do so, and we take turns attacking and defending.
Good eyes on Draza as well. Even better shots there from Scrap on point right now. But right now, Ultra just looking to buy an extra kill. Not getting completely slammed for the moment. Still able to get out of your spawn. But these are some delicate moments. If you get tucked towards the back, that could be a massive problem inside opening up the A street. But Ultra right now, very far away from touching either zone.
Reaching out. Trying to touch A. Because B is still very much safe and sound right now. Many members of FaZe. Whoa, Envoy picks up 2.
And when they played this map earlier, it was Envoy and Kleenex on the attacking
Ooh, he could have had a...
absolute
Oh, no mind. They actually got the kill.
And they deliver you moments like that. And keep in mind, Kleenex on the flip side might get shut down, but so many of those Atlanta FaZe arrows get dragged that direction that this B cap is looking nice and safe.
2 members there of Ultra touching B. With 35 seconds on the game clock, so if you're FaZe and you get in there now, you give yourself a fighting chance to stay alive in the defensive round. It was Sim actually and Selim would get in there. The capture's nearly done though.
Oh, that's some crazy timing too. Selim actually managed to get out. So Selim wins a 1 on B, and actually it's the nade that gets the job done, and they catch Envoy. Ooh. That B zone yet to be captured. Atlanta FaZe is really applying the pressure on defense.
Keep Kleenex away, body block, throw stuns, whatever you got. Abizi's there
for oh, that's so unfortunate.
Now trying to keep the play going. 20 seconds remain in the round. Wins the fight. There we go. Ultra should be able to jump on this.
Yeah, big win at the end there by Envoy as well. That could have been spicy, but now we go back towards the standard B zone secure. You're happy about this round, or at least fine with it if you're Ultra. 1 minute and 10 to work with, and everybody grouped together. They're always on point with their pushes, looking to make something happen here.
Abizi slowing down players. Damage is one thing. 1 minute now added to the game clock, and less than a minute to play with. Selim and the rest of FaZe find a corner, any corner, and stay in there until those players run by, holding that defensive line.
Yeah, there's about 97 different corners to check if you're working on the flank. And of course, when you're coming off spawn, Draws the guy on the bridge, the player you have to deal with. So Atlanta FaZe, everything covered around their base. Nice little map spread. Selim, though, throws away his life. So a little bit more pressure on the next players of Atlanta FaZe. Abizi, though, delivers, might get traded, but he still has so much presence on the map.
Nice teamwork out of Toronto. Lovely comms. They're making their way forward now. Sim's in trouble. He managed to pull away 1. Peels Kleenex now, leaves him as a pile of mush on the streets of Invasion.
In 22 seconds, Ultra, not even really time to group up. Number 1 and number 2, Scrap and Envoy gonna have to make something happen, and it looks like Atlanta FaZe having absolutely none of it. A very standard round so far of Invasion Control. 10 seconds, last-ditch effort, and absolutely nowhere to go. Both teams taking care of business.
That was the final opportunity there. Insight's last life. Not enough time to get near the point. FaZe take the first round.
And that is going to be the typical when it is juggernaut teams getting after it on this map. You heard Scrap talk about it in the interview after the series. They gave away that 1 extra tick on A. That is what decides the game on Invasion Control with teams like this. You have to make sure on defense you don't give anything away. So solid stuff there by Atlanta. Now their turn to attack. See if they can string together something special.
So far, the only thing certainly being strung together is Selim's kills. 3 in a row now. If you can get to 6, that crew's going to be very handy. Both of these zones relatively open. Here we go.
And they're looking for a potential A hit as well. A couple players at least toying with the idea of Easy going to pierce straight down through B Dom. You're looking to get the kills, and if you get a nice little wipe, they're going to haul ass over towards Showers. That's the first kill under their belt, but still not a lot of action. They're almost playing this like a round of S&D, trying to hunt these players down, but that's the next 3 in line. A 1v1 gunfight down this A street, and that A zone might be open.
I think Celium just walked by. He did. Celium snuck by, and now he's capturing A alone. The B capture now working out also. 1 segment done. What a situation to be in right now for FaZe. Draza, while airborne, catches out 1. Celium from the zone. Damage is there. Massive work done.
Yeah, not quite able to get that tick though. That could have been the difference maker in the game, but no cigar in that moment. Now Sim still applying the pressure. He is electric on offense, but he gets shut down, and we have to go back to the standard push. Slow working that B zone. Insight maybe working the flank. Ultra grouping up together for this hit.
Ultra grouped up. Ugh. Scrap's going to put Draza very much down. Down but not out. We're nearly completed the work here at B. Once again, that's another minute to play with. That's 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Here in the round with both teams sitting at very healthy amounts of lives. 23 apiece. There we go. Now we attack A.
Yeah, and Ultra, they weren't looking to actually stop that zone because Atlanta FaZe didn't give them anything to bite on, so they're just keeping that positioning up towards the middle of the map right now, containing Atlanta FaZe, funneling through the B street, and we talked about it, 97 different corners you have to check. Atlanta FaZe, not easy to make something happen, but for Draza, that's a nice start.
Yeah, good thing for Draza. The first corner he checks as a player, and it's him now from upstairs. Causing nothing but problems for these members of Toronto trying to leave their spawn. Sim's got a little parting gift for them before they get into the fight.
Yeah, but his team's so far away coming off spawn from Palace, so just tries to be annoying, see how much attention he can drag. 2 players effectively looking for Sim. The other 2 players right now of Ultra, though, towards the middle of the map are looking for everybody else. Sim gets dealt with, nobody in your spawn, no flanks coming through, all guns forward.
FaZe know, though, if they find those kills, they've got a set amount of time to get towards that zone before any of the defenders will respawn and even be able to contest with it. So for now, Ultra, slow things down, smooth out that defensive line across A.
And again, all these picks you're looking for. Envoy so annoying. Any extra kill that Ultra gets, you see it's just going to drag MC back this direction. Does trade out the kill and get some tags on Scrap and Insight. Insight does get traded out. A 2v2 right now near the zone, but every kill.
Ooh, unfortunate.
Just sets Atlanta FaZe so far back.
You got the trade.
Always with Ultra. Gonna come through.
Very much so. So close to the spawn of Toronto Ultra. So you get the kills in those positions. They're basically right next to you in a few seconds. Can they get themselves on towards A, though? FaZe are still pounding their way through these defensive holes. But the teamwork has made it so difficult.
Yeah, that's such a good nade as well. It gives you that little entry moment. CleanX might just be that next player in line. Atlanta FaZe, this is it for the pressure.
Here we go. 1 wave of kills and you're in. There's 2. Envoy now holding it down. He finds a pair of his own. No damage dealt. They get on their zone. Scrap. Can he find these kills? He's on the flank.
Ooh!
What a masterclass.
2 HP and a dream in the pistol to make sure nothing happens. Last ditch effort now from Draza, but seemingly no way.
Oh my god.
Guns
Damn.
in a moment like
The
that
kills.
is the type that goes such a long way. Ultra strong on defense. And all tied up on the objective front.
Quick look at this final kill. Sim was so hit, damaged up, moving out of his spawn. Invasion's a big map. We've seen some different looks here on defense. There's a lot of different places where you can play from to keep those players away, especially from the A zone.
And now from Ultra, we might see a different look on offense. Doesn't happen often, but a lot of A hits could potentially come through. Ultra, you see in the comms, it's the decision making. What do we want to go for? Maybe back to what we saw round number 1. It was actually 3 players last time that were working the middle of the map. This time it is full speed ahead right towards B.
Could not be more opposite to the exact setup we've just seen. FaZe, 3 of them go to A. Ultra, 3 of them go to B. There's the capture.
And what this is going to do from Ultra, because of read like that, it is just going to be Insight slowly capturing this B zone. It takes 45 seconds to get it with just 1 man. That is 45 seconds of freedom for everyone else on Ultra.
Ooh!
Scrap's going to give you 3 so far in the round, and now you're really putting the pressure on Atlanta FaZe, trying to work back out of their spawn. Scrap right now, he's on one.
Wonderfully disciplined play here from Scrap. He runs his mouth, but he runs the game just as well. B zone gone. 5 in a row now for Scrap.
Oh, he's getting hot too. You can see it in the player cams. He is chirping. He is screaming dead.
I wish we could listen to that. But he managed to get a couple of kills. Pressure now certainly on. Ultra with a life lead. Ultra now with a lot of presence across the map.
Yeah, you're feeling the heat when Scrap's getting the hot hand. Trades though rolling through. Talk about that 1v1 gunfight. Simp wins. The headshot multiplier paying dividends.
And the rest of the team, everybody's pretty calm, pretty chill in the approach towards that A zone. A lot of explosions in the background. Scrap, certainly the most animated member of Toronto Ultra right now in the feed, as well as the kills department. Through the back alley, he fights. He's claimed 2 more players. Makes it 3. He has torn FaZe to pieces.
Oh, he's still going. They're going to get here too. Drives the last one on the point.
That's last man.
2 bodies on the point. If you get 1 tick, you're feeling great, but Ultra, they might just take more.
Here we go. Inside, trying to slow down the attackers. FaZe scrambling to get into the zone. They dip a toe. Trophies are working overtime. Kleenex finds his. Can't get the second. Draza's in there. Insight.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
As Draza saves the day.
I mean, Envoy, though, still keeping this pressure up. Everybody was near that zone for Atlanta FaZe, getting tagged up, but Envoy can't quite gun him down. Sully in the bailout gives you 2, but again, that is a successful moment for Toronto. They got an extra segment, and they still have 1.5 minutes on the clock. Ultra, keep that pressure on.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to have. You know, you build up that lead in the kills department, you find those segments, you look towards that final round. But we're not over yet. 1:15 still to go here. And Celium, it's armed robbery here in the store. He's taking care of business, and that's his 4th kill in a row, looking for streaks.
Yeah, that main AR going on some flanks. Celium, though, does eventually get taken down. It is still going to be that B Street funnel. Kleenex, the most aggressive player, does have insight. An Envoy right near him. Scrap finding another kill. Kleenex, though, can't win the gunny. The trade's coming through from the tears. Dang, get the stagnation on defense right now. Atlanta FaZe, they deliver.
Perfect work out of FaZe. 45 seconds to go. They have to survive at least 1 more very solid push. But as we've seen on Invasion, these hits take time.
And that was a great decision by Celium. You actually had insight above him, shoots his gun. He hesitates for a second, but commits to the street kills, and he gives you 2. Right now, though, you see the swarm. You got insight maybe looking from above, and everyone else from Ultra, they're setting up once again. Made it through A Street, made it through ACD, and they got the entry kill.
Celium on the cross. He's let them in. They've managed to start the capture. They've stopped the clock at 22. Celium now trying to fight his way forward. Envoy should find the kill. You've got to get in there.
Dead.
Final 4 lives for FaZe. Envoy still holding him at bay. The capture there. Abizi gets in. He finds 2.
What?
Abizi somehow finds 2.
But it's down to 3 on the defense, and there's only 14 seconds. Ultra, if you hightail it, you might just be able to slay. Can someone make it here in 10 seconds?
Hold your breath. Count to 3. Celium, there's 1. The second. Slams insight. Guns are there. The last man.
What?
It's done. FaZe somehow pull out a win there.
No fucking shot they lost that.
Rounds of control we have had this year, and again,
They lost the 2 fucking kills. They just lost the 2 fucking kills that they would have.
Atlanta FaZe lose this.
If they didn't get killed by Abizi, they would have had a chance actually.
But that is
What happened though? Oh no, it was a 1-1. It was a 1v1 against the 2 quick. Fuck. That is so unfortunate. They were doing 1v. They had a 1v1s. There were 2 separate 1v1s, and they got absolutely fucked.
Well, FaZe are on map point now. If they can attack these rounds successfully and capture both A and B, or whittle down the lives of Ultra, they get themselves on the board here in the series.
Still a long way to go. If you can make something happen on offense, you just cakewalk your way into the next map and you get a little bit of momentum on your side. But unless you pull something off crazy on offense, you're going to end up with it again.
Turn 6, that's actually kind of new.
In Ultra, they can apply
Must be an in-game thing? Oh no, actually. Actually no, it's an overlay thing. But they're counting for sure.
Insight. And Insight attempting to leave him, and that's enough time for 2 players to come in for the kill. Raza looking for just the first. He's able to get it. Ooh. But he does get shut down. But still, Atlanta FaZe, you see what they're doing. It's a 2-front war.
He buys some time. Oh, lovely. The rival 9 at great range there from Abizi to help out. Now Simp's got a beautiful angle. Beautiful to work with. There's the capture. Second segment of B gone. First segment of A gone. Wonderful work here from FaZe. They're spinning plates.
And this is exactly what you need on the objective front. You're nearly there for the second tick. A couple more gunfights to win, and Simp eventually just too many players to deal with. In the meantime, though, that B zone is captured. 1 tick is great, but you want at least 1 more. But with 2 minutes to work with, Atlanta FaZe, make no mistake, can still just win the round.
Yeah. Operation now for FaZe is managed to somehow traverse south down the map. Abizi is moving with tremendous purpose. Dead silence does not get reset, so he makes a little bit more noise now. Those lightweight boots slip sliding there through the streaks of invasion.
I mean, look, you're going to have so many players on this point. Abizi's going to be here, number 5 right next to him. Draza, 2 players on the point. The capture's going to go fast. I don't see a trophy down, but I'd be a problem, but you at least already got the second tank. Now you're winning the gunfight. Now Sim is slamming you home. He gives you 2. He gives you the zone. They call game.
We may not have a trophy, but we have a simp, which sounds a lot weirder than it really was. He got a nice 2 on the outside of the zone there. Atlanta, FaZe. They've done it before, they do it again. They get the win there on invasion control. And they bring the series score to 2-1. Do we have a finals on our hand, Chance?
We have a finals on our hand, and I tell you, that is a couple different individual pop-off plays coming from Atlanta. Abizi went on an absolute tear during that round. He was just roaming the middle of the map, and not only set you up at the end, but set you up at the beginning too. Atlanta FaZe just dominant with that pressure towards the end. See 13 kills on offense there from Simp, 11 from Draza. Making those massive plays, but not even just that. It is like Selim.
Fuck, man. They just got outslayed. That was the problem there.
If they won that previous round,
If they didn't lose that fucking, round, that third round, they would have had a chance. Unfortunately, FaZe just got the kills before they could even do anything. And as far as like time goes, Celian was the last one, and unfortunately, they had no chance. They had no chance there.
So many of the highlights are his. He was playing like it was personal.
Oh yeah, I mean, Scrap goes on like a 6-free at one point, but the play that I am just waiting to see, waiting in the wings, as this is going to be the 2-piece from Scrap that he pulls off with 2 HP. The timing was perfect, but it is Celian. That was at the end of this current round. It's that moment where he sees that player run out in front of him. He's going for the slide for the challenge, and then it just realizes, oh, there's a guy B-Dom that I gotta kill.
That's so unfortunate though if they didn't. Oh my god, Insight just fucking lost that, and of course
but it's that moment, the kill on Insight,
bullshit.
and it's double damage right there for the next 2 players.
Just got outplayed. There's nothing to do.
Right there in the kill feed, in the plays department. You know, Selim is a player that a lot of people look at and they just think he plays for kills. Is he really that impactful on the map? He finishes all these hard points with the least engagements by a mile, but he is always just an omnipresent threat. The damage dealt is always absurd, and he is a player, when he has to switch up the pace and make those sort of plays, he delivers. Selim, a monster, always an MVP candidate. And he's showing off the good stuff there on Invasion Control.
Beautiful stuff. Now, can he continue it into our Skid Row hardpoint? Smack bang here in the middle of the series, the hump map, before we get to another search and destroy. But that's how things have panned out so far. That Skid Row is going to be very, very difficult indeed. Crowder there on stage, dressed the 9s, trying to get the boys another map win, trying to tie up the series. The equalizer would be very, very handy, especially going to those search and destroys, as we get into the very sort of tough part of the grand finals series layout.
And this is an incredibly interesting map for a few different reasons. One, if Toronto win this map, they break the CDL record for most hardpoint wins in a row. But on a map like Skid Row, they basically never played it, or not basically, they literally did not play it throughout the qualifying stages of Major 1. They haven't shown off the Skid Row stuff until they come to LAN, where they are now 2-0 on it. And of course, if you watch Toronto play against Seattle, they were smoking hot on Skid Row as well. Of course, make no mistake, on the flip side, Atlanta FaZe also a perfect 2-0 on Skid Row, but we already know where the hardpoint domination is faltered, and it is very much the left side of that stage.
We've heard Ali talk about this as well, that, you know, no matter what a team's performance is, what their record looks like, when it comes down to it, it's all about who's playing well on the day, and that can be the way with Call of Duty. Fist bumps complete. Final checks, adjust posture, make sure your hands are dry and your mouth is wet. Here we go. Skid Row hard point. You know what that means for Scrap? Yeah, you do. Here we go.
Well, we're gonna have to pay.
They're very dominant. Ultra's definitely really dominant on this map. Let's see if they know what FaZe might be up to. So
He gets so excited for it. Of course, we saw on that map number 1, that was where Insight was throwing up the MVP numbers, and those are the exact numbers we're talking about. The 1.5 KD, 2 different 6 sprees that he goes on in that game. credit where credit is due, made the heroic plays, but at least if you're forcing that action for Atlanta FaZe, you know they're ready to fight.
There we go. The race is on, and so far, Toronto Ultra take an early lead here with the kills and the time, looking towards P2 as well. On this map especially, Charles, we're talking about the importance of the top left-hand side of the mini-map right now.
Well, this is also like the exchange. The top left is where all the big gunfights are coming through, looking for those rotations. Atlanta FaZe is going to have that rotation at P2, but you still don't want to necessarily give up all of this time. BZ wants to fight for it. He can't get it, so it might just turn into a massive lead for Ultra, who's still 3 players getting sent down potentially through ticket. Looking for that rotation. Kleenex is going to get there. He has Strap to work with. Atlanta FaZe, you are down by this much on the first hill. You have to deliver on P2.
The second hard point, top blue, was Warehouse here. This is going to be the site of our next battlefield for at least a minute. Kleenex now fighting his way forward.
Kleenex slaying. Got the cruise immediately.
And now for Atlanta FaZe, it's like a 2v4 you have to defend with from the point, but the guys in the hill deliver. They buy the extra kills and they slow the pace back down, but there's 2 for Scrap. Maybe a few trades coming through, and Sim gets the next one as well. A delicate balance here on P2, but so far Atlanta FaZe are perfect.
So hard to break this hard point. You need perfect covering fire from those AR players to allow the subs to get in, and this is what we're looking for right here. Up through the top window, Scrap trying to take Terra. Draza gets it. That's the break, and that's a solid 30 seconds.
That is the type of play that just wins you maps. Eventually, they break through and they get that time. Ultra, a massive moment. Make no mistake in this game. A huge advantage they are going to have, and on rotation over towards New. Insight posted up, gun straight ahead. His L trigger, he does not miss.
Now a slight war of attrition.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Here in the back alley. Can Insight get any more? That would be a lot.
Got a trade.
Trade, so teamwork from Toronto Ultra is so important.
I mean, you get the scrap time, and you also win this rotation. So Toronto Ultra right now running the show. You're going to have to funnel through back alley. Kleenex, easy reads on where this pressure is going to be coming from.
Sim and Draza step up to the plate. Great work there out of Kleenex and the damage. Not enough for the kills, though. Celium joins the fray. Only 2 members of Ultra now alive on the point. Draza sends it. Celium from the stairs, patient play, but scrapping on by Sim. Oh my God, the trades, it's all done.
Still just for a 1v1 though, the 2 players are gonna chow, but Abizi with the drop shot delivers, and FaZe might have been behind on the rotation, but so far have delivered. You see Insight maybe just waiting for a kill to fall into his lap, the nade there to take him down, and on rotation, Sim doing the old college stride. Next gunfight's gonna be against Kleenex, and this is one for Sim you feel like you're gonna need, but Kleenex doing the smart thing. It's no ego, Charles, he's waiting for the teammates.
And the boy snaps instantly. You know he's in there. Here we go. Knock, knock. Who's home? It's Sim all alone, and he's backed out, and he's let Ultra in.
And again, because Kleenex is just waiting for the teammates to come, it is a perfect break that they're able to collect. Simp also making the heads-up play, waiting for the reinforcements, but Ultra here first and still getting those kills.
No point in just throwing the life away. Waiting for his teammates to shut with tacticals and lethals to throw. There's the trophy. Draz getting in. Oh, he gets the kill. Here's the bait and switch. They are 1-2. Into the point we now go. Slow and steady, though. FaZe get that break and a lot of time.
And again, Simp, one of the most heads-up players of all time, making the big brain play in that moment. Might only have 2 kills, but just to stay alive.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Ultra.
Still getting kills on rotation.
They just gotta go new. They gotta go new. They know their reads. They know how. They know they gotta rotate.
Towards New, and of course on a P5. I mean, this is one that FaZe you expect to be electric and able to hold it down.
Welcome to the fatal funnels. Celium mowing these players down for sport. 5 spree for him. 1 more. Cruise missile. New hard points up. The containers to his right-hand side. He is the guardian of these angles right now.
And this might be the moment. Well, funnily enough, Abizi's going to spawn out, but that might just turn into a pinch. You do have a cruise missile on the side of Ultra. You might choose to elect to use it here, but you almost expect it's going to fall into a trophy. Reading the pressure on Abizi down low, but you know he's there. Doesn't mean it's easy to kill him. That is the player out of the hill, though. The Cruise actually take him down. No trophy to be found in the opening through ticket.
Can Sim hold these players back? He gets 1. Celium with the coverage. Sim can only do so much. Lovely work out of FaZe. That open parking lot full of bodies now. It's just a nightmare to cross.
Yeah, gonna get that parking ticket as well, because you have to park yourself and wait for the next set of kills to roll through. Envoy in the back line, but a god angle from Simp. Either way, for Toronto Ultra, the cruise missile and to strip away all of this time, make no mistake, is a beautiful thing. Atlanta FaZe could have turned the game on its head. Instead, it is gonna be close to a tie going in towards New. These 2 teams are battling.
Ultra making the most of the cruise, though. That is a wonderful heads-up play. This situation could be so dire for FaZe right now. But there we go. P1 back in action. Let's go for a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
Running through book. Window, dead. One shot, Jamie. This could be another one mid.
Left side holes.
Stay up there.
Holes really weak. Dead.
One more.
Another one, right side.
Dead. Nice.
Yeah,
So get out. Miss one. Tip.
Top which dash? Already in window. Close up, Jamie. Help Jamie. He's in the window.
Yeah. Dead. Nice.
Good shit.
I'm gonna pinch Jamie.
This is a good time.
Double pinch.
Yeah, done.
He's one behind you, P3, I
Yeah,
think.
I'm holding the Jamie, okay?
Okay, yep.
No, it's one behind you.
Okay. Those
They're
two.
all
Wait,
flooded.
Pop, Jamie. Pop. He's a little weak. I hit him twice.
I roll
Play this way, V, bro.
Sorry, nice. Someone should pinch.
I'll try.
Look at this power, probably.
Nothing's power right now. He should spawn behind you, maybe. He's dead on top.
Yo, one low P2 again, low on top.
Nothing
Low on top.
I got the choke, by the way. He's low, challenge me, and top. I'm one shot. He might spawn behind me. I'm so dead.
Still low. Keep it behind you,
One's
Scrap.
gonna be fine.
Take a volley.
Low still, bro. I'm so
He's
dead.
P3 weak. He's on the stairs.
Front dumpster.
P3.
He's close.
Challenge me, front top.
Close P5 too.
Stay alive.
On the dumpster. And low dead.
Nice, Jimmy.
Dumpster dead.
Nice.
Front.
One in garage.
One take garage, one time. Garage, one time.
What's the garage shot? Two, one more. Nice. One time.
Time is weak.
Slay forward,
Where's
two.
Jimmy?
One time.
Nice. That's some good time. That's some good time. They have to get that. They have to get those points.
Weak. One more. I'm one shot. Get the next.
Hold my climb right now.
I'm naded.
Close, and one cross P5, one close already.
I got
Like,
close.
P5, one fence.
And Toronto Ultra.
Oh, they got the wipe. They got the wipe.
The most difficult things. 2 P2 breaks in one game against Atlanta FaZe. That is a dagger and unacceptable on Skid Row.
Oh my word. The kills department all over the place there for Toronto Ultra, looking absolutely magnificent. So far, FaZe are still managing to keep themselves in this one. 200 points now crossed. It's first to 250, so FaZe have got a ton of work to do, despite the fact they are being heavily outslayed.
I mean, this is just such a massive problem right now for Atlanta. You've dug yourself in such a big hole. You cannot afford to lose those P2 rotations, but they've been getting picked apart. Kleenex found himself in between a massive amount of FaZe players, though, and FaZe get a nice little wipe off the board. So a moment to breathe, a moment to stabilize, and a rarity from Ultra. Players dying one by one. They got to get regrouped. And in the meantime, while they're grouping, they are losing so much time.
A lot of time. 34 seconds remaining here in the back alleyway, and for now you're keeping it very much under lock and key for FaZe. But the problem is not this hard point, it's the next one.
And when you're dying one by one like this from Ultra, you can actually feel that pressure mounting. Atlanta FaZe are going to be at the perfect full 60 on the back alley hill. And on the rotation, you know Kleenex is above you, but Abizi having a rough game gets hunted down again.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have Abizi at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at
Ooh, that's 2 points. That's 2 down.
Envoy the front line. You've managed to punch a hole. Can FaZe get closer? They don't have a lot of time now to burn. They have to get inside the hard point. Kleenex up close and personal. Celium joins the fight. Kleenex, damage, no kills. Cell, Sim, in they fly.
Oh, what
Inside
the
goes down as
fuck?
well. But Envoy is still alive and kicking. The hard point, it's
Ooh.
Toronto's.
And they can still win it here. The contestants coming through. The trade might be there, and Abizi in the corner might be just enough. But for Insight, you don't want to give away all this time. Still want to get that pressure on. At least contest or fly forward and get these kills.
Watch out for the nades. Send it. Trade perfectly. Hardpoint still very much in the hand of Ultra.
And look at this battle. It's the battle for the spawns over towards New. Sibri.
Ooh!
That could have been game right then and there. FaZe are in position now to maybe soak some of New, but look how close the score is.
And keep in mind, Simp is actually going to turn this into a potential pinch. Envoy, though, is going to read it, so Simp currently in the blender. But that new time coming through, a cruise missile broke it last time. Let's see what happens now.
Celium, this one's got your name on it, friend. I hope you have a trophy. Gone. Here come Ultra. Can Kleenex win the game? Oh! Celium answers back with a cruise of his own.
The battle of the ordnance right now is a tie. The trade's coming through from Atlanta. Desperation to hold on. The time's still in their hands, but such a long way to go. And now with the extra kills, you see Ultra. Everybody grew up together looking for the chow.
Sim squares up, takes the fight. 25 seconds to go. Stay down, Mr. President. Abizi on the cross. Pushes forward, gets 2. Honest A, back in the fight.
And he got 2. That means we're going to more than likely go towards New. Ultra, they toyed with the idea, but this game is going to end in P1. And Draza went on the fullest of flanks to try to set his team up.
Back we go to P1. Every single moment has to go the
Ooh.
way of FaZe right now. Ultra, they're in the apartments. They're in fire. They're in money. FaZe have got to get a move on right here and now. Go, send it, try to contest. It can't be done.
Ooh, one more map.
And you saw
that one more map for Ultra.
Ultra have just put themselves on tournament point, but it was Insight telling the boys, good stuff, calm down, it's not over yet. Just started to unravel towards the end.
I mean,
Oh boy, that was way too close. But they made the right choice to just go new and just get the kills no matter what happened.
Abizi starts out 4-17. I mean, Shades of Zuma for the moment, but you also had a P2 hill that got broken down twice by Ultra. You had a P5 hill that got broken down twice by cruise missiles because they couldn't get a trophy nearby. And with all of those negatives, Atlanta still keep it close, but close isn't good enough. That is the hard point win record now achieved by Toronto Ultra. You're winning against one of the best teams in the world on the main stage in the biggest moments. Their hard point is absurd.
There's the game flow. FaZe never once managed to take the lead back. There was a 2-second moment towards the end of P5 where they could have had it. Ultra from start to finish, simply too much. And now they find themselves tournament point. One more map, and they become your Major 1 champions.
And that is just, again, such a painful thing for the hard points to be lost like that. Both of them nail biters, both of them, if little things go differently, easily could have fallen the other way. But here we are. Ultra's got that 3-1 lead. They are feeling comfortable on the main stage. And so far, they have had Atlanta's number.
Certainly have. Well, we have a double dose of Karachi now. We'll find out how that goes after this very, very quick commercial break. When we return, will it be the end of the tournament and the start of a very, very solid season for Toronto Ultra? Or will Atlanta FaZe do what Atlanta FaZe does? Pull things back and make it very spicy. We'll find out after the break.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ooh, that was a clean, that's a clean shot.
Shenanigans here in Boston, not only on the stage, but also in the crowd, as everyone's having a good time, except for FaZe right now. They're not down and out, though, but they are in trouble. It's now tournament point for Toronto Ultra. One more search and destroy chance, and they can lift a trophy.
I mean, this is a terrifying thing, too, because, like, as you said, down but not out. Atlanta FaZe is never a team that you actually want to show any doubt towards. They are incredibly capable, but in search and destroy, they have been getting bullied. It's been their best game mode all year. Coming into the tournament, you might have even said they're the best S&D team in the game. Ultra, though, have been obliterating them. Even when the First Bloods are not going their way, Ultra just picking them apart left and right. 12-3 on round count on the day. Insight MVP performances left and right. Atlanta FaZe back against the wall. What can they do?
First Bloods were important. And aBeZy does exactly what aBeZy does. Gets the first.
But that was the thing for the last S&D map we watched, where they got 6 out of the 8 First Bloods, and they still lost rounds consistently. This would be a 3v4 retake from Ultra if FaZe actually decide to go and plant that bomb. But the pressure on the flank is there. Celium dealing with 2, and he's going to get caught. The man advantage maybe already faltered, but Draza there for the trades.
Draza from up high helps out a lot. Oh, aBeZy's been caught by the Voyeur inside. Deals with him. 2v2, bomb down a B.
And that is such a late bomb plant that is actually so much more time for the Ultra players to work with. Draza, though, going to have the information on both of them. Simp now the opportunity to roam and make the play, but Draza going to have to play it safe. Let his teammate do some work.
Oh, eyes on. Simp at long range with the Rival 9 eliminates one of the best ARs in the world. All down to Kleenex. He's been here before. How did he know Simp was the top of that truck?
That is pure gunny and pure reaction, but that is a massive play coming in from Clear Simp. 2-time world champ, MVP at a solid number of events. I'm telling you, man, Ultra on these retakes, they are the best team in the world at it, but he makes the big play to shut it down. A massive flank after that bomb goes down, shoots the 2 players in the side. So him and Draza working together expertly, and they get that first round.
That 2 kills from Simp will go in the pile for now. Attacking round now for Toronto Ultra. Bomb most likely in the hands of Envoy.
Kind of read that.
Tradition. So again for FaZe, if you take care of Envoy,
they were just getting blood.
Most of the time the bomb's down.
And straight towards B, this is the site in the game that is most difficult to retake if the bomb actually gets planted. And Draza barely able to get away without getting first blooded. So right now you have a stranglehold over this B site. Atlanta FaZe, they do not want to see a plant.
Yeah, Draza's thankfully on the right side of that wall. Explosion starting to dwindle. We're running out of lethals.
And you see, because of the positioning right there from the players on Atlanta, that Ultra might not want to deal with it. Maybe play for picks, maybe slowly work that bomb out towards the A site, but still worried about the flanks, worried about the pressure. If you go towards A, Simp is the man you have to deal with.
They're directly below Simp right now. He doesn't know that, because they're most likely wearing their sneaky sneakers.
Oh, he just heard everything, though. You might not get the first blood, but Simp does have the intel. aBeZy there for the trades on the other side of the map. So a couple key players getting taken out, and Simp ready for the timing. Bomb's going to get planted, but that player is going to fall. There's the extra kill. Man advantage for Atlanta.
Gets away with his life. The smoke. Oh, it was so close. A single bullet in a Kleenex would have changed the fight. 2v2.
And because of the late smoke, Ultra knows that no one actually went to hop that bomb. Kleenex, the dead silence, and timing is perfect.
Oh, the timing, what? How the fuck you read that one?
Slow him down, but aBeZy now making his way through the back alley for the kill. Back and forth they go.
Oh, and it's a door fight, too. Door fight, and Insight might be able to do it.
It's a door fight!
Ooh!
Oh my god!
Holy shit! That was so clean.
Through the threshold from the hip.
And that is beautiful stuff. He boots that door open, completely jukes out the player in the back alley, and just buys himself the extra time. Easy reads from Insight, the cheekiest of plays.
The King of Clutch strikes once again. Trying to recompose himself before we start round 3. But that was a decisive one.
And just a little nod after the clutch, too. That is not a player that's going to pop off and scream. This is a man, he is a professional about his business, and he is earning that paycheck.
A slight upturned lip and a nod of the head is all it takes for Insight there to display his pleasure with himself. A 4v4 to start things off here in our round once again, folks. We go at it. The Toronto Ultra on defense.
Yeah, Shotzi's got the Palace, but Insight has the clutch, and Envoy has the beamer. Distant shots with the Rival 9. And that is a hell of a first blood. You get the intel on Draza. Envoy doing, for the moment, a great job of staying alive.
Lovely nade upstairs, doesn't do a whole lot. It might have pushed that player out of the power position, what we call top third. But the problem is CleanX. The trade.
Ooh, that's so unfortunate.
Made him certainly work for it. 1v2, all down to Selim.
And this would be an ace if Selim is able to collect Insight, the best in the world, at the clutches. Now we get to see Selim's turn at the attempts. Knows there's one player nearby. Reading the second as well. The shots are clean, the tags are there, and the teamwork impeccable. Toronto there to gun you down, and that is the difference. No clutch moments slip through the cracks against Ultra. They are always on point.
And you can imagine the disappointment for Selim there. He gets damage into one player, and a totally separate player appears in the position he's expecting them to be. Makes that situation so much harder. It's a one-round advantage for Toronto.
And a one-round advantage can feel like a mountain when the tournament is on the line. Toronto back, bomb in hand. Again, you had great positioning on defense from Atlanta FaZe the previous round, but now a 2-2 split, so they're going to be a bit more passive. Might be the opportunity of Ultra if they get the reads and they're quick to check out the cross. They know the presence is going to be a little bit distant, but it doesn't make things easy. But if there was ever an opportunity to get the bomb down at B, this would be it for Ultra.
Draws a fantastic throw there with the frag grenade. Waiting for his teammates to reposition now through the center of the map. If he can get rid of Scrap, he does. Those boys are not able to move freely through the middle.
Still though, this bomb's gonna go down. This is the most difficult bomb site to retake. Good news for Atlanta, they have the extra.
Ooh, that's so unfortunate.
Bad news though,
Come on, boy.
Planter. FaZe now with the advantage. CleanX tucked away, very, very safe indeed. The smoke. CleanX, he pounces.
Oh, if he didn't switch the gun, he would have gotten a second kill. But then two more, obviously.
A little bit of finesse there from Selim towards the end as well. Great reads on that reflank from Insight. A scary player when you know the clutch situation is on the line, but they take care of business. That first blood went such a long way.
Whew. Bomb successfully defused by FaZe. Tied up 2-2.
And that will be another theme. We've seen Scrap on this map. It's a lot of the times the SMGs being aggressive going on the flanks, but Scrap for Toronto will absolutely attempt to be that guy, but gets caught with the aggression. Currently sitting at 1-4. Might be forced to slow it down.
Another round. FaZe will attack this time round.
You know, I've mentioned a few times that the B site most difficult to retake. Well, Ultra is the best at defending it. Abizi again, though, looking for the first bloods. Players are stunned and tagged up. He might be getting the information, gets sent in for the kill, but can't find anything just yet. A lot of players from Ultra stacked up in Fountain.
He's just processing the best sort of plays. He saw a lot of red dots. He has an idea of where these players could be. Now he has to make the move. Watch his own back for now. He doesn't have a teammate in position to help out over towards the B side of the map, but once he gets his kill, he does give them free reign to fly on forward.
And he's just going to have to stay stationary over here in Rubble. An incredibly difficult player to weed out from this position, but the action right now going to be on B. Simp making the move to get the bomb down. The most difficult site to retake, but Ultra the best team at it.
Well, here we go. Good luck. Have fun. The opening exchange, very even between Scrap and Draza. Abizi stoic in his defense of the middle of the map. No one's getting through that without him knowing.
Well, CleanX is going to try, though. Well, smoke's out on one side. This is where the chaos commences.
Insight. They've crossed over.
Ooh.
Scrap
Ooh.
walks away with a win. Not without a pound of flesh. 20 seconds to go. Envoy now trying to clear out all these positions as fast as he can. Gets himself another sim. Joins him in the feed. 3v2.
And Abizi's going to get caught. Abizi's going to get caught and traded out. And now, but only 12 seconds on the clock. Someone's got to go stand next to that bomb. And no one even defused.
Oh, the defense. The defense.
He's done it.
Damn. They had a. That was a strong defense. That was a strong cover there. Holy.
They body blocked his bullets. It was the perfect choice by Simp. But Scrap, what a round.
And you see Envoy going from the top bridge. He's calling out. He's got to be down low. Got to be down low. That is a nail biter of a round, but how patient Ultra was. Abizi and P1 waiting for those kills. CleanX never overchilds. He never runs through. It is always the teamwork they have, and not just that. Scrap has the gunny as well. That win against Draza won them the round.
2-2 split here from FaZe on defense. These rounds have been so electric. This time, though, Toronto Ultra heavily invested over towards that B-bomb site. The nades are going to certainly hurt. They take care of Kleenex. We'll see him in the next.
Yeah, messing with the timing. A little bit delayed there from Atlanta FaZe. Good enough for the first blood, and Salim almost certainly sees Insight up top, but these are impossible gunfights to win. Salim is a player, though, that can do the impossible or just way too aggressive and gets caught out. Now a 3 versus 3. And Draza waiting for Sam to swing back over and help him out. Right now, the lone defender of the B site now has a little bit more cover on the cross.
Oh yeah, Draza's his head's next on the chopping block. Scrap with the warning shots. Yeah, I'm here, man. Remember me from the last round? Nice work through middle of the map. Envoy does not fall, though. He stays alive. And now a shuffle. Middle of the map heavily populated by Ultra.
So that time is ticking. Ultra running out of it. And aBeZy backing down and repositioning. This is a very difficult player to find. In the meantime, the other tear down low. Gonna get caught. aBeZy found as well. And just like that, the round collapses. Draza left in a 1 versus 3.
Well, they don't win their ones. Ultra managed to somehow pull it out. And now Draza. It was all smiles. You had a great situation. And now you are well up shit creek, my boy. And there is no paddle in sight. That is a big one from Toronto Ultra.
And these are the types of rounds where the nerves just build and build and build over time. Who can deliver when you need that ice? Ultra have been coming out on top, catching both of the tears with less than 20 seconds on the clock as they're rotating over towards the A site. Ultra on point.
You're 2 rounds away from victory here in Major 1 for Toronto.
And keep in mind, that is another round where Atlanta FaZe get that first blood and just cannot deliver.
2 nades, 2 stuns. Right through the middle of the map. aBeZy gets a lot of information. FaZe have decided to hit the go button. Ruthless aggression as aBeZy puts Scrap into the next round.
But getting the first blood has not been enough for Atlanta FaZe. They still need to execute. And Kleenex, this might all be about the timing. A lot of noise and a lot of doors being opened. When does he want to strike?
When he decides to strike, it may be so decisive. Number 1. See the instant reaction. The stun does not connect. He knows those players have now gone into hiding.
And his headset on LAN is working. Great reads there for the 3v3 with the bomb down. Ultra still the pressure on them to move.
Ultra now moving over towards the bomb site. Insight takes care of Draza. The numbers are fantastic. Onto the bomb we now hop, and Insight's got to watch all these players, every possible angle the FaZe counterattack can come from. I don't believe what we are seeing. Another ninja defuse. Toronto Ultra, tournament point.
I mean, they are toying with Atlanta FaZe and Search and Destroy. They are making them look like a bottom tier team. How many first bloods are they gonna get and falter towards the end? A team that is typically mistake-free has made every last one. In Ultra taking full advantage, 1 round away, and they are your champions.
A celestial level of composure right now from Toronto Ultra. They can do no wrong. And now in the final round, Envoy throws an absolute doozy, takes care of Draza.
And what can Ultra do when they have the advantage? They can shove it down your throat, looking to execute, everybody grouped up together.
Sim's got a lot of work to do here towards the bomb site. Catch anyone out as he checked his possible corners. Gets gifted 1. That's Insight out of the equation. The bomb planted for maybe the last time here in Boston. It's a 2v2.
Simp and Cell going against Envoy and Scrap. Split on the map for the moment. 32 left on the clock, and Scrap gives you the next one. Another gunfight won.
Can Chris Lair save his team now in the most dire of moments? 25 seconds on the clock. Smoke is out.
And Sam, he's trying to pierce it. He can't get it done. Ultra,
let's fucking go, Ultra. Get the fuck out of here, FaZe.
From the fires of an embarrassing defeat at Champs, the team reborn. Envoy joins the roster. They break records. They break teams. They break hard points. Toronto Ultra have just put the entire league on watch. We are in for one hell of a season. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with tremendous pleasure and with blistering pace set against all their opponents Toronto Ultra have cut their way through the CDL. They are your Major 1 champions, Toronto Ultra!
One more time, give it up for your Major 1 champions, the Toronto Ultra. Scrat, you come away with another one. How does this one feel to be back on top of the CDL setting the pace?
Shit. Give me this shit. All right. I got some words to say, bro. Past is the past. Fuck that champ shit, yo. We back. We back. We back on top. We're coming all fucking year, bro. All year. Let's go.
All year. Let's go for the Ultra fans. Pass this one on over to Ambo.
My man.
Bro, you're a champion again. How does it feel to win with these guys?
It feels great, man. I mean, they've been treating me like nothing but a brother since I've joined the team, and it's amazing to go 1 for 1, and we're gonna keep at it.
We're gonna keep at it, okay? Everyone, give it up for Envoy one time. All right, Kleenex. You know what? Before I ask you anything, Toronto, I want you guys to know that this is your MVP of Major 1. What a tournament. Yo, can we get the MVP chance? Man, how does that feel? How does that feel, y'all, to come away with this win with the team?
Feels good, you know. My voice is completely gone, but appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys for supporting the whole entire way through. Love you guys down there. See the Ultra shirts. We love you guys. Appreciate you guys so much. You know, wouldn't be here without you guys, so appreciate you, man.
All right, all right. Now, pass the mic down on over to towards Insight. Insight, you come away with a victory. The new team, everything that you guys wanted to happen has came to fruition. How does this feel for you?
Feels amazing, you know. I feel like the boys are putting so much work. There's been a few arguments, this and that. I feel like we came out to this event that just showed everyone what we're about, and just to win, it just feels amazing again, man.
Now, talk to me about your coach, okay? I know he's been a big influence in the staff here to help you guys. Show him some love. And, Coach, what does this mean for you and the team, Flux?
Hey.
What does this win mean for you, okay? You've been helping these boys out with so much. I know this is important. What have they been through?
Honestly, I'm so proud of how locked these guys have been since day one of this game release. We've been laser focused, and I think, we put in the work, and I think it shows in the performance. We've been the best hardpoint team in the game, and we worked on the S&D, and we got there. And I just want to shout out to the organization that supports us, our glorious operations staff, my assistant coach Joe, who's an absolute genius, Nostradamus we call him. And honestly, I couldn't be more proud of these guys just putting in the work, and it's an incredible performance.
Definitely is an incredible performance. Hand me the mic. Now, we're going to have a Toronto event at sometime this year, and I know all you guys in Toronto and Canada are blowing it up in the chat right now, but Boston, one more time, show some love to your champions, the Toronto Ultra.
Incredible stuff from the Ultra all weekend long. They stumbled to get it a bit against Boston back in the qualifiers, but once they got to LAN here in Beantown, the Ultra were perfect. You look at their run, they took out Seattle, they took out Minnesota, they took out Atlanta twice, and there's no
wow, what a champ. I mean, so much shit happened, but honestly, the only one that could take out FaZe was Ultra. They just did so much. They did so much against Atlanta, and it showed.
It was insight in the search and destroys. It was
I mean, as soon as they brought FaZe down in losers, I knew they were the only team that could be able to take them. Like, even though I may still be rivals against Ultra when they go against my favorite teams, you know, I have my respect. I have my big respects to Ultra.
This team is unreal, and you heard they said not one. We're trying to keep this train rolling. Toronto look unreal.
Jay, what was the craziest part of this victory for you tonight?
I think it was the way that they were able to handle Atlanta FaZe and search and destroy.
Yeah.
We're talking about 2 back-to-back S&Ds. They dominated them 6-2 fashion. They started off in the beginning of the season. This was their worst game mode. And they come out and they take care of Atlanta FaZe in 3 search and destroys to send them home packing, man. It really comes down to, like, just the improvement of the entire team. Remember, this is a brand new squad. When you're a new team formed, you have to get those S&D reps in. And they saw that nice and early into the season. And I think the biggest improvement for me has been the play from Insight. What he's been able to do in search and destroy so far this season that he wasn't able to do last year was that clutch factor. He's always been a phenomenal search and destroy player, and he showed it all weekend.
18-5, Chris, was the round count against FaZe.
Sheesh. 18-5. That is some dominance that we've seen from Toronto Ultra. We talked a little bit about Envoy, what he's doing on the objective side. We talked about Insight, setting up the team for success. But how about Kleenex and the performance he had here in Boston? He takes home our MVP honors.
And what's even more impressive is that he had a rough map number 3 in this grand final. What does he do? He turns around on the Skid Row hardpoint and just has his way with Atlanta FaZe. I think that just talks a testament to the kind of player Kleenex can and will be with an SMG in his hand.
And he's just one of the most humble players ever. Remember when we interviewed him and he goes, no, Envoy's the best player in the world, right? Like, you're going to win championships when you have a guy that is this gifted, this talented, singing the praises of his teammates like that. We go to the communication and listening. These guys sound so poised, man. There's no franticness at all. An elite team.
And that's when it comes down to them all being on the same page. Because usually when you go to team listenings, it's about, all right, they're swarming here, they're swarming that. You don't hear a single thing like that on the Toronto Ultra comms. They know what's going on the map at all times. That's why everyone is in such sync. And we talked about them breaking the hardpoint record. I'm pretty sure individually, he had the best hardpoint KD ever. 4.17 on a single series. That is unreal. Shout out to the MVP.
Kleenex MVP of Major 1 here to open up the 2024 season, and Toronto Ultra banking $150,000 for their efforts. And if you're looking to rebuild in the offseason, feels like you checked every single box if you're the Ultra GM right now.
100%, and that's what they were thinking last year. You know, they pick up Hixie, they get a good objective player, and they get to the World Championship, but they knew they needed something to get them over that edge. So it's got to be feeling like sweet revenge on that stage, getting that W and being like, we are a championship team.
Well, Ali, everyone is filing out of the venue. Security is pushing people towards the exit. So let's wrap this one up short and sweet, starting with the bracket. Walk me through our 4 days.
I definitely knew my pick'ems were wrong, but I definitely knew who would win. I knew they were fucking. I knew it would be I knew it would be one team that would be able to do this shit.
As they both got double elimed, and we got some surprise upsets in the Minnesota Rocker and the LA Gorillas.
Absolutely. As you take a look through some surprises from our lower seeds, Rocker deserves some love for their top 4 run. Surge making a run for top 6, but it's the big dogs on the left side of your screen that are taking everyone's attention.
You see that right there. To walk away with 100 CDL points, that's basically guaranteeing themselves the chips already the champs the way they're looking. But 150 grand goes to the Ultra. They wanted it more this weekend. They were flawless. But everybody else, you got yourself a nice little bag. Not as much as Ultra.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for everyone here on the scene in Boston, for everyone working back in our studio in Columbus, Ohio, thank you all for tuning in for an excellent opening to the 2024 season. Remember, we're not done. We're heading to Miami, and all of the qualifiers kick off just 2 days after Valentine's Day. So we'll see you all then for the Major 2 qualifiers in February before heading down south for Major 2 live from Miami. We'll see you then.
Squad deep, and we all brought friends. No heat, all we breaking rims. Open doors, all we busting
Honestly, I knew that Ultra would win, but I didn't think it would be a 4-1. That was surprising.
In the air, cause this is what it is right here. You don't want it with us, what you think this was, huh? Yeah. Rolling up at 12 a.m. squad deep, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad deep, plus a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Yeah. Rolling up at 12 a.m. squad deep, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up 12 a.m. squad deep, plus a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking limbs. Open doors, or we bust them in. Fire. We ain't playing no games. We taking everything. Everything. So throw your hands in the air, cause this is what it is right here. You don't want it with us, what you think this was, huh? Yeah. Rolling up at 12 a.m. squad deep, and we all brought friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Rolling up at 12 a.m. squad deep, plus a couple friends. No heat, or we breaking rims. Open doors, or we bust them in. Bust them in.
Six. Okay. I'm reading that correctly. This week is like, okay, so about 2 weeks. Well, what a champs, everyone. That was a kind of a I kind of expected this, but I did not think it would be this fucking dominant. Like, for real, yo. Like, I did not think it would be so dominant, except for that control that Ultra lost. But the fact that they lost, the fact that they were just so dominant against FaZe with all the hard points and all the S&Ds, they were something else, and I'll give them props and respect to them for sure. They made me not my favorites, but I gotta give it to the Canadian team. They got some good. They got some really good fucking players that, you know, they may have a chance. They may have a chance to. They may not be able to take all the majors, but they may have a better chance of being able to be able to just take like champs at the end of the year. They may be able to take with the world champs. That one's going to be, yeah. That was it. That was awesome. That was definitely awesome. All right. So chat. So I will be streaming. So I will be doing an aftermath stream tonight on the other side of Twitch. I don't know when, but I will be doing a stream. I will be doing a stream. I will be doing a stream sometime later tonight. Think about doing it at 5. It's gonna be way too soon. I do want to actually no, I may do it at 5. So even though I'm gonna be actually no, I'll be doing the stream at around like 5:30 or something like. I'm gonna do in the stream about 5. So I'll be I'm gonna do my stream about 5. So I'd like to thank you all for coming to the my YouTube. Excuse me. I would like to thank you all for coming to the stream, and I want to like to thank you all for tuning in to my first YouTube streams. It's been a while since I did YouTube streams, but when I do my debut, I will do something. I will do something for you all, for those that prefer to watch on YouTube than on Twitch, and for those that prefer to watch Twitch than YouTube. And I want to kind of like, just be prepared for, the inevitable when Twitch decides to, or YouTube, whatever the case is. And this, at least I have a streaming platform that I've got my reps on and such. But yeah, like I said, I'd like to thank you all so much for coming. I'd like to thank you all so much for coming to the I'd like to thank you all so much for coming to the my watch parties so far on YouTube, and it's kind of an interesting journey on YouTube so far. I mean, I've uploaded videos and I did streams long before, but that was in the past. But yeah, can't wait to do a lot more watch parties do a lot more watch parties throughout this season. And yeah, and we'll see what happens when I do my after I do my debut and such. I mean, like I'll be doing my debut both on YouTube and Twitch. Don't know when my debut will be, but hopefully I can do it at least somewhere in spring. But yeah, that's all for now, everyone. Make sure you all are follow me on make sure you all follow me on Twitch whenever I make sure you all follow me on Twitch over here when I start streaming later this evening. And don't forget to follow my socials right here, and check out those sponsors. that my esports org that I'm a part of, Godslayers, is sponsored by. And the merch line. Merch and the Godslayers merch as well. As I said, I will be streaming on Twitch later tonight. Probably gonna be more at 6 or something like that later, at a later time, but we'll see. Anyways, y'all, that's gonna be all for this watch party. Thank y'all so much for coming, and I'll see y'all over there at Twitch later tonight.